Coxed by Charlotte Clarkin and coached by Amy Clay. In lane 4 from Commercial Rowing Club, Zoe Ball, Genevieve Davies, Lily Nolan and Zara Hilton, coxed by Olive Plawecki and again coached by Ross Batho and Nicholas Langford. In lane 5 from the Mersey Rowing Club of Tasmania, Miranda Sutton, Rose Lodge, Leah Clemens and Molly Clemens. Mia Fieldwick is their cox. They are coached by Mark Clemens, Gregory Marshall and Lily Barker. In lane 6, Queenwood School of Sydney, Bridget Thompson, Sally Fayanganuka, Flo Vitch and Scout Ferguson. Alice Holm is their cox and their coaches are Kieron Glynn, Ashley Fitch and Zoe Keating. A composite in lane 7 between the Armadale School and Nepean Rowing Club, Ellie Taylor and Sophia Whitelaw of Nepean, Georgia Henderson and Isabel Coddington of the Armadale School, and Emma Purdy is their cox. They're coached by Daniel Waddell, Marty Inglis and Rowan Hislop. And our final crew is from Unley High School in South Australia, Maya Lesu, Rachel Luscombe, Lauren Halls and Grace Charter, coxed by Addie Burns and coached by Ethan Mons.
So a field of 8 here, Lizzie, in the first semi-final of the Under-17 Women's Coxed Quad Scull and a second semi-final to follow. So a very large amount of entries here, as we've seen so much at Under-17 and Under-19 level especially. Looking for 4 crews here to go through to the final tomorrow in this race. So 4 from the first semi, 4 from the second semi will make their way through to tomorrow's race for the medals. And speaking of medals, we've got a few semi-finals coming up, but then we'll have a couple of the big race of this regatta in about 20 minutes time. The finals of the new event, the Open Lightweight Women's Coxed 8 and also the Open Lightweight Men's Coxed 8 to follow. So a couple of great races in prospect there, but at this stage we are well past the 500 metre mark into the Queenwood School, lane 6, leading it from Canberra Girls Grammar School, Commercial Rowing Club and Loretto Kirribilli. And it's still Queenwood at this stage at halfway as well. .33.81 the time there for Queenwood as they come through the halfway mark. 1.8 seconds back to Commercial lane 4, 1.53 seconds back then to Canberra Girls Grammar School, and almost 4 seconds then to Loretto Kirribilli. So 3 crews certainly well placed there in lane 6, 4 and 2 across the course, and potentially a very exciting race behind for that 4th and final qualifying spot. A bit of a breeze coming up over Lake Barrington at the moment. It's built up slightly over the last hour or two, but still very good conditions for racing out there, and the sun coming and going at the moment. We started the day under a cloud of fog, although high fog, so not interfering with the racing on the course, but still some cloud cover here. But again, very much good conditions here for racing as our crews make their way through the third 500 metres of this race, and still clearly showing up here. It is those 3 boats in lane 6, 4 and 2. So Queenwood, Bridget Thompson, Sally Faganui, Flo Veach, Scout Ferguson and Alice Holm. Commercial lane 4, Zoe Ball, Genevieve Davies, Lily Nolan, Zara Hilton and Olive Plawecki. And Canberra Girls Grammar School in lane 2, Meg Story, Camilla Griffin, Grace Disney, Sophie Murphy and Heidi Bell, our top 3 crews. And Commercial looks like have taken a narrow lead now after that third 500 metres, going through with a margin of just under half a second over Queenwood. 2.5 seconds back then to Canberra Girls Grammar School, and Unley High at this point about 4 seconds back, but sitting in that 4th and final qualifying position. So they've got about 300 metres to row here, and still our top 3 remain as they were, but a good race between Commercial now and the Queenwood School across in lane 6, who did lead for a large part of the first 2/3 of the race. Unley High across in lane number 8. And crew Maya Lesu, Rachel Luscombe, Lauren Halls, Grace Charters and Addie Burns, coached by Ethan Mons. And alongside them too, they're in lane 7, the composite crew, which is I think drawn Lizzie's attention here. Chelsea Skipper of Centenary, Isabel Bugg from Askham, Heidi Heap of Mossman, and Ayla Drury of Surface. Oh no, wrong heats. We're going off too early. It's the Armadale School and the P. And Ellie Taylor, Sophia Whitelaw, Georgia Henderson, Isabel Coddington, and Emma Purdy in lane 7, looking for that final spot as well. But it's certainly going to be Commercial who take the win out here on lane 4 in a few strokes' time. They're about a length and a half clear of either Queenwood or Canberra Girls Grammar School. Still only high the far side. Look to be in the final qualifying spot. The Armadale School and the PN just not quite able to make up that gap. But the win here certainly will go to Commercial in the first race after lunch. It is a length and a quarter back to Queenwood, who'll finish second. Third place will go to Canberra Girls Grammar School. And fourth indeed, the far side is only high. Fifth then will be the light blue blades of the Armadale School. Sixth on this side, the second crew from Commercial. And 7th and 8th. They'll be tight here, but it looks like it'll go just to Mersey over Loretto Kirribilli in race 444. The first semi-final of the under-17 women's Coxed Quad Scull.
So just confirming then that from the semi-final, 4 crews will progress through to the final. And those 4 crews are the Commercial crew of Ball, Davies, Nolan and Hilton, the Queenwood crew of Thompson, Vainganuka, Vitch and Ferguson, the Canberra Girls Grammar crew of Story, Griffin, Disney and Murphy, and the Unley High School crew of Lesu, Luscombe, Halls and Charter. They will progress through to the final. Coming in 5th, the Armadale School and Nepean Composite, the second Commercial crew and the crew from Mersey. And our second semi-final is now underway in the under-17 women's Coxed Quad Scull. We've got Redlands crew, as you can see on the big screen there. They're in lane 1. It's Pearl Brown in the bow seat, Ava Ford, Liv Goodland and Isabel Campbell, coxed by Francesca Richardson, coached by Beth McClellan, James Petering and Cameron Butler. Fremantle are in lane 2, Sophia Tornatora, Olivia Hansen-Nahoy, Lily Lucas and Briar Froud, coxed by Isabel Duarte and coached by Keely Atchison. Gippsland Grammar are in lane 3, Alicia Turnbull, Maggie Sheridan, Eloise Tavassi and Mia Katzidis, coxed by Chloe Olinchink and coached by Eleanor Needham. Kinross Walleroy are in lane 4, Katie Lawler, Alice Dimmock, Isabel Grout and Sienna McFarlane, coxed by Sophie Carrow and coached by Emma Fessy. And they are also in lane 5, Laura Chudley, Rani Jarek, Emily Wise and Belle Clinton, coxed by Harriet Barnett, also coached by Emma Fessy. Melbourne Girls Grammar School are in lane 6, Claudia Cogler, Natalie Grant, Emily Rasmussen and Georgia Berryman, coxed by Brittany McCormick. The composite from Surfers Paradise, Mossman, Askham and Centenary are in lane 7. Chelsea Skipper, Izzy Bugg, Heidi Heap and Ayla Drury, coxed by Chloe Robertson. And in lane 8, another crew from Canberra Girls Grammar School, Olivia McBride, Leela Biddington, Fleur Baseby and Chloe Owen, coxed by Isabella Collins, coached by Georgia Borick and Caroline Pipers.
You said 2 crews from Kinross Walleroy in the centre lanes, Lizzie, and surprise, surprise, they are in the top 2 spots here, as they obviously are the top-ranked crews too in this semi-final. Been drawn to lanes 4 and 5 by virtue of their the heat result that would have been in their case. So going straight through to the semis, and very well placed also here to continue through into the final as well. The top 4 here will go to the final on tomorrow's program, the under-17 women's Quad Scull. So the light blue of Kinross Walleroy front and centre here in lanes 4 and 5, and then I think probably the lane 3 crew from Melbourne Girls Grammar School may well be in 3rd, and also in a qualifying spot from Mantle over in lane number 2. A real change in the order as they've come through 1,500 metres now. Just confirmed up here too that that commercial crew that won the first semi-final are the Queensland State champions. The crew of Ball, Davies, Nolan, Hilton and Plavecki. So a good crew there already through to the final, and they'll meet, it looks like, two combinations from Kinross Walleroy School and then Melbourne Girls Grammar School still thereabouts as well. They're clearly our top three, and fourth now would be the Surfers Paradise, Mossman, Askham and Centenary composite crew of Chelsea skipper Isabel Bugg, Heidi Heap and Ayla Drury, coxed by Chloe Robertson. So they do look to be our top four now, just ahead of Fremantle on this side in second place, and then a gap back to Redlands, Gippsland Grammar School and also Canberra Girls Grammar on the far side of the course. But there is the light blue boat of Kinross Walleroy, who are looking likely here to take out the top two spots in this semi of the under-17 women's quad, although Melbourne Girls Grammar School finishing strongly too on the other side of our race leaders. But all three are going to go through, and I think with that composite crew from lane number 7 ahead of Fremantle in what looks like the orange boat of the Farn School, in fact, coming down to the finish here. It'll be close, in fact, for fourth place, I reckon, because the composite crew has come unstuck there. Kinross Walleroy will get the win. They will get the Quinella, in fact. So Kinross 4 from Kinross lane 5. Melbourne Girls Grammar School, I think, will take out third, and that orange boat from Fremantle. I'm not sure what happened in the composite Surfers Paradise crew, but they had a couple of messy strokes. It almost came to a stop, and they will instead finish in 5th place, unfortunately for them, and miss out on a qualifying spot. Fremantle have come across. 6th place now is going to go to Redlands. 7th will be quite side here once again in the centre of the course. It'll be Gippsland Grammar School just 7th, and Canberra Girls Grammar in lane 8. And I think I may have got those two Kinross crews the wrong way round. It was lane 5, the winners there for Kinross Walleroy. Lane 5 first for Kinross, the crew stroked by Belle Clinton, and lane 4 in 2nd place, stroked by Sienna McFarlane.
And that's the same. Oh, right. So we're just looking at the scoreboard at the moment. It says that the winning Kinross Walleroy crew was the crew, of Chudley, Jarrick, Wise, Clinton, coxed by Harriet Barnett. The second crew, the crew of Lawler, Dimmock, Grout, McFarlane, coxed by Sophie Carrow. So first and second for Kinross Walleroy in the semi-final of the under-17 Coxed quad. Coming in third, Melbourne Girls Grammar School, and the fourth and final qualifier for the finals was the Fremantle Rowing Club crew of Tornato, Hansen Nahoy, Lucas and Froud, coxed by Isabella Duarte. Just missing out then, and now dropping out of the event, the Surfers Paradise Composite in 5th, Redlands in 6th, Gippsland Grammar in 7th, and Canberra Girls Grammar in 8th. And so we progress through to the final in the rest. There's no B final in this event. We move on to the under-17 men's Coxed quad scull, and again we have two semi-finals with the first 4 to progress through to the final. Cranbrook are in lane 1, Oscar Auden, Tate Leggett, James Campbell and Maximilian Alchin, coxed by Fergus Dawson Damer, coached by Sam Carroll, Adrian Henning and Stephen Irons. Genesis Christian College are in lane 2, Josh Hickey, Toby Sunderland, Stefan van der Merwe, James Gordon and their cox Oliver Nash, coached by Ray Smith. A composite between Tasmania University, North Esk and Tamar in lane 3. Bo Furlong, Sam Detmer, Jasper Twitchett and Callum Wigston, coxed by Alexandra Peach, coached by Sean Finlayson, Andrew Hull and Trevor Barrett. Radford College are in lane 4. Kieran Brennan, Charlie Viver, William Fraser and Alexander Tailby, coxed by William Huang, coached by Mackenzie Moore, Angus Walker and Gordon Marks. St Joseph's Nudgee College are in lane 5. Thomas McMullen, Finn Rowe, Harvey Kasprowitz, Jack Wells and their cox Xavier Brennan, coached by Amy Mailing and Hugo Verdonk. In lane 6, a Swan River composite of Sebastian Willis-Hell, Hugh Hall-Craggs, Banjo Morris-Luck and Jeremy Flavelle, coxed by Harrison McClurg, coached by Wade Hall-Craggs, Sally Martin and Graham Scattergood. St Virgil's College of Tasmania are in lane 7, Ryan Lamprey, Hamish Godfrey, Finn McAmany, Henry Mollen and Oscar Code their cox, coached by Susan Weeding, Lil Wrigley and Marita Code, and Unley High are in lane 8, James Cox, Angus Andrews, Anton Evans and Joel Velt, coxed by Charlotte Hill.
Can hear the noise from the bakes too as these predominantly school crews come down the course here in the under-17 men's at quad scale. First of 2 semi-finals, 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through here to the final. And the race is being led by the Tasmania University Composite crew, which might explain the extra noise at this stage. Bo Furlong of Tamar, Sam Detmer of North Esk, Jasper Twitchett of North Esk, and Callum Wixon from Tasmania University Boat Club. Coxed by Alexander Peach. They are the crew in lane 3, and then 3 lanes across. It is the Swan River Composite crew, so that again, 2 state, 4 club or school composites: Sebastian Willis Hell, Hugh Hall Craggs, Banjo Morris Luck, and Jeremy Flavel, coached by Harrison McClurg. A crew full of hyphens there too. Remarkable combination of names in that boat. But they are sitting first and second. Bradford College of the ACT look to be third, just ahead of Nudgee. In fact, Nudgee under threat from St Virgil's too, the other Tasmanian school who might just be in the top 4. And then is it Genesis Christian College in the red boat on this side, who I think will just miss out. Going through with the win, it is the lane 3 crew, the Tasmania University Composite crew. Second does go to the Swan River crew on lane 6. Third then towards the centre of the course will be Radford College from the ACT, and fourth the far side, St Virgil. So there are 4 qualifiers, all very tight after that for 5th, 6th and 7th. It looks like Cranbrook on the inside lane have just edged out Nudgee and Genesis Christian College, but all 3 will miss out on a spot into the final. And 8th place will go to Unley High on the far side of the course, but some tight racing there certainly in the under-17 men's quad scale first semi-final.
So the first 4 progressing through from the semi-final to the final in the under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull are: first, the Tasmania University North Esk Tamar Composite; second, the Swan River A&A St Peter's College and Pembroke School Composite; third, Radford College; fourth, St Virgil's College. Now dropping out of the event, placed 5th, Cranbrook; 6th, Nudgee College; 7th, Genesis Christian College; and 8th, Unley High School. Winning time 6 minutes 33. In the second semi-final of the under-17 men's Cox Quad Scull, we've got St Augustine's of New South Wales in lane 1, Kinross Wallaroi in lane 2, the Southport School in lane 3, a composite of Mossman and Corio Bay in lane 4, that's Taj Bailey, Zander Bailey, Ewan Humphreys and Leighton Skoman, St Patrick's College Ballarat in lane 5, Kinross Wallaroi, second crew in lane 6, Trinity Lutheran College in lane 7 and Canberra Grammar in lane 8. So the Kinross Wallaroi crew in lane 2 is the Angus Sawtell, Xavier Zinger, Heathcliff Bell and Ash Robinson crew, coxed by Sam Thomas. And the one in lane 6 is Hugh Nash, Maddox Brewham, Hamish Searle and Will Kirby, coxed by Jock Peterson.
The bright green colours up on screen there too of the Trinity Lutheran College from the Gold Coast. So yeah, St Augustine's there at the bottom of screen, and that'd been about 4th or 5th place. There's the light blue once again of Kinross Wallaroi and the Southport School alongside them, and the white long sleeve shirts there with the somewhat high vis caps. In fact, from the front there's a bit of TSS blue on them, as well as the fluoro green that usually stands out from afar. But our top 2 crews are the centre lanes there, or 4 and 3 it would be. That is the Mossman Corio Bay crew in lane number 4, including that combination Taj and Xander Bailey, who won the under-17 double scull earlier today, combining here with Ewan Humphreys and Leighton Showman of Mossman. So a pretty strong crew there, you would think, coxed by Eden Smith, who's another member of the Corio Bay Rowing Club, and they were the leaders by 3.5 seconds at the 1500 metre mark over the Southport School. And then Kinross Wallaroi with St Patrick's from Ballarat, the 4th crew.
So the Southport School crew is Clancy Cohen, Cruz Sten, Fergus Woolley, Tice Miller-Wright and their cox Miles Norman, and they're coached by Steve Beach. And we didn't mention St Patrick's College crew either. That's Joshua Elliott, Oliver Elliott, Patrick Stute and Lachlan Cameron, coxed by Blake Roberts. They're coached by Sam Hutchison and Bill Grigable.
On to the closing 300 metres now of this race, still certainly being led by that Mossman Corio Bay composite crew in the centre of the course. A couple of lanes across then, Kinross Wallaroi moving up on St Patrick's of Ballarat there as well. The Southport School this side of our leaders, And then to the far side, a couple of crews not too far off the place. Trinity Lutheran, lane 7. That's Zach Wood, Johannes Ijo, Kai Lees, Kai Imelek and Charlie Voigt. And Canberra Grammar School beside them, James Wilson, Xavier Moss, Harry English, Archer Doherty and Tenolia Balgan there for Canberra Grammar. But they might be about 5th or 6th, so just outside of the qualifying spots. St Augustine's, they're about 2 on this side of the course, but it is certainly that very, very good composite crew with the prawn suit of Mossman in the bow pair and the purple and yellow of Corio Bay in the stern, who are clear by just over a length from St Patrick's coming home strongly, and the Southport School as well. So Mossman Corio Bay will take a good win in the second semi of the under-17 men's quad scull. St Patrick's Ballarat second, third to the Southport School, and fourth will go to the Blue Boat of Kinross Walleroy, just edging out the crew from Trinity Lutheran alongside them. And then maybe St Augustine's on this side, just taking 6th ahead of Canberra Grammar. And the second crew from Kinross Walleroy, lane 2, will finish in 8th position. But that's a pretty good composite crew there, Lizzie. They've had some success individually and in double sculls earlier today. And now they do the job in the quad scull as well.
Yes, indeed. So progressing through to the final from the semi-final in the under-17 men's Coxed quad scull, we have the composite of Mossman and Corio Bay. In second position, St Patrick's College Ballarat. In third position, the Southport School. In fourth position, Kinross Walleroy crew of Hugh Nash, Maddox Bruin, Hamish Searle, Will Kirby and Jock Peterson. And they will progress through to the final with Trinity Lutheran College in 5th, St Augustine's in 6th, Canberra Grammar in 7th, and the Kinross Walleroy crew stroked by Ash Robinson in 8th. Those crews will now drop out of the event. Ooh, we have a pretty special one coming up now, Richard.
Yeah, we do indeed, Lizzie. A great race here, making its Nationals debut to the final of the Open Lightweight Women's 8, a new event that I know many of these athletes have been working hard to get on the Nationals program now, and they're providing a great show here with these 5 boats across the course. So we'll give you the field to start with and then run through who's in some of these crews. But from lane 2, Lizzie, we've got a series of composite crews, it looks like.
We have indeed a Banks composite in lane 2, an Adelaide composite in lane 3, a Buckingham composite in lane 4, a Toowong composite in lane 5 and an Adelaide composite in lane 6.
Yeah,
so do you want to go through some names?
Look, we should. It's wonderful they've managed to 5 separate composite crews. Banks Rowing Club have more than enough athletes for an 8 on their own here, but they've put them into multiple crews. But in the centre of the course is a crew that is the not quite the same one, but certainly part thereof, who went to the head of the Charles and won late last year under the name of the World Lightweight Rowing Alliance, who we'll talk a bit more possibly if there's time during this race. But they are our leaders narrowly, Lizzie, the crew, the Buckingham composite crew on lane 4.
And that's the crew of Ellie Brennan from Banks, Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club, Jemima Powell from Toowong, Sophie Robinson from Tasmania University, Phoebe Teal from Sydney University, Alexandra Moylan from the Australian National University, and Antonietta, or Ant De Cosmo from
Ant De
Banks.
Cosmo, yes, as she's known to her friends.
And Verena Zilm from Buckingham Rowing Club. Their cox is Tom Shaw from Sydney University Boat Club.
And they've got about stretching out now to probably almost 3/4 of a length of the crew then in lane number 3 alongside them, the Adelaide composite combination.
And that's got Victoria Binns in the bow seat. Emily Lang, she's from Sydney Rowing Club now. Emily Lang from Adelaide Uni, Alice O'Toole from Toowong, Isabella Utley from the University of WA, Ronya Sterker Ashby from Black Mountain, Hayley Rowe from the University of WA, Emily Rouse from Banks and Celia Cowan from Adelaide Rowing Club. Their cox is Emma Venus and they're coached by Roland Warren.
Yeah, they're already through the 1,000-metre mark, so it is 1.62 seconds between the Buckingham composite crew and the Adelaide composite crew, and then back almost 5 seconds now to the third crew on screen. That's the Banks composite crew racing in lane 2.
Ariel Vanderpoel from Banks, Kenzie Durbridge from Toowong, Lara Glendenning from University of WA, Izzy Emery from the same club, Elissa Mirabelli from Essendon, Francesca Spano from Banks, Ria Werner from Melbourne Uni, Ella Marshall from Banks and their cox Claire Gregg, also coached by Roland Warren.
Yeah, so they sit certainly in third place, and 2 crews across on the other side of the course, the Toowong composite and Adelaide composite crews. There must be 6 or 7 clubs in that Adelaide composite crew. I've just had a look through the names there as well. But at this stage, they're outside the medals in this race. They're racing here for the first time for the Women's Lightweight Open 8s Coxed Championship of Australia, a new trophy donated to by Peter Anthony, of course, a very well-credentialed lightweight rower in his own capacity, even though he won an Olympic gold medal in the open weight double scull. There were no lightweight races at the 1992 Barcelona Games, but he's donated the trophy for this event. It'll be presented by Jeff Sykes too, who helped to support the World Lightweight Rowing Alliance on their trip to the Head of the Charles last year. And yeah, just rechecking the results of that regatta, the Australian crew won in a very high standard field by 0.6 of a second over the long distance Charles River course in Boston.
Fantastic. And I think it's really the idea that there's no Olympic lightweight rowing has breathed some life back into the old girl, right? Lightweight rowing has become even more competitive than it was before.
And many of these athletes here, they wanted this race. They certainly worked hard on Rowing Australia, get it added to the program, and they've done that now. And what a show they're putting on here over the closing strokes of this race. It is certainly in front. The Buckingham Composite crew who lead here. Buckingham Banks, ANU, Sydney Uni, Tasmania University, Toowong in Sydney. About 7 clubs there in this licorice all sorts combination of a crew, but they look set to be the inaugural winners of the trophy that I believe they want to know as the Adair, after Adair Ferguson, the first Australian woman to win a World Championship title. She did that back in 1985 in the women's lightweight single scull and a Commonwealth Games gold medal the following year too. So the inaugural Adair, the women's lightweight open Coxed 8 Championship of Australia, will go the way of the crew in lane number 4. Well done to Ellie Brennan, Neve Tierney, Jemima Powell, Sophie Robinson, Phoebe Teal, Alexandra Moylan, Anta Cosmo, Verena Zilm and Tom Shaw. Buckingham Composite taken out by about 2 lengths over the Adelaide Composite crew. Next to them in lane 3. Third place then on this side of the course, the Banks Composite combination. They'll receive the bronze medals. 4th will be the red boats on the far side of the course. The Adelaide Cairns, ANU, Melbourne Uni, Banks, Wendouree Ballarat and Black Mountain Composite crew. And then 5th place, a length further back, will go to the other composite crew in this all composite race. Toowong, Commercial Banks, Swan River, North Essex and the University of Western Australia. But that was a great race. Wonderful to see all those club colours together in these various composite crews, and to see 40 lightweight athletes competing here for a new trophy at the Australian Championships in 2025.
Too right. Congratulations, mighty lighties, and thank you for your entertainment and how fantastic to see them all together like that. Lightweight rowing is not dead. So confirming the results of the Open Lightweight Women's Coxed 8 final, a win for the Buckingham Composite. 2nd, Adelaide Composite in lane 3, and 3rd, the Banks Composite in lane 2. The winning time 6 minutes 39.76, the margin 7.8 and 5.68.
Number of those athletes in that winning crew already been on the podium so far today. So saw Phoebe Teal pick up a gold medal and Anta Cosmo a silver as well. So they'll be receiving multiple medals for their work in the lightweight races. We go back to the start, Lizzie, and our next 2,000 metre final about to begin. This is a trophy that's been around a bit longer, but just as exciting. The Buckingham Trophy here will go to the winning crew in the Open Lightweight Men's Coxed 8.
In lane 2, we have a composite between Adelaide University and Adelaide of Joshua Lascock, James Ritossa, Adelaide Uni, of Adelaide Uni, Angus Hooper of Adelaide Uni, Beecher Ross, Kyle Miller, Daniel Wiseman, all of Adelaide University, Jonathan Mackay of Adelaide Rowing Club and Hugo Worm of Adelaide University. Their cox is Nicole Tesh Ornelas. In lane 3, a composite from Victoria of Alex Tomanovitz, Oscar Tyrrell, Charlie McClure, Jacob Cassie, Jordan Roberts, Lachlan Ziggiter, Nick Ziggiter and Thomas Hastings with Arabella Hall coxing. In lane 4, a composite between Tasmania and Queensland of Sam Parry, Thomas Daly, Riley Williams, Harry Dixon, Angus Painter, Laurie Dean, Oscar Birtwistle, Sam Casey, Brooke Rayett, their cox, coached by Alex Field, Dion Birtwistle and Michael Russell. In lane 5, a composite from New South Wales of Bryn Potter, Jack Hanley, Remy Keats, Zink Bostgo, Jason Waddell, Will Gregory, Nicholas Mather and Luke Milozzi, coxed by Will Raven, coached by Matthias Ungermark, Tim McLaren and Rob Black. In lane 6, Army Road Knowing India, Sani Kumar Iqbal Singh, Ujwal Kumar Singh, Rohit, Nitin Dale, Ajay Tyagi, Babulal Yadav, Yogesh Kumar and their cox Mukul Kumar Rao. And in lane 7, from Black Mountain, Commercial, Swan River and the University of WA, Jed Street, Ethan Bromley, Oliver Cliff, Michael Orton, Nicholas Langford, Oliver Manning, George Bowditch, Matthew Rickard and Eleanor Scott, their Coxed, coached by Olivia Jones and Renee Domershens.
This early stage, it is our international visitors from Army Rowing Node India who look to be the race leaders over in lane number 6 in the bright red colours. They've already claimed 2 gold medals already so far at this regatta in the opening day and a half of finals, so well deserved for the program that was certainly one of the first to enter this regatta when the entries are opened back up in about January of this year, and that is the Army Rowing Node India combination there, racing in lane number 6 in the bright red colours. So ARN on their backs there in a Sykes boat, I know borrowed from whether it was borrowed from ADF Rowing or certainly borrowed from one of the Australian clubs, but they've been well assisted out here by various parts of the rowing fraternity from around Australia, and this is a very, very strong start indeed by that Army Rowing Node India combination. Then we have the lane 4 crew is a North-Est composite combination, North-Est Tasmania University Commercial, University of Queensland and Toowong. So it is, as you said, a Queensland-Tasmania combination there on lane 4. The Barwon composite lane 3, largely Victorian crew, including one rower there also from the Fremantle Rowing Club of Western Australia. And closest to the camera, the all-South Australian composite crew, so Adelaide University and Adelaide Rowing Club represented in that boat. But it is a clear lead here as they come up towards and in fact through now the halfway mark of this race to the combination from Army Rowing Node India. 2:53.60 their time to the halfway point, just on 2 seconds back then to the Barwon composite crew who are in second place. Third is with the North-Est composite crew on lane number 4. And then back to Black Mountain composite, Adelaide Uni, Adelaide, and also the UTS Haberfield composite crew. So Army Rowing Node India, very impressive performance so far in this lightweight event. They've been busy racing in both the lightweight and the open events at this regatta. And as said, with some success already, 2 gold medals, 2 silver medals and 1 bronze medal to their name for their work here on the medal table, which is still headed, as Chris McCarthy told us earlier today, by UTS in fact now back ahead of Adelaide Rowing Club by a quarter of a gold medal, and Sydney Rowing Club sit threateningly there in third place as well on the overall medal tally, which you can check on the regatta website. But that's all about to change again, of course, as they are about to see more medals decided here on the waters of Lake Barrington, and a presentation also coming shortly to the winning open lightweight women's 8s, and happy to say that it will be Jeff Sykes, who was a Rowing Australia Life member, Australian representative of course, and the founder of Sykes Racing. He'll be presenting the new trophy for the lightweight women's 8, which he had a lot to do with sending that crew over to Boston last year. And Peter Anthony, who was also very much involved in that process, will present the trophy for this race, which is nearing its conclusion, the Buckingham Centenary Trophy, which is one of the most impressive trophies too in Rowing Australia's collection, will be soon going the way of the winning crew here, and it looks increasingly likely to be the combination from Army Rowing Node India, who've now stretched out to about a 4-second lead over the rest of the field. Still in second, that largely Victorian composite crew on lane number 2. Bowen makes Mercantile Fremantle and also Wendouree Ballarat, a large part in that boat also of the Victorian crew that will race in the interstate regatta, of course, on Sunday, as there are in fact a number of interstate rowers across the various crews on the course here. Tasmania very, very strong in lightweight rowing for a long, long time too. They were the home of Australian lightweight rowing, of course, in the late 90s and early 2000s, with lots of crews training on the very serene waters of the Huon River in the south of Tasmania. That North-Est composite crew, which is half Tasmanian, half Queensland, racing down lane number 4, currently in third, and they're going out to after the Barwon composite crew in the race for the lead here. Then across to the far side, Black Mountain Commercial, Swan River and the University of Western Australia sit fourth, just ahead of Adelaide Uni, Adelaide on this side of the course. But our medalists just about decided to be on but for silver and bronze. The 2 composite crews going stroke for stroke, but Army Rowing Node India have led from the first stroke of this race for the Buckingham Centenary Trophy, and they will get the win by a length and a half. So Army Rowing Node India take the win here. Second place will go to that Victorian and Western Australian composite crew. The Barwon composites finish second. North-Est composite, the Tasmanian Queensland crew, will finish third. Fourth, the far side will go to Black Mountain composite on lane number 7. Fifth place then Adelaide Uni and Adelaide, and 6th will go to the all New South Wales composite crew, the UTS Haverfield composite crew on lane number 5. They will finish in 6th place, but it is a win and a 3rd gold medal of this regatta to the combination who've without doubt travelled the furthest to be here this week. Army Rowing Node India take out the Buckingham Centenary Trophy for the Open Lightweight Men's Coxed 8.
The presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Women's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. The medals will be presented by Peter Anthony OAM, 3-time Olympian, Olympic and Commonwealth Games gold medalist. 3rd and bronze medalists, the combination from Banks, Melbourne University, Essendon, the University of WA and Toowong. Ariel van der Pol from Banks. Kenzie Durbridge from Toowong. Lara Glendinning from the University of Western Australia Boat Club. Izzy Emery from the University of Western Australia Boat Club. Elissa Mirabelli from Essendon Rowing Club. Francesca Spano from Banks Rowing Club. Ria Werner from Melbourne University Boat Club. Their stroke Ella Marshall from Banks Rowing Club. And their cox Claire Gregg. The crew was coached by Roland Warren. Second and silver medalists, the composite from Adelaide, Banks, the University of Western Australia, Black Mountain, Toowong, Adelaide University and Sydney Rowing Clubs. Victoria Binns from Sydney Rowing Club. Emily Lang from Adelaide University Boat Club. Alice O'Toole from Toowong Rowing Club. Isabella Utley from the University of Western Australia Boat Club. Ronya Starker-Ashby from Black Mountain Rowing Club. Hayley Rowe from the University of WA Boat Club. Emily Rouse from Banks Rowing Club. Celia Cowan from Adelaide Rowing Club. And their cox Emma Venus, also from Adelaide Rowing Club. The crew was coached by Roland Warren. And our gold medalists and national champions for 2025, the composite from Buckingham, Banks, ANU, Sydney University, Tasmania University, Toowong and Sydney Rowing Club. Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club. Ellie Brennan from Banks. Jemima Powell from Toowong. Sophie Robinson from Tasmania University Boat Club. Alexandra Moylan from ANU. Phoebe Teal from Sydney University Boat Club. Antonietta De Cosmo from Banks and Verena Zilm from Buckingham Rowing Club. And their cox, Tom Shaw from Sydney University Boat Club. Ladies and gentlemen, apologies, before we finish, the trophy for the lightweight women's Coxed 8 will be now presented to that composite by Jeff Sykes. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Open Lightweight Women's Coxed 8.
Great to see that new trophy presented for the first time there. Thank you to Jeff Sykes there for officiating at the inaugural presentation of the Women's Lightweight Coxed 8 Championship of Australia, and great to see those three crews on the podium as we go back to semi-final racing now with the first semi-final of the under-19 Women's Coxed 8. And they're already about halfway down the course in this race. Lizzie, we'll quickly run through the field.
Yep, first semi-final. First four will progress through to the final. In lane 1, we have a composite between Commercial and St Patrick's College, Townsville. In lane 2, we have Loreto Turak. In lane 3, we have the Wilderness School of South Australia. In lane 4, Seymour College from South Australia. In lane 5, Geelong Grammar. In lane 6, Loreto Kirribilli from Sydney. In lane 7, Scotch College from Adelaide. And in lane 8, the Friends School.
So the first semi here of the under-19 Women's 8, or the Junior 8, was once known. A lot of the school crews, of course, entered in the School 8s, also doubling up into this event, including certainly that crew there in the blue boat, or the bluish boat, a slightly different shade of blue boat there of Loreto Turak, but they sit in about third or fourth place at this stage. The race lead looks to be with Geelong Grammar School on lane 5 ahead, and of Seymour College in 4, the Wilderness School in lane 3, so two South Australian schools side by side there, and then Loreto Turak in the blue boat. They clearly are our top 4 at this stage, so being led by Geelong Grammar, the head of the river winners from a few days ago at Nagambie Lakes: Sasha Laidlaw, Lily James, Chloe Fitzgerald, Manon Parenk, Madison Snego, Audrey Semyonev, Miranda Warswick, Zoe Reid and Lucia Church there for Geelong Grammar School. Ahead then of Seymour College, Annie McNally, Adelaide Salu, Imogen Johnson, Olivia Pesinello, Sasha Humble, Lucy Pocock, Kira Fogarty, Ava Charlesworth and Ella Richardson, coached by Joe Franco. Then to Seymour College, then the Wilderness School, I should say, in probably back in 4th, in fact, now, just behind Loreto Turak, I would think, but there's certainly a contention here for a qualifying spot. The crew of Jessica Felstead, Ella Smart, Emily Powers, Isabel Jackson, Millie Entwistle, Alexandra Sando, Gia Rinaldi, Imogen Hawker, Chloe Trim, coached by Nikki Pakinski, and Katrina Wary, and Loreto Turak next to them: Madeline Barre, Tess Ellard, Zara Barre, Luciana Descala, Eve Sadler, Grace Kennedy, Olivia Fay, Isla Quick, Sarah Chapman, and they're coached by Connor McConville there in the dark blue boat. Moving up into 3rd now, just ahead certainly of the Wilderness School, still a link but behind Seymour College. A further link to our race leaders in Geelong Grammar School, and then cruise out towards the far side of the course, Loreto Kirribilli in that dark coloured boat. They look to be in 6th place. Beside them, Scotch Adelaide at 7th, or 6th, I should say, and the Friends School would be 7th, with Commercial St Patrick's composite down this side of the course in 8th spot. So our 4 qualifiers pretty well clear here, and just about settled. Although Wilderness School making a late charge too on Loreto Turak and Loreto Kirribilli, and also the dark blue boat there, trying to get back on terms with our top 4, but I think they've left their run a little bit too late. It's going to be a win here, comfortably enough, to the crew from the Geelong Grammar School, who come across by a length and a quarter. This first semi of the under-19 Women's Coxed 8. Second place will go to Seymour College alongside them. Loreto Turak will hold on for 3rd, and the Wilderness School of Adelaide in 4th spot. So that's our clear top 4. Almost 2 lengths then back to Loretto Kirribilli, who will finish in 5th place. 6th will go to the yellow there of Scotch Adelaide. 7th place, the Friends School from Hobart. And 8th, the All Queensland Composite Crew Commercial and St Patrick's of Townsville.
Progressing through to the final of the Under-19 Women's Coxed Eight from this semi-final will be Geelong Grammar, who took 1st position, Seymour College, who were 2nd, Loretto Turak, who were 3rd, Wilderness School, who were 4th. Dropping out of the event now, Loretto Kirribilli 5th, Scotch College Adelaide 6th, the Friends School 7th, and the commercial St Patrick's College Townsville Composite, who were 8th. The winning time, 3 minutes 35.33 for Geelong Grammar. The margins 4.3 to Seymour College, 3.57 back to Loretto Turak. And we now move to the second semi-final of the Under-19 Women's 8. In lane 1 we have Loretto Turak, in lane 2 Ballarat Grammar, in lane 3 Furbank Grammar, in lane 4 Queenwood, in lane 5 Loretto Normanhurst, in lane 6 the University of Queensland Boat Club, in lane 7 Loretto Ballarat, and in lane 8 Launceston Grammar.
So 2 Lorettos in the first semi and 3 in the second. This is the year 10 or the baby 8 from Loretto Turak, racing there closest to the camera side of the course there in lane number 1. Loretto Normanhurst from Sydney in lane 5 and Loretto Ballarat in lane 7. There's the Ballarat Grammar School crew on screen as well, which is a combination of Alice Booth, Bess Morrison, Cleo Tyndall, Clara Watson, Addison Maxted, Briley Walker, Lily Geddes, Olivia Beachy and Matilda Whitehead, coached by Andy Tyndall and Kylie Lanyon. But they would be probably 2nd Ballarat Grammar School alongside, in fact, 3rd. That's Furbank in the yellow colours, who sits 2nd. Also some yellow there in Loretto Ballarat. So lots of yellow, lots of shades of yellow here across the course. But it's Queenwood who look to be our race leaders here in lane number 4. Lucinda Doku, Isabella Kennedy, Natasha Hughes, Grace Bennett, Zara Taylor, Madeline Wark, Gemma McLaren, Eva Thompson and Melody Yin, coached by Karen Glynn and Ella Davidson. And the yellow there of Furbank just going past our camera. That's the crew of Sophie Nichols, Zoe Page, Sienna Thomas, Olivia McLean, Ella Bailey, Emily Grace, Piper Hallam, Poppy Dalton Morris and Caitlin Barwood. They certainly are our top 2 there, the Queenwood and Furbank combination. So 1 school from Sydney and 1 from Melbourne battling out for the top 2, and great to see 2 Ballarat schools also in the Coxed Eights here contesting the events. And the yellow and blue there of Loretto College Ballarat is very close to the top 3 or 4 here. Their crew is a combination of their Division 1 and 2 Cox 4s. The Division 1 crew were very dominant in Victoria. They won the Head of the Lake and also the head of the schoolgirls in recent weeks, and they're the Under-19 8 state champions in Victoria, where they had a very busy program at the Gambia Lakes that weekend, racing and also the school events as well as the Under-19 8. Their crew is Meg Lynch, Isabella Rosato, Olive Lanyon, Mia McTeague, Jessica Main, Amelia Phillips, Annabelle Patuch, Sophie Robertson and Eliza Dodd, coached by Craig Smith. Amy just back into 4th place now, trailing it of course from the University of Queensland. The only non-school boat in this race, in fact, is that UQ crew. That is there, the yellow and blue of Loretto College Ballarat on screen. And just to the left-hand side of them, we will see the University of Queensland. Pia Hatzapetru, Holly Fleming, Zoe Rossiter, Willa Dunbar, Danielle Watt, Ella Welsh, Gabrielle Ryan, Phoebe Cannon and Lauren Brosnan, coached by Sally Keogh, John Pettigrew and Phil Bourguignon. And that is the crew there in the yellow Empacker, sitting in 2nd place maybe. In fact, now just moving up on Furbank as well. A lot of these crews raced yesterday afternoon, of course, in the heats of this schoolgirl 8, with the exception obviously of the University of Queensland, who can't compete in that particular event, but they certainly can here in the Under-19 8, and sitting I think still just behind that crew from Furbank Grammar in 2nd. Loretto Ballarat ever so narrowly 4th on the other side, ahead of Loretto Normanhurst lane 5, Poppy Russell, Sabine Walton, Juliet Mason, Sophia Terry, Annabelle Roach, Matilda Cronin, Stella Moore, Penny Rose Collins and Indy Witten, coached by Hannah Cowell, Aidan Smith and Kate Crampton. But it is the Queenwood school here really clearing out in this 2nd semi of the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8, the first semi-final won by Geelong Grammar School. And they're through to the final fairly comfortably. And you would think this Queenwood crew will be certainly quite some opposition for Geelong Grammar and the rest of the field when the final comes around on tomorrow's racing program. Furbank still there, just in second. A very tight race, but with the University of Queensland and then Loretto Normanhurst and Loretto Ballarat. I think the two Lorettos will fight out 4th and 5th here, which could make things interesting. Yeah.
Great to see Queenwood performing so strongly here. I think they were a little disappointed with their result at the New South Wales Schoolgirl Head of the River and the state championships. I think they've made 1, possibly 2 changes, looking quite composed and strong here as they come towards the final few metres of the semi-final of the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8.
Yeah, Queenwood clear by a bit over a length. Furbank really racing to stay ahead of University of Queensland and Loretto, Ballarat or Loretto Normanhurst still hard to pick for 4th and 5th. Then Launceston Grammar School the far side, but just closing it down on the line. Queenwood take it out easily, just over a length. Furbank 2nd, University of Queensland 3rd, and Loretto Ballarat, I reckon, will get the final qualifying spot just ahead of Loretto Normanhurst. But it's saying a photo, so we'll wait and see. Launceston Grammar School in 6th position. 7th will go to the crew on this, or the crews on this side. Ballarat Grammar School will be 7th. Loretto Toorak will be 8th. We'll see if I've done a Ben Homer and gone off too early here or not, but it's definitely Loretto who've got 4th place, I can tell you that. Which one? Right. Is anyone's guess.
Yes, of course. So the results that we do know in the second semi-final of the Under-19 Women's Coxed 8 is that the winners were Queenwood in fine style and a time of 6:41.85 provisionally. Second, Furbank Grammar, and we're just waiting for the photo finish to be judged between, University of Queensland Boat Club 3rd, and the photo finishes between Loretto Ballarat and Loretto Normanhurst for the final qualification place. Launceston Grammar 6th, Ballarat Grammar 7th, and Loretto Toorak 8th.
6:41.85 there, about 6 seconds slower, in fact, than the previous semi that Geelong Grammar School won. But I did see Queenwood just really slow down there over the last few strokes.
Indeed.
So we'll bring in that photo shortly.
In the first semi-final of the Under-19 Men's Coxed 8, we have Scotch College from Victoria in lane 1. Okay, the Scots College from New South Wales in lane 2, Hutchins in lane 3, Newington in lane 4, Xavier College in lane 5, Launceston Grammar in lane 6, the Scotch College Adelaide in lane 7, and Hutchins School in lane 8. I'm just going to, interrupt viewing to go to the presentation of medals for the Open Lightweight Men's Coxed 8. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals and the Buckingham Centenary Trophy for the Open Lightweight Men's Coxed 8 Championship of Australia. The medals and trophy will be presented by Peter Anthony, OAM, 3-time Olympian, Olympic and Commonwealth Games gold medalist. In 3rd place, bronze medalists, the North Esk Tasmania University Commercial, University of Queensland and Toowong Composite. Sam Parry from Toowong. Thomas Daly from Toowong. Riley Williams from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Harry Dixon from Commercial. Angus Painter from Tasmania University Boat Club. Laurie Dean from North Esk Rowing Club. Oscar Birtwhistle from North Esk Rowing Club. And Sam Casey from North Esk Rowing Club. And their cox, Grace Bentley from Toowong Rowing Club. The crew is coached by Alex Field, Dion Birtwhistle and Michael Russell. Second and silver medalists representing Barwon, Banks, Mercantile, Fremantle and Wendouree Ballarat. Alex Tomanovitz from Mercantile Rowing Club. Oscar Tyrrell from Mercantile Rowing Club. Charlie McClure from Wendouree Ballarat Rowing Club. Jacob Cassie from Fremantle Rowing Club. Jordan Roberts from Mercantile Rowing Club. Lachlan Zygetter from Banks Rowing Club. Nick Zygetter from Banks Rowing Club. Thomas Hastings from Barwon Rowing Club. And their cox, Arabella Hall from Mercantile Rowing Club. And our gold medalists, national champions for 2025, Army Rowing Node, India. Sani Kumar. Iqbal Singh. Ujwal Kumar Singh. Rohit. Nitin Deo. Ajay Tyagi. Babulal Yadav. Yogesh Kumar. And their cox, Mukul Kumar Rao. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate, also I apologise, Peter Anthony will now present Army Rowing Node India with the Buckingham Centenary Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our champions and all our medalists in the open lightweight men's Coxed 8.
Thank you, Lizzie. And while that presentation was taking place, you may have seen in the background, or for those watching here at the course, a fantastic finish in what was the first semi-final of the under-19 men's Coxed 8, which saw actually a storming finish from the Hutchins School to get themselves up into the top 4 in a qualifying spot. The official results just coming through now. It was tight, but Xavier College won that race. The crew from Melbourne, the Scots School from Sydney was second, Scotch College Adelaide was third, and Hutchins were in fourth place. They were the 4 crews going through from lanes 5, 2, 7 and 3. Newington 5th, Scotch Melbourne were 6th. That's the Division 2A, I think, from Scotch Melbourne. Launceston Grammar School 7th, and the third crew to miss out, and the Hutchins School with 2 crews in the race in lane 8 finished in 8th place. And the margins there were 0.34 first to second, and 0.14 third to fourth. So Hutchins doing a good job to storm home there in that race. And we can also tell you that it was, as suspected, Loretto Ballarat who got through in that very close girls race just a few minutes previous to that. So 0.15 of a second was the margin between 4th and 5th. Loretto Ballarat beating Loretto Normanhurst in race 451. Some close racing on the course, Lizzie, and they're approaching us too in the second semi of the under-19 men's Coxed 8.
Where we have St Peter's College from South Australia in lane 1, Brighton Grammar School in lane 2, Brighton Grammar School in lane 3, the Shaw School of Sydney in lane 4, the Prince Alfred College and Pembroke School Composite from South Australia in lane 5, the King's School Parramatta in lane 6, a composite between St Joseph's College and Sydney University Boat Club in lane 7, and another composite between Prince Alfred and the Pembroke School in lane 8. St Peter's College in lane 1, Joseph Harrington, George Quigley, Louis Von Duser, Oscar Worm, Lawrence Anderson, Emerson Cooper, Hunter Ingham, Marcus Pickard and their cox, Harry Binns.
They're going to run out of time before the race is upon us, Lizzie. They're only about 300 metres out,
right.
but the lead crew is certainly there. And I think we're just one crew short here as well, just to confuse things, trying to work out precisely who's who. Brighton Grammar School is certainly there. They've got 2 crews listed in the race. In fact, Brighton Grammar, and that might be where the absence is. In fact, St Peters are there down lane number 1. But the lead crew looks to be one of those composite crews from, in fact, that's the Shaw School from Sydney that racing in lane 4.
So that's William Kellett, Joshua Frape, Oliver Edwards, Ben McHutchinson, Charlie Galligan, Ollie Harvey, Luke Robinson, Oliver Pallis and Callum Zoo the Cox. They're coached by Jason Baker.
Yeah, and right alongside them, the Prince Alfred Pembroke School composite crew, or the lane 5 combination at least. That's Oliver Smith, Charlie Fremantle, Tom O'Mahony, Alex Lee, Max Garnett, Angus Williams, Angus Fremantle, Nick Christensen, and Alex Hamoud there in that combination with Kings further. In fact, the Kings crew, it is there in second place.
Angus Dugan, Luke Fleet, Sam McLean, Horry Bodman, Hamish Matthews, Will Farrer, Lockie Rogers, Lockie Tyndall, Otto Gerber, their Cox, David Geely, their coach. The University of Queensland Boat Club. In lane 4, a composite between Cand and Swan River. In lane 5, a composite between the University of WA, Swan River Mercantile and West Australian Rowing Club, and Walford Anglican School South Australia in lane 6.
Yeah, some fantastically close 8s racing, as is so often the case here as well. And we've got, again, some 8s on the course now in the under 21 women's Coxed 8. This is the last of our 8s races for now. We'll resume school racing shortly, in fact, with the many repêchages required in the schoolgirls single scull.
We've got Fremantle Rowing Club, Letitia Generat, Charlotte Hansen-Nahoy, another Hansen-Nahoy on the course, Sophia Cross, Bridget Grolton, Nuala Holland, Chloe Flier, Ocean Generat, Emma O'Neill and Isabella Duarte. Coxing. University of Queensland Boat Club is Estella Sands, Sophie Crane, Lily Bragg, Felicity Bishop, Astrid Coates, Nell Murphy, Scarlett Woodbury and Sarah Burke, coxed by Harriet O'Dwyer. The Canned composite in lane 4 is Grace Turnbull, Georgia Campbell, Isabel Edinger, Emma Pittman, Lara Connolly, Grace Louise Moffat, Kelsey Brennan and Millie Campbell, coxed by Helena Herworth. The University of WA composite has Olivia Youngson, Katie Wall, Imogen Hubbard, Jodie Priest, Athena Speranzas, Eloise Adam, Juliet Bird and Grace Oldmedy, coxed by John T. Campbell. And the Walford Anglican School is Madeline Rogers, Olivia Masters, Zara Hutchinson, Harriet Paterson, Charlotte Matthews, Scarlett Brammy, Imogen Griffith and Aurelia Young, coxed by Susanna Hall. So we have 5 crews competing and only 1 to be eliminated, because 4 will progress through to the final from this repêchage. At the moment, it is the Canned Swan River composite at the halfway mark that leads by just 0.71 of a second over the University of Queensland boat. They have a further length over the University of WA composite. Walford Anglicans currently sitting in 4th, but Fremantle in the 5th position are only about half a second behind them. So there is definite pressure for that final 4th qualifying position.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, the race for 4th and 5th effectively, with 4 of these 5 crews going to go through in the under 21 women's Coxed 8. So 2 clear leaders out in front there, which was Cairns Swan River in lane 4, University of Queensland in lane 3. Then a gap of about a length and a half back to the University of Western Australia composite crew. All West Australian, in fact, no, not an all West Australian crew, including 1 or 2 mercantile members, a couple of substitutions into that crew, so they've gone with the Victorians as well in the Uni of WA combination. And then 4th, the far side, the Walford Anglican School from Adelaide, ahead of the Fremantle Rowing Club. So two of the non-composite crews going, it looks like, for one qualifying spot, and the other all one club crew there from the University of Queensland. A pretty comfortable lead out in front, it looks like, too, down lane number 3. Got about half a length on that Cairns Swan River crew alongside them. The rest of the boats certainly picking up here in the last few races. We did see the Ceresifs St Josephs in the previous race. I can confirm now too that they did just miss out on a qualifying spot. The crew from St Joseph, they were 5th. It was St Peter's Adelaide who actually came home very well down the inside lane and came through in 4th spot, it looks like. So yes, qualifiers just confirming first for the last race. First the Shaw School, second the King's School, third Brighton Grammar Lane 3, and 4th St Peter's College, ahead of St Joseph's Composite, who were 5th, and then the 2 composite Prince Alfred College and Pembroke School combinations. And there were some tight margins in that race. 3.08 seconds first to second, but then 0.49, 0.86 and 0.52 as they all crossed the line in quick succession. So here comes this sole repechage of the under-21 women's Coxed 8. Still tight at the top of the field between University of Western Australia's composite crew and the Cairns Swan River crew. So plenty of West Australians showing up in both of these top 2 boats, guaranteed a pretty convincing passage here through to the final tomorrow in the under-21 women's Coxed 8. It's still University of Queensland by probably only a third of a length now, and it's shrinking still with every stroke they take. So do red boats go faster? We'll find out here, because the pink boat is catching up fast, but both are going to go through very, very comfortably indeed. And the University of Queensland will win the sole repechage of the under-21 women's Coxed 8. Cairns and Swan River in second place. Third and fourth will be close, but both are going to go through, and looks like Fremantle Lane 2 will just take third spot over University of Western Australia, Swan River, Mercantile, and the West Australian Rowing Club on lane 5. Just fading a bit there late in the race. The school crew from the Walford Anglican School of Adelaide, they'll finish in 5th place and be the one crew eliminated from this repechage.
So confirming that the University of Queensland Boat Club progressed through to the final of the under-21 women's 8, taking out first position in the repechage. Cairns and Swan River Composite will progress, having placed second, Fremantle placing third, and the University of WA, Swan River, Mercantile and West Australian Composite placed 4th. The winning time 6 minutes 41.73, the margins 1.96. 6.65 and 0.71. So we're back to the schoolgirl single scull, and we have the repechages now to see who progresses through to the quarterfinal. There are 8 repechages to go, with only the first 3 to progress through to the quarterfinal. In race 455, the first of our 8 repechages, we have Chloe Rabbits-Hick of Rockhampton Grammar School in lane 2, Gemma Wyrell of Queenwood in lane 3. She's coached by Kieran Glynn, Zoe Keating and Ashley Fitch. Hannah Johansson of Ferny Grove State High School in lane 4, Annika Gundlach of Kelvin Grove State College in lane 5, and in lane 6, Abby Vence of Bundaberg State High.
Thank you, Lizzie. Taking a well-earned break now after the fast and furious nature of those podcast recording. Stuart John.
Thanks, Richard. It's
tell us the podcast name again.
The podcast name again, Rowing Down Under. I had to think about that for a minute. We've only been doing it for absolutely ages, but it is Hannah Johansson from Ferny Grove State High, and I mentioned who's in the lead through the first 1,000 metres ahead of Annika Gundlach from Kelvin Grove, Chloe Rabbits-Hick from Rockhampton Grammar in 3rd place, and then back a little bit further to Abby Vence from Bundaberg State High and Gemma Wyrell from Queenwood School. So Queenslanders in the top 3 positions, and it is worthwhile pointing out that this will be the only time that I will likely call one of my old high schools. I went to 3 different ones for 3 different reasons,
yes.
but none of which was expelled. But Ferny Grove State High School, great to see them in the school championships.
Yes, yeah, the storied rowing history at the Ferny Grove State High School. Obviously, you're ahead of your time there.
Well, there was no rowing. I only got into rowing at about age 38 or something like that when I moved down to Canberra to take over the running of rowing ACT.
But it's now you're trapped in the cult and you can't get out.
Yeah, look, it's a bit like CrossFit, isn't it?
I was going to say it's a bit like the Hotel California, but you know, you can check out anytime you want, but you can never leave. So, yes, we're all here certainly for at least the week and a fair bit longer, I suspect. But yeah, good lead here certainly to that sculler from Ferny Grove State High School, also a part of the QIS squad, so clearly it's on our timing system. There's been a lead change here. I'm not convinced that is actually the case because the sculler there in the centre lane is certainly very, very comfortably clear. I can't also admit to being an expert in the rowing colours of either Kelvin Grove or Ferny Grove State High, but it is certainly the middle lane there where the lead is, and that is Hannah Johansson, who's coached by Gus Rodero. Annika, good luck for Kelvin Grove. May well be second, however. Coached by Flynn Nation and Nigel Stubbs, so part of the commercial rowing club, I should say, and she's back rowing in the colours there, the light and dark blue of the commercial club. So they are certainly our top 2 as the field continues to move now through the 1500 metre time point. Rockhampton Grammar School 3rd, Chloe Rabbits Hick about 5 seconds behind Good Luck of Kelvin Grove, and Abby Vans 4th for Bundaberg State High School, and Gemma Wyrell of Queenwood in 5th. So Queenslanders, Stuart, 1, 2, 3 and 4 now in this repechage. Yeah,
looking very comfortable out in front, and Hannah Johansson from Ferny Grove State High School with that lead coming into the final 250 metres. And then, as you say there, Richard, it is the battle of the northern suburbs of Brisbane, with Annika Goodlack from Kelvin Grove State College sitting in 2nd place, and Chloe Rabbits Hick from Rockhampton Grammar in lane number 2. So that's they're our 1, 2 and 3 to go through to the quarterfinals of the schoolgirls single sculls. So there's plenty. It's amazing how many entries we've got in these schoolgirls, schoolboy events.
Yeah, it is. It's almost as big a field actually as it was for the under 17 single sculls as well. So about 3 to 4 lengths difference here between these top 2. The battle of the Groves. Hannah Johansson from Ferny Grove State High School. Annika Goodluck of Kelvin Grove, but they'll both comfortably qualify. It will be top 3, in fact, through to the quarterfinals. Back on this side, we have Chloe Rabbits Hick of the Rockhampton Grammar School, who in the red colours there, who looks pretty comfortably in a top 3 spot as well. The far side, Abby Vens of Bundaberg State High, and then Queenwood's Gemma Wyrell. But the order remaining as it's been for quite some time, and a comfortable win coming up, and certainly with a bit more energy left, you would think, for the races still to come. Quarterfinals up next, so plenty of races left in this event, and it's Hannah Johansson of Ferny Grove State High School who takes the win here. Second looks like it'll be Annika Goodluck of Kelvin Grove, who's just been caught a little, it seems, by Chloe Rabbits Hick in the closing stages of the race, but she'll come across about 2 lengths further back. So first to Hannah Johansson, second to Annika Goodluck, third to Chloe Rabbits Hick, 4th place then on the far side, Abby Vens of Bundaberg State High School, and 5th will go to Gemma Wyrell of the Queenwood School.
So Hannah Johansson to go through to the quarterfinals of the schoolgirls single scull, ahead of Annika Goodluck and Chloe Rabbits Hick. So those 3 rowers progressing through with the rest eliminated from this event. Winning time for Hannah Johansson of 8 minutes 29.44. As we move on to the second repechage, and again first 3 through to the quarters. In lane 2 from MLCQ, Alexia Kafasis, coached by David Orchard. In lane 3 from Loretto Normanhurst, Matilda Cronin, coached by Aidan Smith and Kate Crampton. Lane 4 from Corowa Anglican Girls, Elizabeth Robson, coached by Ailish McGrath and Jane Robinson. Lane 5 from Cardinia International College, Eliza Jenkins, coached by Anita Whitehouse. And lane 6 from Adelaide High, Fenella Rodwell, coached by Ella Prow and Zach Martin Petty. It was Eliza Jenkins from Cardinia International College, just with the lead over Elizabeth Robson from Corowa Anglican Girls School, and then back a little bit further, Fenella Rodwell from Adelaide High, who in turn was about 5 seconds ahead of Alexa Kafasis and then Matilda Cronin. So at the moment, it is very much a lead for Eliza Jenkins from Cardinia International College, but only just from Elizabeth Robson. We may find that the two, both being in the qualification position, decide that maybe not to race quite as much, conserve a little bit of that energy. Certainly it's a commanding lead. We don't have the timings. Fenella Rodwell 35 seconds back in third place. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. So both Eliza Jenkins and Elizabeth Robson sitting quite nicely. 10 seconds back to Alexia Kafas.
Winner 2 from the Barwon River in Geelong a week and a half ago. She got up in a very tight finish actually with Constantina Kafasis, who we've seen in this regatta too, rowing for both Yarra Yarra and her school, the Wrighton Girls School. But a good battle there with Eliza Jenkins of Cardinia International College. She was also well performed at the head of the schoolgirls regatta. So two Victorian scullers here, really going stroke for stroke, but both destined, I should say, to very comfortably qualify here through to the next round of racing, the quarterfinals tomorrow. So there'll be 2 races tomorrow for these girls in quarter and semi-finals if they're able to get through to that next round of racing. And it's no great surprise, certainly. You see Elizabeth Robson clear here, although still only a length or so ahead of Eliza Jenkins. So the Corowa Sculler, coached by Ailish McGrath and Jane Robinson. And just about a length now back to Eliza Jenkins, who's coached by Anita Whitehouse at the Cardinia International College, in fact out of the Barwon Rowing Club on the Barwon River in Geelong, and just pushing clear in the end to show she is the fastest sculler. It is Elizabeth Robson of Corowa. So Corowa beats Cardinia, and the third and final qualifying spot's going to go the way, it looks like, of Fenella Rodwell from Adelaide High in the bright orange cap on the far side of the course.
You do like yourself a bright cap?
I do. I'm not sure you need a high-vis cap on the Torrens, do you? There's no city cats going up and down to...
Well, look, you know, but it's always nice to stand out a little bit. Same thing down at West Lakes, I guess.
Yes, this is true. Said those of us who were dressed at one stage this week in their bright yellow volunteer shirts, so there's no way to hide in those either. But yeah, a very distinctive bright orange cap there to Fenella Rodwell, coached by Ella Prow and Zach Martin Petty. She'll finish third and move through to the quarterfinals as well. And Alexia Kafasis, in fact, the younger sister there of Constantina Kafasis, who we mentioned earlier, for MLCQ. It is, I may have said Wrighton, but it's definitely racing here for MLCQ, and she'll finish in 4th place and miss out on a spot going through to the quarterfinals.
It's confirmation of the win for Elizabeth Robson from Corowa Anglican Girls. She'll go through to the quarterfinals along with Eliza Jenkins from Cardinia International College and Fenella Rodwell from Adelaide High. The other 2 scullers being eliminated from this event. We move on to repechage number 3 of the schoolgirls single sculls, and again first 3 through to the quarterfinals with the rest eliminated from this event. In lane number 2 from Ballarat Clarendon College we have Charlie Toey, coached by John Novak. In lane 3 from Sydney Girls High, Xenia Palmer. In lane 4 from Wrighton Girls we have Constantina Kafasis, coached by David Orchard. In lane 5 from Sacred Heart College Geelong, Rio Smith. And lane 6 from Winona, Sophia Stevenson, and she's coached by Sam Fennessy. And through the early stages, it is Constantina Kafasis, the Yarra Yarra sculler, who is leading through the 1500, and she's a couple of seconds ahead of Sacred Heart Geelong, Rio Smith, and then back to Xenia Palmer for Sydney Girls High. I think we normally see Xenia rowing for the Sydney Rowing Club in the sky blue, and they're our 1, 2 and 3 as things stand. And then going back a couple of, we've got Sophia Stevenson from Winona and Charlie Toey from Ballarat Clarendon College. So our first 3 rowers sitting very comfortably out in front, and you can see there the big R of Royton Girls from Konstantina Kafastas.
And the bright yellow cap of Brighton Girls as well, another one that stands out always in a crowded field.
Look, there's a few of them out there. I know Cranbrook have the bright yellow caps as well. I think the Armidale School have some bright caps, some bright bucket hats sometimes.
Yes, indeed they do. And yeah, a number of the Brisbane schools especially, which originally started wearing them for safety reasons after a mishap with the Syndicate probably about 20 years ago now, in fact it was, near the mouth of Breakfast Creek. On the morning I happened to be out coaching at the St Margaret's girls' schools. So one of their eights was hit by a Syndicate, ended up in 3 pieces, but luckily the girls were alert enough to what was going on to get out of the boat and into what we then thought were the chilly waters of the Brisbane River in a July or August morning as it was, but by far the best decision that they made in that situation. So the high-vis caps quickly became part of the uniform after that took place, but fortunately there's been no such similar incident since. There's many more Syndicats now than there were 20 years ago as well. But no problem here, certainly for Konstantina Kafastas of Wrighton Girls. No Syndicats either on the Yarra where she will train, but she's about a length and a half clear of Rio Smith from Sacred Heart Geelong, who of course has raced here for Corio Bay over the course of this regatta as well. So the Geelong-based school there, Sacred Heart College, which is geographically, I think, very close to the Geelong College in pretty much the centre of Geelong. But the win will go the way of Konstantina Kafastas of Wrighton Girls School, coached by David Hawkins. Second to Rio Smith from Sacred Heart, and then third, a leisurely third, and I think you're right, Chris, Senior Palmer has the sky blue blades there, so it does look very much like a Sydney Rowing Club vessel that she is in there, and brings it across the line very comfortably third. So again, she too has been able to maintain some energy for a big day coming up tomorrow if she's to make the semis, and then the final of the schoolgirls singles scull. Ballarat Clarendon, Charlie Toohey, and Winona's Sophia Stevenson. The last two, it looks to be Stevenson narrowly at this stage. The umpires both in the middle of them as well, keeping a watchful eye over the last few strokes of these scullers. Charlie Toohey goes on a late burst for Ballarat Clarendon and might just get there in 4th place, I think. Charlie Toohey, Ballarat Clarendon ahead of Sophia Stevenson of Winona, always fighting for every single place in the race.
Look, that's the way you love to see it. Putting the big strokes in right towards the end to try and pinch that spot. But it is a win for Konstantina Kafastas from Wrighton Girls, ahead of Rio Smith from Sacred Heart College Geelong and Xenia Palmer from Sydney Girls High, with those 3 going through to the quarterfinals. Moving back down the course, we've got repechage number 4, so just the one sculler to miss out. Wesley College, Emily Harridge in lane 3. Grace Holton from Cardinia International College, coached by Anita Whitehouse. Manning Valley Anglican College, Zoe Hutchinson, coached by Murray Dowse. She's in lane 5. And then Bethany Peaty from St Aidan's Anglican Girls School up in Queensland in lane 6. And it is the scullers from Cardinia International College, Manning Valley Anglican and St Aidan's Anglican in 1, 2 and 3 at the moment, with Ebony Harridge from Wesley College just a little ways off the pace. So again, that lovely geographic spread that we love to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And Grace Holton, another head of the schoolgirls finalist. Of course, we talk about that regatta a lot, but it is it's a unique regatta on the Barwon, and often not understood if those who have not seen the course. It is just a 4-lane course. So the reason that even being a finalist is such an achievement at that particular regatta is it means you're already in the top 4. So that the 4-boat final at the head of the schoolgirls, in fact, featured scullers we've seen in the previous 3 races. So Elizabeth Robson of Corowa beating Konstantina Kafastas of Wrighton, who just won the last repechage we've seen. And in 3rd place was Grace Holton of Cardinia International College, who appears in this race and has the race lead as well there, coming down lane number 4. It was about 3 seconds at the 1,000-metre mark. It's, I reckon, a little bit more than that now, as the Cardinia colours there at the bottom left of screen. Grace Holton, a school that doesn't officially have a rowing program anymore, the Cardinia International College, but the girls in that program still train out of the Barwon Rowing Club, but have had some good success there. So again, a bit like lightweight rowing. They haven't been able to kill it off entirely, and it's just continued to get some good results, and it's great to see the Cardinia colours still here racing at the National Championships as well.
Yeah, it was only a couple of years ago that they closed that program down, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, as the name suggests, largely an international school, I think possibly owned by an international entity, and it is the case, as we all well know, that rowing is a fairly expensive sport to participate in.
It's not the cheapest one they've got in the world, and I think one of the things that I've enjoyed seeing over the past 12 months has been the inclusion of the Red Shed down in Canberra, where one of the big pushes that they've got is to try and get state school students included, so students from the non-rowing schools around Canberra. So it'll be interesting to see how that program then develops. So they've got a lot of people that'll come in on the school holidays. They'll have learn to row programs throughout, and then whether or when we start to see some of those students, because I would imagine there would be a fair amount of talent out there that can then go through and row competitively. Yeah,
exactly right. And similar in Geelong as well. We just saw Jeff Sykes present that trophy. We heard about his history, or his support of the lightweight rowing program too. But the Jeff Sykes Rowing Centre was built on the Barwon just a couple of years ago, in between these sheds of, I think it's Geelong Grammar and the Bay Shed further down, a brand new building, which again is designed to support the much smaller Geelong schools find a way on to the water. And it's having some great results down there on the Barwon already. But no such need for that for the sculler here from Cardinia International College, who has a home in the Barwon Rowing Shed on that very popular stretch of the Barwon River, with a couple of schools and a couple of clubs all happily training side by side. But here in the name of Cardinia International College, it is Grace Holton, coached by Anita Whitehouse, who will come across and secure the win by about 4 lengths in this 4th repechage of the schoolgirls single scull. It will be Manning Valley Anglican in 2nd place. Zoe Hutchinson, who's coached by Murray Dowse. She's across the line comfortably as well. And also in a qualifying spot, Bethany Petey of St Aidan's in Brisbane, another school that does still have a rowing program but doesn't now compete in the BSRA, the Brisbane Schoolgirls Rowing Association anymore. So not effectively at the main level of the sport for the Brisbane schools. They race largely against the Gold Coast and other southeast Queensland schools, and another acronym against the Gold Coast All Schools Rowing Association, or GCASRA for those of us who like to say things quickly.
GCASRA, that's a mouthful.
But it's better than saying the full name out loud.
Confirmation of the win for Grace Holton from Cardinia International College. She'll go through to the quarterfinals along with Zoe Hutchinson from Manning Valley Anglican College and Bethany Petey from St Aidan's Anglican Girls School. Winning time there of 8 minutes 21.73. Back down the course, and repechage number 5. 51 entries in the schoolgirls single sculls, and we are on to repechage number 5. So lane 2 from St Brendan Shaw College, Matilda Spalding, coached by Marcel Brown and Lily Barker. Lane 3 from Brisbane State High, Maggie Stafford. Lane 4 also from Brisbane State High, Chelsea Skipper, coached by Kerry Tickle and Peter Wadsworth. In lane number 5 from Perth College, Elsie Griffith, coached by Mark Beer and Jackie Morell. And lane 6 from Bundaberg North State High School, Sarah Wake, coached by Ashlyn Chapman. So again, a few clubs represented here. I think Chelsea Skipper rows with Commercial Rowing Club, and then Sarah Wake would row with the Bundaberg Rowing Club. You have a fairly sizable contingent down.
Yes, they always do travel in such numbers from Bundaberg, and we've heard a lot about rowing courses in Queensland this week, but there's a fantastic course too on the Callan River about 20 minutes outside Bundaberg that I know quite well as well. A number of Queensland Schools Championships regattas raced there over the past couple of decades. A reasonably well-protected course. Does get a bit dusty, as almost every rowing course does, but a good 2,000 metres of flat, wide water, not too far, or sort of between Bundaberg and Gingin, I suppose. So a good course they've got to train on there, as well as the waters of the Burnett River in the centre of town.
Like Burley Griffin doesn't get dusty. It gets very breezy, gets very windy, and you have to be careful not to upset a Governor-General. But although the Governor-General...
she's been busy today, I believe. There's received...
I don't know if she grew up in Canberra, but certainly born down there. Was a member of ANU. She was due to join the ANU 60th anniversary dinner that we had at the end of last year, except for the fact that she had a house guest across from the UK that apparently had to go and that took precedence for some reason.
Oh, protocol is such a complicated thing, but yes, no, a great supporter of the sport. I enjoyed seeing those images of her racing with Rowing Australia CEO Sarah Cook, bedecked in the ACT colours, which I understand you had something to do with arranging.
I had absolutely zero to do with it. I think Sarah Davorin is the guilty party there. But no,
she usually is.
It was a fantastic event. Number one, it was great to see Sarah Cook back in ACT colours.
Yes.
It is her state of origin. She was talent identification at the ACT through the ACT Academy of Sport. And interestingly, I don't know if Sarah knows this story, but I've heard a story that she was actually, they'd done a talent identification run in Canberra, and Sarah wasn't actually originally selected, and then a couple of people dropped out, and that was how we got Sarah Cook into rowing. So she, I think she won a bronze medal for the ACT in the Nell Slatter Trophy back in the mid-2000s or so. But yeah, it was great to have, they were rowing the pair, and then we had double from every rowing school in Canberra. So it was Canberra Girls Grammar, Canberra Grammar, Bradford College, Darren Marlin, I think Arana School were in there as well. So it was fantastic to see.
Yeah,
and
great supporter of rowing, but here comes a pretty tight finish short. We're going with 3 to go through here.
Yeah, look, so it looks like Chelsea Skipper from Brisbane State High has that lead, and then with 3 to go through, we've got 4 across. So it is Elsie Griffith from Perth College, Sarah Wake from Bundaberg North, and Maggie Stafford from Brisbane State High. They're all within a boat length of each other. We've got Chelsea Skipper, confirmation she'll finish in first place and go through. Second place look like it's going to be Maggie Stafford from Brisbane State High School. And then in third, it's, I think it might just be Sarah Wake from Bundaberg North by about the width of a bow number. It's got photo up on the screen. I think it might just have been Sarah Wake though.
Yeah. Well, I think you're right. She was closing fast in the last couple of strokes. Was Elsie Griffith of Perth College, but suspect will just miss out, as will Matilda's 4. May Wayne from Scotch Oakburn College in Launceston is in lane 5. Emerson Martin of All Hallows in 6, and Eve Parker of the MLC School, also from Sydney, is racing in lane 7. And was there a scratching, I think, in this race? We've only got the 4 scullers.
Yeah, it might have been Heidi Heap who's out on this one. So we'll get confirmation on that one. I think through the 1,000 metres, it was May Wayne from Scotch Oakburn College who was leading out Emily Barrett from Presbyterian Ladies College, and then Emerson Martin from All Hallows School up in Queensland, and then Eve Parker from MLC School another 5 seconds back. That was through the 1,000 metres, and you can see there up on the screen. So we've got lanes 7, 6, 5 and 4. So it would be Heidi Heap from Winona School, coached by Rowena Meredith and Tom Schranko. She's got a very busy weekend for very busy week and a very busy weekend coming for the Mossman Rowing Club. So it might have been the reason for the decision there.
Yeah, there's All Hallows towards the far side of the course. Emerson Martin, who's coached by John Pettigrew, so obviously part of the University of Queensland club as well as All Hallows. Richard Powell is the first aid coach, I think still at All Hallows, who've won the past 2 heads of the river up at Lake Warralong in Queensland. So she's in 3rd place, but it is definitely PLC Sydney, our Scotch Oakburn from PLC Sydney, then All Hallows in these 3 qualifying spots.
And we're just
decision yet in the previous race?
We're still it's still unofficial. It does have Sarah Wake still ahead of Elsie Griffith, but that is still unofficial. So once we've got that, we'll be able to bring that through, as we just see here. So through the 1,000. So, well, there might have been an equipment issue with Heidi Heap, because they've just had a timing come up at the 1,000 metres.
No, I think definitely only 4. So I think that's the itchy button finger at this point. There's definitely only 4 scullers on the course at the moment, unless there was an incident in the early stages, but only 4 making their way down. It certainly is the yellow colours of Scotch Oakburn, who picked up a silver medal in racing earlier today as well. So it's been a successful day for the Launceston-based school, and the red colours there in 2nd place. And I can't profess, Stuart, to be an expert on all things colours of Sydney rowing schools, but that I'm hoping is the red of PLC Sydney.
I think you might be right there. The red of Emily Barrett from PLC Sydney in lane number 4. So sitting nicely there in 2nd place ahead of Emerson Martin from All Hallows, and then back to Eve Parker from MLC. So coming into the last 250 metres, and I think we are in for an exciting finish here between May Wayne of Scotch Oakburn and Emily Barrett from Presbyterian Ladies College Sydney. So that gap just starting to close up a little bit. Emily Barrett almost with overlap there over May Wayne from Scotch Oakburn. So it'll be interesting to see if she goes for the sprint through the final stages. And just upping the rate a little bit now, try to get a little bit closer. But again, you know, how much petrol do you use in this scenario when you know that you've already qualified?
Exactly, and they've got potentially 2 races tomorrow. So really, you would think the smart move now is just to having secured the spot, just comfortably row the race out to the finish and make sure there's at least one boat behind in this field of 4, which the top 3 will comfortably do. So I think they have somewhat surprisingly taken our advice, and both May Wayne and Emily Barrett will comfortably come across in the same formation, first and second in the 6th repechage of the schoolgirls single scull. And that bright blue boat there of the All Hallows School will soon be across in 3rd place as well.
And just a reminder for crews, if you are out training, not to cross over the finish line during a race. So not to cross over the finish line during a race, as that does directly impact the photo finish.
Great demonstration there on screen of exactly what happens then.
And it does, so there is somebody that's down. So there's a couple of key things actually. So I've seen someone down at the finish telling people not to go through if they're coming back through. But also you can see if you are coming down towards the finish line, if you've done your training row towards the finish, please stop while a race is coming through. So May Wayne from Scotch Oakburn College taking the win. Emily Barrett from Presbyterian Ladies College in 2nd, with Emerson Martin from All Hallows in 3rd. Those 3 rowers going through to the quarterfinals. As we move back down the course for repechage number 7 of the schoolgirl single sculls. So lane 2 from Amos College, Mia Davis. Lane 3 from Lauders Hill College, Sienna Becker. Lane 4 from Radford College, Natalia Costanzo, coached by Ed Wilkins, India Kazakov and Gordon Marks. Lane 5 from Brisbane Girls Grammar, Olivia Yuen, coached by Ross Batho. And lane 6 from Charlem College, Sophie Evans, and she's coached by Ryan Barber.
Yeah, Shalom College, another of the Bundaberg-based schools here. So you said before they're here in number, and they absolutely are. And just looking ahead to the schedule for tomorrow to see what the workload is like for these athletes. So the 4 quarterfinals of the schoolgirls single scull start at 10:10 tomorrow morning. And then for those who get through from the quarters, will be semi-finals at the end of the main part of the day. So from 2:45 and 2:50, the 2 semi-finals of the schoolgirls single scull. So they'll do tomorrow 2 races in the space of about 4.5 hours, and that's of course assuming this is their only event, which in almost every case it is not. So yeah, big day coming up tomorrow.
Sprint regatta tomorrow.
And that's what I was about to say. The reason we end at the 2,000 metre racing just before 3 p.m. is because from 3:30 we have the sprints on the course, and which is some of the most exciting racing. Well, you saw some 250 metre racing a few weeks ago as well, but the 500 metre short course here at Lake Barrington was fantastic. It was delayed a bit 4 years ago due to a lightning storm came through, and there was a power outage, and as has happened a couple of times, there were fears the sprints would not be able to be squeezed in, but some time was made up and we did get the sprint regatta. But it's always one of the highlights of the National Championship, seeing the 500 metre sprint racing here.
Absolutely, as we just see through 1500, Sienna Becker leading Olivia Yuen and Natalia Costanzo, and then Sophie Evans sitting in 4th place. She's only a couple of seconds back. You can see up on the screen there that there's not a lot to pick between 3rd and 4th. So we'll keep an eye out as to how that one goes. But the key thing will be to try and not finish in the bottom 2 places. So at the moment it is Sophie Evans just outside of that qualification position, but it looks like she's starting to move up nicely on Natalia Costanzo from Radford College. What was a boat length is now closing down very, very quickly.
Good lead still to the sculler from Brisbane there in the mainly purple colours of Livestream Hill College. I think I explained their school location in great detail about this time yesterday when you and I were sitting here, Stuart, but from...
Deja vu all over again.
It is indeed, yeah. High up on the cliffs at Hawthorn, a very, certainly a part of the Brisbane River that I'm fairly familiar with, only about a kilometre or two downstream from the Churchy Boatshed where I started rowing last century while at school.
Last millennium?
Yes, indeed, it was indeed.
Although I think you and I are very similar vintage, so I'm not
yeah,
sure
we're not going to,
we're not going to.
If Chris or Ben were here, we'd be in trouble, but at this stage we're in fairly safe company regardless.
Sophie Evans has moved through Natalia Costanzo here, and she's now up into that third and final qualification position. It will take a big push from the Radford Sculler to be able to go through to the quarterfinals. We can just see them up on the screen at the moment. So it's Sienna Becker with the lead ahead of Olivia Yuen from from Brisbane Girls Grammar, and then back to Sophie Evans from Shalom College in Bundaberg, moving ahead of Natalia Costanzo from Radford College. So it's gone down from a boat length down to almost a boat length up into the final stages now. As we get towards the end, it is going to be Sienna Becker from Lauders Hill College who takes the win in the 7th repechage of the Schoolgirls Single Sculls. Second to Olivia Yuen from Brisbane Girls Grammar School. Third place will go to Sophie Evans from Shalom College in Bundaberg, with Natalia Costanzo just missing out towards the end there, and then back a little bit further to Mia Davis in 5th. So Becker, Yuen and Evans will go through to the quarterfinals in the Schoolgirl Single Sculls.
Lane 2 sculler there, yes. Mia Davis from Mouse College in Rockhampton, so another of the original Queensland cities and schools represented here as we go to the 8th and final repechage in this huge field here of the Schoolgirls Single Scull, by far the biggest entries of any of the school events here. Race 462. It is Elizabeth College of Tasmania, Sarah Midgley in lane 3, St Mary's College of Tasmania, Sarah Thomas in lane 4, St Catherine's School of Sydney, Lucy Hall in lane 5, and Radford College from the ACT, Sophie Fremantle racing in lane 6. And having seen St Mary's College on the program once again, we thank the girls from that school for their assistance with medal presentations over the first 2 days of finals at this regatta. I spent a bit of time down in the presentation tent over the course of the day, and they were very willing and helpful in having the trays ready and ensuring that our presentations ran on time, and often had to show the presenters, who changed over quite regularly, where to stand and what to do between events. So some great work there by St Mary's College of Hobart, and I believe that St Patrick's of Launceston will undertake that key task tomorrow.
Yeah, and one of the things that I do want to point out is that standing where we've done the podcast and we've been standing down near the finish line, what I hadn't realised, what I'd never seen before, was that as crews have finished up, they've rowed past, and then you'll hear particularly the quads, I'll go 3, 2, 1, thank you to the judges as they go past.
Now, I learned this when I was here last year for the Masters, actually, that is very much a Lake Barrington tradition too, because it's not all courses, because the officials do sit here exposed to the elements, which would be nice in the middle of the year, but on an outside sort of almost a cliff or a hill running down towards the finish line, so they are visible and accessible to the athletes. And I understand it's always the case after a race here at Lake Barrington for all the Tasmania regattas that they will go past and thank the officials for their work, which is fantastic and fully appropriate given the volunteer status of all of our officials.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just something that really stood out, and as you say, we don't have it where, you know, the Sydney International Regatta Centre, certainly.
Really cased in glass in a soundproof booth. Yeah,
it's all very lovely and warm and dry, particularly when it's absolutely pelting down with rain and you're expecting to see Noah's Ark come down with 2 of every animal in lane 6. I was very impressed, and it wasn't just the Tasmanian schools that were doing it. There were schools from all around the country who were shouting that out. So I felt like kudos where it was due. Yep,
no, absolutely. It is the case, and long may that continue. But yeah, unfortunately, a bit trickier in some of the other venues to do so immediately after the race. But certainly encourage all athletes to go and find a boat race official when they can. They're pretty easy to spot usually, in their distinctive Australian gear here at this regatta. And of course, we do thank them all. And Bill Webster fulfilling the important role here. Former Australian coxswain, of course, and a long-time member of the Mercantile Rowing Club too in Melbourne. Still does cox from time to time in regattas. I saw him in the water at Australian Henley, but he's in charge of this regatta as the president of the jury all week.
And Catherine Garrington from the ACT was at the Women in Rowing breakfast yesterday. She was on the board of Rowing ACT. She's the assistant president of the jury.
Yes, which I suspect means she will move up to the top job next year, I think is the usual progression. Don't quote me on that, but that has been the case in recent years.
Potentially so. I mean, we're very spoiled down in Canberra. I think we're the only state or territory that have 50% female BROs and, you know, reasonably low average age. There's a big push, particularly from Nick Hunter at ANU, to try and get some of the members of ANU to take part and to learn how to officiate. And the ANU club captain is also here at the moment. Sarah Connor, one of the officials that's out there, got her finished her qualifications at the Nationals last year.
Fantastic. Well, another Sarah here, Sarah Thomas, who's getting plenty of support for St Mary's College of Hobart. She's coached by Declan Martin, and she will secure the win here in this 8th and final repechage of the schoolgirls single scull, and barely looks puffed there either after 2,000 metres down Lake Barrington. I suspect she does know this course well. Time for a few quiet words of encouragement to herself. So it's got a bit more left for the quarters and semis to come tomorrow, and hopefully the final on Sunday as well. Second place goes to Sarah Midgley of Elizabeth College, also in Tasmania. So a Tasmanian Quinella here in this last repechage. Third place to Lucy Hall of the St Catherine's School from Sydney, and fourth place to Sophie Fremantle, who I'd like so much to be a Western Australian, but is in fact a Canberran from Radford College.
Yeah, with Sarah Thomas, Sarah Midgley and Lucy Hall going through to the quarterfinals of the schoolgirls single sculls. As we move back down the course, we are underway in repechage number 1 of the schoolboy single sculls. First 2 through to the semi-finals, with the rest eliminated from this event. In lane number 2 from Newington College, Nicholas Trethui. In lane 5 from St Augustine's, Jason Cow, coached by Amos Noon. Lane 4 from Norwood International High, Nicholas Halulis, coached by Brenton Terrell. And lane 5 from Unity College in South Australia, Archer Buick, coached by Ben Port and Peter Newell.
So a slightly smaller field in the schoolboys single as opposed at least to the schoolgirls single. So no quarterfinals are required here. We go straight to semi-final racing tomorrow. So just one race tomorrow for the athletes that get through here. And those semi-finals will take place straight after the quarterfinals of the schoolgirls single scull, in fact. So at 10:30 and at 10:35 tomorrow. Just 2 semi-finals, fortunately, Stuart. This has been the case throughout this entire regatta. We haven't had quite the 7-lane anomalies of the Nationals from the Gambia Lakes and Champion Lakes, where a different progression system was in place. But
yeah, we haven't had your eye twitching or anything like that
much,
with the three
calmer.
With the 3 semi-finals.
Yeah. I thought it was the fresh air in Tasmania, but maybe it is the absence of 3 semi-finals. I'm not sure.
At the moment, Nicholas Halulis from Norwood International High. We've seen him come down the course a few times and sitting really comfortably out in front. So through 1,500 metres, it is Norwood International High's Nicholas Halulis. And then in behind him, I think we're in for an interesting one here, Richard, in the final stages, because it's only top 2 to go through in the schoolboys single sculls repechages, and Archer Buick and Jason Cow only about a second and a half between the two of them, back a little bit further to Nicholas Trethui from Newington College. So the St Augustine's sculler Jason Cow and Archer Buick from Unity College both battling it out. It is Archer Buick with his bow ball out in front at the moment. It looks like he might just be extending that out a little bit further as they go through the 1,500 metres, and it does look as though Jason Cow has just lost contact through as just after they went through that 1,500 metre timing point. Nicholas Halulis on the front bottom of your screen, and that's a very fetching tan bucket hat.
Yeah, just looking at the colours too on the racing uniform there. That's certainly what I've never seen before.
No, it's unique and to be applauded, and certainly looking very comfortable out in front at the moment. And the the red and whites shell to go with it.
Distinctive. Oh, top mark certainly for colouring and the uniform there. There's no doubt about that for Nicholas Halulis of Norwood International High, coached by Brenton Terrell, and he's pretty comfortably in the top spot here with about 120 metres now to go down to the finish of this first of 4 repêchages in the schoolboys single scull. So as Stuart said, top 2 from each will go through to the semis, along with our top 2 from the 4 heats that took place late about this time yesterday afternoon. In fact, when those races were on the course, but the race for second continues to look somewhat more interesting than the race for first, certainly, as Nicholas Hululis just looks like in a light training paddle as he comes across the line there to secure that win, and he now has done exactly that. So he's through to the semi-finals tomorrow. It's going to be Archer Buick from the Unity College in South Australia. He'll take out the second qualifying spot. So a South Australian Quinella ahead of 2 scullers from New South Wales St Augustine's. Jason Cow will finish 3rd, and Nicholas Trethaway of Newington in 4th place after that first of 4 repêchages. 7:35.27, the provisional time.
Yeah, so Nicholas Hululis from Norwood International High and Archer Buick from Unity College to go through to the semi-finals of the schoolboys single scull. As we move back down the course for the second repechage, and again top 2 through to the semis. In lane number 2 from Adelaide High, Cooper Eaton, coached by Harrison Lindner and Lottie Proud. In lane 3 from Townsville Grammar, Nicholas Beaumont Walsh, coached by Erin McGuffey and Danielle Viven. In lane 4 from Newtown Higher Performing Arts, we have Peter Simkovich, coached by Isaac Shepherd. In lane 5, also from Townsville Grammar, Liam Mackay, coached by Erin McGuffey. And lane 6 from Radford College, Benjamin Beswick, coached by William Hatcher, Stuart Sampson and Gordon Marks.
I think I heard you mention the Newtown High Performing Arts again at about this time yesterday, so I bet you this might now be the second time that this school has appeared in the National Championships after possibly debuting on Thursday.
Yeah, with the heats it would have been. So Peter Simkovich normally rows for the Leichhardt Rowing Club up in Sydney, but obviously, again, because you have to row as your school, he is rowing for the Newtown High of Performing Arts. Not known as a general rowing school.
I mean, it's a sort of performing art, isn't it?
Rowing is a form of performance arts, yes.
I'm not sure what they had in mind when they set the school up, no, but regardless, it's yeah, it's good to see another new and interesting school added to the program here. And whose bright orange cap, of course, it's Adelaide High. Cooper Eaton there for Adelaide High in the high vis orange, and the blades that almost look like they've been pilfered from Sydney Rowing Club, but presumably not the case. But he is closest to our camera side of the course, but not in the top 3. That is them up on screen now, led by Liam Mackay. Was it Benjamin Beswick, who may have narrowly had the lead at halfway, but certainly Mackay from that's an unfortunate coincidence too. So Liam Mackay, who lives in Townsville, not 4 hours down the road in Mackay, is the lead sculler in that dark blue boat. He is coached by Erin McGuffey, and he's got about probably almost half a length now on Benjamin Beswick of Radford College, and Peter Simkovic there, the sculler from the Newtown High of Performing Arts School in Sydney, in the inner west of Sydney, I assume.
I would assume so. He's just getting himself ahead of Benjamin Beswick from Radford College. So you can see there just starting to open up a canvas lead into the 1500. So Liam Mackay, Peter Simkovich and Benjamin Beswick, our 1, 2 and 3, with only the top 2 to go through. So he's even got the Newtown Higher Performing Arts. He's got the Zooty on there. Exactly. It's the acronym on the back. So just a rough stroke there, though, and it's given Benjamin Beswick the chance to really motor through. It's unfortunate that happened right when it was on the screen, but yes. You can see how much that it's actually a really good thing for people who don't row, how much momentum you can lose by taking a dirty stroke, and how much it is really just trying to make sure that your action, but I'm thinking of bowling and cricket, but your technique is easily repeatable, because it is a tail breeze. You can see that on the screen, but it's borderline helpful, unhelpful tail breeze, because it is just a little bit choppy. We'll see some of the rowers, just some of those blades just tapping on the water as they're coming forwards into the catch. And it does mean that it's a little bit harder than what you might necessarily want it to be.
Yeah, no, exactly right. That's always the case. Good rowing looks nice and simple and straightforward, but as soon as it starts to get a bit messy, it can have a very bad effect on boat speed. But it doesn't look like that's an issue here for the sculler from Townsville Grammar School. That's Liam Mackay. They have got two scullers in this race, Townsville Grammar, both in dark-coloured boats. That's the Sykes boat there in the dark blue with some, looks like some red or yellow racing stripes. I'm not sure, but anyway, it's going to be Townsville Grammar School who should take the win here, although he's been chased on either side by Benjamin Beswick and Peter Simkovic, who know they've only got one spot between them unless they can both move past our lead sculler from Townsville Grammar School. But Liam Mackay is just doing enough, keeping up his long, powerful strokes, a fairly low rating, but doing a good job to make sure he stays in front. But second is very tight, and I reckon the far side might just get there. Benjamin Beswick of Radford College in the ACT. Well done there, Liam Mackay of Townsville Grammar, who's happy with that result. Benjamin Beswick will edge out Peter Simkovic of the Newtown High Performing Arts for second and third place. Fourth to Townsville Grammar School, Nicholas Beaumont Walsh, and fifth will be Adelaide High, Cooper Eaton in the bright orange cap down lane number 2.
Benjamin Beswick there from Radford College, taking some deep breaths. He was behind at the 1500 and then really sprinted over that last 200 metres or so, able to get himself through to the semi-final of the schoolboy single sculls along with Liam Mackay from Townsville Grammar. Moving on to repechage number 3, and again top 2 through to the semis, and a couple of Townsville Grammar ones again. In lane 2 from Townsville Grammar, Finn Pacey, coached by Aaron McGuffey and Danielle Viven. In lane 3 from Scotch Oakburn College, Ollie Dowling, coached by Jim Wilson and Andy Dick. In lane 4 from Geneva Christian College, out at Latrobe, just south of Devonport, that is Angus Robertson, coached by Neil Myers. In lane 5 from Marist College, Canberra, Riley Elliott, coached by Tom and Cormac Hayes. And lane 6 from Townsville Grammar, Harry Bunday, coached by Aaron McGuffey and Danielle Viven. So Townsville Grammar bookending this particular race, but at the moment out in front it does look like Geneva Christian's Angus Robertson with that lead.
And I've had to resort to Googling it once again, Stuart, because I saw Geneva and thought we've really gone international here, but Geneva Christian College is actually in Latrobe in Tasmania, which is not too far away. Yeah, exactly, very close to our location. So now you really can feel like you're in the Swiss Alps.
Absolutely. Well, I've been stuck behind their bus a couple of times driving in the morning. The school bus going around and collecting all the kids. But
I've learnt over the years you shouldn't make assumptions about school names and locations, because there's a school in Melbourne, or at least in Victoria, called Toorak College. Yes. Originally formed in the suburb of Toorak last century or slightly before, but have for many years been based at Mount Eliza on the Mornington Peninsula. Now, I didn't know
which is not Toorak.
Yeah, no, and I'm sure you know enough about Victorian geography to know that Mount Eliza is not Toorak. The school is still called Toorak College. And I possibly mistakenly assumed for several years that Toorak College was from Toorak, but was politely corrected at one stage. And I guess, look, if you had a choice between, well, I'm not sure, Toorak or the Peninsula, both rather nice places.
I'm just going to leave that go through to the keeper. I think is probably the safest thing for me there. It is Geneva Christian College's Angus Robertson who has the lead though. Just some interesting steering just out towards the buoy lines a little bit. He's sitting ahead of Scotch Oakburn. Scotch Oakburn sculler Ollie Dowling in second place. So 7 seconds between first and second through the 1500 metres, and then back a little bit further to Riley Elliott from Marist College. Finn Pacey in third place, and then back a little bit further to Riley Elliott, and then again to Harry Bunday from Townsville Grammar. Well, you don't get many schools move though. I think quite difficult to be able to do that. Well, yes.
How do you pick up a school and relocate it entirely? Yeah, I'm not sure that's the case. Loretto College Ballarat have moved, but their original building is now a hotel that actually stayed in during the Victorian Championships Regatta in 2024, and the new school facility has been built right alongside Lake Wendouree. Again, that was some time ago, but yeah, so that's a down the road type move. I still struggle with the Toorak to Mount Eliza move, but yeah, moving a school, generally speaking, not something you do every day.
No, although Canberra Grammar School did begin life in Cooma as I don't think it was Snowy Mountains Grammar, but it was might have been Monero Grammar School, but then it got moved up to Canberra when Canberra became the national capital in the 1920s.
When the rest of the country was dragged kicking and screaming to this lovely new city in the middle of nowhere that was devised as a solution to we can't pick between Sydney and Melbourne as the capital, so we'll send it somewhere else and eventually build a giant lake you can row on in a few years' time.
Absolutely. Well, it was going to be Dalgety, which is even colder again than what Canberra is. Having lived down that way for a few years, it gets a wee bit fresh in the mornings, particularly when you play Aussie rules.
Oh, yes.
And you've only got the singlet top.
I can imagine, but here comes Angus Robertson. There's lots of yelling and screaming and cheering on the bank. It's a local sculler here from the Geneva Christian College who will take the win here in repechage 3 of the schoolboys single scull. The yellow colour is prominent, the Tasmanian colour is prominent here, but because it's Scotch Oakman, Ollie Dowling who will finish in second place. So they'll be the two who go through from repechage number 3 ahead of Finn Pacey from Townsville Grammar, who will finish third. The second Townsville Grammar sculler back in 5th. In fact, the 4th will go to Riley Elliott from Marist College in Canberra, and 5th, Harry Bunday from Townsville Grammar. So 2 Tasmanians are in the race, both through to the semis, which does explain plenty of excited cheers we can hear even up here on level 3 of the David Shear finish tower at Lake Barrington.
Yeah, strong win there for Angus Robertson, Geneva Christian College, and Scotch Oakburn's Ollie Dowling. And again, a reminder that if you are coming up towards the finish line on your training run, please stop and let the race finish up. So we move on to repechage number 4 of the schoolboy single sculls. Top 2 through to the semis in lane 2 from Radford College. Rupert Keeling, coached by Mackenzie Moore, Angus Walker and Gordon Marks. Lane 3 from Trinity Lutheran College, William Horsey, coached by Sam Duncan, Shay Olsen-Jones and Eric Rowan. In lane 4 from Rockhampton Grammar, Oliver Whaling-Kane. In lane 5 from St Bernard's College, Tyler Fitzpatrick, coached by Mark Dwyer. And lane 6 from Manning Valley Anglican, Ryan Watkins, coached by Murray Doust. As we just see Rupert Keeling from Radford College on the screen, and now William Horsey from Trinity Lutheran in that very nice shade of almost Raiders lime green.
Yes, it is indeed. I knew you'd recognise that one, but yeah, nothing like the bright green of the green machine. And Trinity Lutheran have, since they came into rowing in southeast Queensland, and I'll guess it was at least 25 to 30 years ago, probably it began. A number of Gold Coast schools did start to get into rowing in a serious way, beyond, of course, just the Southwood School, who row in the GPS program, and St Hilda's as part of the Brisbane Schoolgirls Rowing Association, but a number of smaller schools around the Gold Coast and even north New South Wales now rowing what we worked out before was known as GCASRA, the Gold Coast All Schools Rowing Association. So Trinity Lutheran College certainly amongst their number, and always distinctive, not quite Somerville House green, because we can't get too confused with bright greens in the same regattas, but it is a pretty familiar shade, a slightly darker green on the Trinity Lutheran boats, but it's bright when you look at it from above. But we go to our leaders, but with just 2 to go through here. Tyler Fitzpatrick of St Bernard's College is our race leader, coached by Mark Dwyer. Inside of him, it'd be Oliver Whaling-Kane of Rockhampton Grammar School in second, and then it's Ryan Watkins from the Murray Valley Anglican College in third place, who's coached by Murray Doust, coming down the far side, also in a greenish looking boat, at least it appears from the above view.
It's out around Taree, Manning Valley?
Yeah, Manning Valley or Grafton. Oh, yes, so certainly that the northern New Englandish region of New South Wales. Maybe even slightly further north now, I think, but certainly, yeah, getting up towards the Queensland border, the Manning Valley. And
still a bit of a drive from either of those places up to the Queensland border.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it is. But now lead sculler here from St Bernard's College, Tyler Fitzpatrick, also a member of the Essendon Rowing Club. I was hoping he'd come down in the black and red of Essendon, because Andrew Guerin, who knows everything about Australian history, answered a question we posed on air yesterday about whether the Essendon Rowing Club copied the colours of the Essendon Football Club, or was it the other way around. And of course, we should have known the answer was that the rowers had it first.
Yes.
But not only that, the black and red colours of the Essendon Rowing Club were chosen by one of the club committee at the time because they were the colours worn by the jockeys on his racehorses. So he liked the black and red from his connection with horse racing, and we well know, as I can throw in Black Caviar and Ngambia Lakes here, the connection between horse racing and rowing. So the black and red then became the colours of the Essendon Rowing Club, and only after that were they copied, plagiarised, stolen, choose your word at will, by the Essendon Football Club, who are still suffering for their misdeeds in doing so about 150 years later. That's my story I'm sticking to.
That is the most peak Victorian story I think I've heard in a very long time. Manning Valley Anglican, just outside of Taree, in a little town called Cundletown, which is just off the Pacific Highway.
Ah, very nice. Okay.
So thank you, Dr. Google.
Thank you, Google. And thank you, Andrew Guerin. And if you want any more stories like that, head to Australian Rowing History. You can spend many, many weeks reading through the pages of Andrew Guerin's fantastic site. He's also here taking photos and presenting medals, doing everything around Australian rowing. But here comes Tyler Fitzpatrick of the Essendon Rowing Club, and here at least of St Bernard's College as well from Melbourne. He gets the win in the 4th repechage of the schoolboys single scull. And alongside him in the red boat, Oliver Whaling Kane from Rockhampton Grammar School will move through to the semi-finals as well. Third in the first of 2 bright green boats, it will be Ryan Watkins from Manning Valley Anglican just outside of Taree. As Stuart said, he'll finish just outside the placings. The Trinity Lutheran sculler from the Gold Coast, William Horsey, is 4th. And Rupert Keeling from Radford College in the ACT will finish in 5th position.
So Tyler Fitzpatrick and Oliver Whaling Kane going through to the semi-finals of the schoolboys single sculls, with the rest eliminated from the event. Bit of a change of pace now here, Richard. We're underway in the schoolgirl Coxed 4 repechages. So back into the crew boats, first 4 through to the semi-final, with the rest through to the C-finals. So Ballarat Clarendon in lane number 1, Genazzano in lane 2, Farn School in lane 3, Roseville lane 4, Loretto Ballarat lane 5, Ballarat Grammar in lane 6, second Farn School crew in lane 7, and Walford Anglican School from South Australia in lane number 8. So all to play for here. We've got a couple from, we've got 4 from Victoria, 3 of which are from Ballarat. We've got a couple from Tasmania and just the 1 from New South Wales.
Yeah, what a surprise to see a Cox 4 race full of schools from Ballarat. That hardly ever happens at this regatta, but they do have 3 here. And coming up next, we've got the schoolboys Cox 4 as well, and a similar story there. Although this is the repechage, of course, a number of crews have already qualified directly through to the semi-finals tomorrow. The crew here from Loretto Ballarat in lane 5 is a Division 2 crew. Their Division 1 crew has already gone through. And that's the Farn School in what I was happy to call it just the orange boat until I was suddenly told it could be ochre or burnt caramel or toffee fudge or something else yesterday. So I'm not sure what's going on there.
Remind me never to send you out for paints.
Well, no, I don't. Look, I don't paint for good reason. So yeah, those sorts of tasks. Yes, no, it's
At least you didn't fail finger painting. As we get Genazzano out in front, and through the 1,000 metres, it was actually Roseville ahead of Genazzano. Not by much though. Ballarat Grammar sitting in 3rd place, and then Loretto Ballarat in 4th. Ballarat Clarendon just a second behind in 5th, and then Farn, Walford Anglican and Farn, the 3 crews just off the pace a little bit. We can see there the great view of the drone. Our 4 leading crews, and I would say that Genazzano have now moved up into 2nd place.
Yeah, Genazzano,
first place.
Yeah, they have taken the lead just here in a school from Melbourne that till recently has largely prioritised 8s over 4s, but especially this season to move back into the Cox 4. They weren't able to compete with some of the big Melbourne schools in the 8, so have found their place now in the Cox 4, where they do compete a lot against the Ballarat school. So that is the crew just in front, and just keep an eye on Ballarat Clarendon on the top right of the screen, just under the Rowing Australia logo. In fact, on the vision that we're watching here. Test for them here, because they are the double defending champions in the schoolgirls at Cox 4. They've had some very strong crews in this event the past 2 or 3 seasons now, winning some national titles both at Ngambia Lakes and over at Champion Lakes in Perth. But of course, as happens with school programs, those very good athletes leave and move on in a couple of cases, like Lucy Richardson and Katie Jackson to the Australian team, and no longer can race for their school. So they've had a bit of a drop-off in the past season or so, but still a chance here to move through to the semis, but they're probably 5th. but we'll toss a coin for first, second and third there after 1,500 metres.
Yeah, Genazzano, Roseville and Ballarat Grammar. Less than a second between those three, and then it is that battle in for fourth place. Loretto Ballarat sitting in fourth place, so they are in that qualification position, and then they're 4 seconds ahead of the crew from Ballarat, Clarendon, Walford Anglican, and then the two Farn schools battling it out for 7th and 8th. So as we just see up on the screen at the moment, it does look to be opening out a little bit. Ballarat, Clarendon with it all to do if they're able to go through into the semi-finals for the schoolgirls Coxed 4. Just the one repechage for this one before we move on to the schoolboys.
Yeah, and that Ballarat Grammar School crew, just checking the names there too, I think is also their Division 2 crew that did win the head of the schoolgirls and the head of Lake, beating Loretto Ballarat. So the two Division 2 crews here from the strong Ballarat schools look set to go through, along with Genazzano and Roseville here in the one and only repechage of the schoolgirls Coxed 4, with about 200 metres to go and still 3 boats across the course here with not much between them at all, but they look all set to qualify.
I wonder, have we, this will be one for Andrew Gearin if he's listening, have we ever had a first and second crew from one school come first and second in one of these 4 or 8 seat boats?
Well, look, I can remember a race a few years ago at Cirque where Scotch College had all 3 spots on the podium in I think it was a Coxed 4. So, yeah, Andrew Gearin, I'm sure he's listening, and will get us an answer before too long. But, yeah, it doesn't happen that often, that's for sure.
And it is the crew over there in lane number 6 from Ballarat Grammar that have moved up into the lead over the final stages. They're sitting ahead of Genazzano and Roseville in second and third, and then next to Roseville, Loretto Ballarat. So it is going to be Ballarat Grammar who will take the heat win ahead of the second place crew from Genazzano. Third will go to Roseville ahead of Loretto Ballarat back in fourth place, and then just missing out on qualification will be the crew from Farn in lane number 3. They had a great final 500 there to be able to move up into 5th place. Ballarat Clarendon finishing in 6th, and then back to Walford Anglican in 7th, and then the second Farn crew in lane number 7 finishing in 8th.
A great finish there by Ballarat Grammar School. Look at the excitement too there in that boat from those girls. They've had a pretty successful season already. Now they've got a repechage win. They'll go through to the semis, and yeah, it'd be amazing to see if a couple of those Ballarat schools could get more than one boat through into the A final as well.
So not quite a short break in the program, but the second repechage was cancelled, so we now have it where the next race coming down the course is the schoolboys Coxed 4s. So this is the repechage number 1 of the schoolboy Coxed 4. We've got a couple of repechages for this one, and they are now underway. Yep. So in lane number 2 from Prince Alfred College, we have Petey Flower, Milo Castaris, Christian Smith, Ethan Haflatis and Tiago Barlow. In lane 3 from the Shaw School, we have Ethan Nahm, Angus Marshall, George Scammell, Connor Glancy and Oscar Miller, coached by Ollie Smith. In lane 4 from St Ignatius College, Jack Hare, Hamish Walker, Thomas McClintock, Thomas Tancred and James Stack, coached by Hugh Courts. In lane 5 we have Damascus College, Sebastian Irwin, Oscar Henderson, Declan Newman, Joachim Henderson, Ray Clark, coached by Cooper Reid, Paul Blanchfield and Brad Butel. In lane 6 from St Joseph's College, Kaya Nevitt, Xavier Gersoy, Henry Campbell, Charlie Wall and Jonathan Yates, coached by Michael Lane, Will Raven and Michael Probert. And lane 7 from Ballarat Grammar, Rex Brennan, Marco Tumalero, Albert Moll, Lawson Smith, Bridget Yap is their coxswain, and they're coached by Paul Myers.
Bright colours there on screen of St Joseph's, or Joey's as they're known, from Sydney. He's certainly resplendent in that shade of pink in the boats and in the caps that they're wearing, so very easy to spot indeed. And Ballarat Grammar School, we just saw a very good finish from them in the schoolgirls Coxed 4, and they've got a crew also here in lane 7 of the boys Coxed 4. Damascus College there, also from Ballarat, of course, in lane 5. So 2 Ballarat schools in this event and or in this race, and several more await them in the semi-finals to come as well.
It is St Ignatius leading out Shaw. Ballarat Grammar just back in 3rd place, then Damascus College, St Joseph's and Prince Alfred College. So only the top 2 to go through to the A final, the rest to go through to the B final in this schoolboy Coxed 4's event.
Yes, so it's another race to follow after this. So it is, yes, a fairly cutthroat elimination process here with just the 2 boats to go through. The crew in lane 4 from St Ignatius there in the blue colours did look to be the very narrow race leaders. 2 Sydney crews, in fact, first and second it was after 500 metres. And there is Damascus College up on screen in the dark green, the green and gold Sykes boat there that they regularly do race in. And,
not sure it quite matches with the purple on the Zooty.
yes, it's certainly a boat that stands out. It's another of the many schools, and a growing program at Damascus College too, which is great to see.
Just see the Shore School on the screen there. Well, they were just on the screen, really motoring through. They had a very strong AA-GPS head of the river up in Sydney, so doing quite well, as did St Ignatius, who won the Schoolboy 8s, and expecting their Schoolboy 8s to be very, very strong again. But, well, this will be something very familiar for followers of Sydney school rowing. It's St Ignatius v Shore in a sweep boat.
Yes, and of course side by side in adjacent lanes there as well, so they'll know where the other crew is located as we see those boats making their way through the middle section now of this course here at Lake Barrington. There was just 0.4 of a second between them after 1,000 metres. They're a little bit past that timing point now, and 1.2 seconds back to Damascus College, but not much at all. And Ballarat Grammar School still there in lane number 7, so it looks like our 2 qualifiers will come from those 4 boats, but the 2 Sydney schools against the 2 Ballarat schools here over the last 800 metres now at Lake Barrington.
It is still St Ignatius leading out Shore, and then only about half a boat length back, the crew from Damascus College, and then Ballarat Grammar sitting in 3rd and 4th respectively. But it's only half a boat length, and as we come into the final 750 metres, I wouldn't be counting out any of these 4 crews that are out towards the front at the moment. We know that there's a big finish coming from some of these crews, and in fact we're just seeing Shore start to row through St Ignatius. So Shore there in the foreground of your picture, they're definitely catching up, and maybe just with that bow ball out in front at the moment. Again, the drone footage is just, it's a commentator's dream, because it's very easy to see as opposed to trying to call it when you're looking down the course and working out exactly who is where. But Shore leading St Ignatius half a boat length back to Damascus College, and then back again to Ballarat Grammar in 4th place. Let's get the times as they go through the 1500, and it is Shore leading, St Ignatius, they're saying, leading out Shore. We'll wait to confirm that, and then Damascus College and Ballarat Grammar not too far behind. So it all to play for. It's only the top 2 to go through to the A final here in this repechage. So these 2 crews at the moment from Shore and St Ignatius, they are half of the second eights. Shore was undefeated during the season up in Sydney in the second eights, but St Ignatius led them until right towards the very end at the AA-GPS head of the river just a week ago. So Shore will want to hold on. They haven't, these 4 boys in the boat haven't lost to St Ignatius all season, and they'll want to keep that going. It's been a great battle paddle down the course. You can see James Stack, the coxswain, Oscar Miller, the coxswain of that Shore boat. He is looking out to his right-hand side continuously, trying to make sure that his boys go through. Damascus, though.
Yeah, they don't look like Damascus College either here. Look at the crew of the green boat coming home, Stuart.
Damascus College are absolutely flying now. They've got themselves part St Ignatius. They are putting on the sprint finish, and it's Damascus College who are now getting up level with the Shore School. Damascus College, are they going to be able to go through and beat Shore? Shore have been undefeated in the 8s, in the second 8s, but Damascus College with an unbelievable finish over the line, just by about the width of the bow number ahead of the Shore School in second place. place. St Ignatius coming in third, and then back to the crew from Ballarat Grammar in fourth, and then the pink caps of St Joseph's in fifth, and Prince Alfred College in sixth. They came from the clouds, Damascus College, but my word, they had a sprint.
They came from the clouds, indeed, and they came from the Coxed heartland of Lake Wendouree, and that was a great finish by Damascus College. Sebastian Irwin, Oscar Henderson, Declan Newman, and Joachim Henderson, the stroke of that boat, Coxed by Ray Clark, and that's a great performance by Damascus College by a quarter of a second over the top of Shaw and St Ignatius, with Ballarat Grammar School there in fourth place, St Joseph's fifth, and Prince Alfred College in sixth. And we'll see those first two crews again in tomorrow's, in fact, straight to the A final, isn't it, of course, here. So Sunday's A final of the Schoolboys Cox 4, no semis required, as we go straight to repechage number 2 to determine our last 2A finalists. Stuart, a field of 6 here. Scots in lane 2, Scotch College Melbourne in 3, St Patrick's of Ballarat in 4, Unley High in lane 5, Launceston Grammar in 6, and Scotch College Melbourne again there in lane number 7.
So we do have a scratching from the Scotch College in lane number 2. So it's just the 5 crews and its top 2 to go through to the finals. So Scotch College, Victoria, Teddy Simons, Maxwell Finlay, Zeki Raphael, Max McCool and Lockie Downs. Lane 4, St Patrick's College, Ballarat, James Clark, Oscar Farrington, Henry Reiner, Lockie Belleville and Charlie Geddes. Lane 5 from Unley High, Luke Beaton, Ben Wilkinson, Will Crowhurst, Evan Harbisher and Charlotte Hill. Lane 6 from Launceston Grammar, Will Hill, Charlie Gabbardy, Henry Oliver, Jasper Brown, Hamish Welch. And lane 7, the second Scotch crew of Flynn O'Halloran, Tom Mitchell, Angus Glastonbury, Toby Marchant and Alex Rademacher.
Come through 1,000 metres already, and we had Damascus College take out the first repechage, and St Patrick's from Ballarat well placed here in the second, 4.61 seconds ahead of Scotch College Melbourne there on lane 3, who we thought was the crew that had scratched from the race. So it was the Scots College of Sydney with a scratching. So I've got, it's getting late in the day here. We've got pen markings all over the page. So yeah, the Scots College, the crew that scratched. So the 2 crews here from Scotch College Melbourne, and the cardinal red colours are prominent on either side of the course. Unley High and Launceston Grammar School are there as well. In fact, Scotch currently 2nd and 5th, with Unley High in 3rd and Launceston Grammar in 4th spot. But that St Patrick's crew, who certainly would fancy their chances here of at least going through to the final of the Schoolboys Cox 4. They finished second in this event this last year, behind probably their traditional rivals, Ballarat Clarendon College, who will have a very good crew waiting in the final. That same crew finished second earlier today in the under-19 Cox 4. And they'll, I suspect, reprise their battle with St Patrick's, although Ballarat Clarendon were far too good at the head of the lake, winning that race by about 17 seconds. But St Patrick's come through 1,500 metres here in a time of 4:55.60, over 7 seconds ahead of those first of 2 crews from Scotch College Melbourne. That's the lane 3 crew of Simons, Finlay, Ruffal, McCool and Downs. And then in 3rd, Launceston Grammar School, about almost 5 seconds further back. So some work to do certainly for them over the concluding 400 metres now of this race. Then Unley High and the second crew from Scotch College Melbourne.
So a little bit closer, a little bit more spread out, in this one. That winning margin for Damascus College over Shaw, 0.17 of a second. And they pretty much only led for the last 5 metres. Yeah.
No, it was a great finish, a well-timed finish indeed. But a lot of the Ballarat rowers were eating last night at the Sheffield pub, actually. So I wonder if that's the perfect tune-up for a great race here at Lake Barrington.
Nothing like a big schnitzel.
Exactly right. And Kindros, you're right, was there as well. We may have been there assisting in the eating process as well. It's a busy place, the Sheffield pub. And I suspect it'll get busier again tonight, so get in early if you're after a table there. But let's watch the concluding strokes of this race, first of all, with St Patrick's College of Ballarat and that distinctive white boat with the green canvases there, of course, in the St Patrick's combination. A well-trained crew here from Lake Wendouree. James Clark, Oscar Farrington, Henry Reiner, Lockie Belleville and Charlie Geddes, coached by David O'Doherty. They're about 2.5 lengths clear of the red colours of Scotch College Melbourne in lane 3, who look to be the second crew who will go through with them. So for the second race in a row, it's a Ballarat school taking out the Schoolboys Cox 4 repechage. St Patrick's first, second to Scotch Melbourne. Third place will be at Launceston Grammar School, lane 6. Fourth then in the centre of the course, the crew from Unley High. And fifth place, the second crew from Scotch Melbourne over in lane 7. Stuart, it's been a pleasure watching all this school racing with you over the last hour or so, but now that he's back from his other business interests, I will leave you in the company for the rest of the day of Chris McCarthy.
Confirmation of the win for St Patrick's College ahead of Scotch College Victoria. Both those crews going through to the A final in the Schoolboys Cox 4. Our thanks to Richard Dorstein for the commentary throughout the school events. As we move on to the next one for the Club Women's Coxless 4s as Chris McCarthy pulls on the cans. And in heat number 1, we've got top 2 through to the final with the rest through to the repechage. And with just the 4 crews that we've got in this event at the moment. So in lane number 2, we have Sydney Rowing Club, Emily Over, Lara Val, Leah Dardis Green, Isabella Niven, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 3, from ANU, Alora Kelly, Brooklyn Leslie, Talia Turnbull and Hannah Tippett, coached by Nigel Harding. Scratching in lane 4. Lane 5 from the University of New South Wales, Annabelle Singh, Elizabeth Raffin, Olivia Zargo, Lisa Matthews, coached by Justin Quigley and Jason and Chris Burns. And then lane 6 from Buckingham Rowing Club, Courtney Blythe, Jess Stevens, Isabel Higgins, Poppy Kennett, and they're coached by Abby Crow. As I am joined just in time for Sydney v ANU side to side, I'm joined by Chris McCarthy, who bleeds everything light blue from Kings to Sydney to New South Wales.
Yep. See this Sydney crew at the moment. Not currently in contention to make the A final here, which will come as some surprise, given they are the reigning champions in this event. But this is the second crew. I think the first crew will be in the next race, but it is the locals. We can see on the screen there from Buckingham, Courtney Blythe, Jess Stevens, Isabel Higgins and Poppy Kennett, who are leading pretty comfortably indeed over the Australian National University, where Stuart will bleed all things dark blue out down in Canberra.
Well, it's white with a couple of shades of blue on the stripes. let's be fair dinkum here.
Yep. But it is ANU now who have moved away from the threat of the University of New South Wales that we can see on the screen there. Annabelle Singh, Elizabeth Raffin, Olivia Zargo and Lisa Matthews, Justin Quigley and Chris Burns, the coaching team there. And that crew currently looking like they'll have to row the repechage tomorrow to make the final of the Club Women's Coxless 4. 2 heats.
Top 2 through to the final, rest through to the repechage. And a reminder again, no composites. This is full club event. Schools can row in these ones. The para-athletes can row. But if you are nominated, if you've rowed for Australia or the under-23s in the past 12 months, or if you are still nominated to row or to trial for the Australian team, then you cannot row in these events. So it is one for the clubbies at the either end of this ANU boat. Hannah Tippett in the stroke seat and Laura Kelly in the bow seats. Both of those winning bronze in the Open Women's Double a little bit earlier on today, with Catherine Kahn and Grace Seifer winning that one. So ANU winning gold and bronze in the Open Women's Double, and now doing quite well here in the 4s.
Yeah, pretty. So with 2 scratchings, that means that in the repechage, there's 4 crews in this race, and in the second heat, we'll see 6 crews line up, provided there's no last-minute scratchings in that event. So there will be top 2 from that heat, top 2 from this heat. 2 of these crews, which at the moment looking like UNSW and Sydney, will be at the repechage, and then 4 of the other crews will be in the repechage, and only 2 of those crews will be knocked out from that repechage. So it may be a bit tiring for some of these crews to be rowing 3 races, and it seems like a bit of a difference between the top crews and the bottom crews in this event. But Buckingham Rowing Club now, the locals here, looking for how good would a home Tasmanian win in the Club 4B on home waters?
I think that would be very popular amongst the locals here, and certainly they're looking very comfortable out in front at the moment. So that is the crew Courtney Blythe, Jess Stevens, Isabel Higgins, Poppy Kennett, coached by Abby Crow, and they've got the bucket rig in there and looking very comfortable. The ANU stroke seed, Hannah Tippett, has rode multiple times for Tasmania in both the Victoria Cup, the women's lightweight quads, and also for Queen's Cup crews for Tasmania as well. So very much a locals. We just see ANU on the screen at the moment in more of the traditional rigging, but they'll be very happy at the moment into the last 250 metres in that second qualification position ahead of the University of New South Wales and then Sydney Rowing Club back in fourth.
Yeah, this UNSW crew is certainly not letting up in the closing stages of this race. In fact, I'd say all four crews still really on the pace here. Buckingham maybe slightly rowing within themselves, but all four crews here having a good go of it despite some considerable margins separating the field here, and would take some disaster in the closing strokes for these four crews not to progress as they have already so far down the course. So in the final few strokes here, the girls from Buckingham will take the win in the first heat of the club women's Coxed 4. Across the line now, about 3 lengths ahead of Australian National University, Laura Kelly, Brooklyn Leslie, Talia Turnbull and Hannah Tippett. Those two crews will be straight through to the A final on Sunday morning. University of New South Wales will cross the line their third to contest tomorrow afternoon's repechage, as will these four girls from Sydney Rowing Club.
So confirmation of the win for Buckingham, with the ANU finishing in second. Those two crews going straight through to the final, with the rest going through to the repechage. As we move back down the course for the second heat of the club women's Coxed 4. So again, top two through to the final. In lane number 2 from the University of Queensland, we have Zoe Rossiter, Ella Welsh, Phoebe Cannon, Willa Dunbar, coached by Sally Keogh and John Pettigrew. Lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Freya Neville, Lucy McLean, Ella Spalding, Isabel Fura, and coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Lane 4 from Banks Rowing Club, Octavia Thompson, Shervis Tang, Sheridan Tang and Janice Kelderman. In lane 5 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Celia Cowan, Victoria Seidel, Anna Collins and Alexis Dorrigy. In lane 6 from Mercantile, Grace Ivers, Tina McCauley, Louisa Stocks, Louise Carr, coached by Peter Somerville. And lane 7 from Mercantile, Eloise Adam, Jemima Dryden, Gabby Price, Athena Sperantis, and they're coached by Zoe Fettig-Wynn. And Chris, this will make you a lot happier. It is the Sky Blue of Sydney Rowing Club who have the lead in this second heat of the club women's 4.
Yeah, return to scheduled programming for Sydney. No, so this club 4 would be the top one from Sydney Rowing Club.
What are the people with the pitchfork and tar doing down at the...
Is that UTS?
Sydney Rowing Club with that lead, looking very comfortable out in front. And then over on the far side, we've got the Mercantile crew in lane number 6, who are only a boat length ahead of the crew from Adelaide Rowing Club in third place. So we'll keep an eye out to see if Adelaide are able to go through Mercantile over those final stages. And then back towards the back of the field, we have the University of Queensland in lane 2, then the Banks Rowing Club in lane number 4, and also the second Mercantile crew in lane number 7.
Yeah, so in all seriousness, no, this Sydney crew, the bow and stroke woman, Freya Neville in the bow, Isabel Farah in the stroke, or at least that is how it is listed on the entries. They were a part of the Club 4 that won this event last year by about 6 seconds from the Buckingham crew, that most of which we saw in the previous race. So no surprise to see them leading this race at by some margin at the 1500 metre mark over the girls from Mercantile, the first of 2 Mercantile crews of Grace Ivers, Tina McCauley, Louisa Stocks, Louise Carr, coached by Peter Somerville, currently running second. And those top 2 crews really separating themselves from the rest of the field. Adelaide Rowing Club in third place at the moment, destined for the repechage. And it is, in fact, as it was on the program. Freya Neville in the bow seat, Lucy McLean in the 2 seat there, Ella Spalding in the 3 seat, Izzy Farah in the stroke seat, and a 4 that has been rowing together for a little bit at various New South Wales events, and currently leading Mercantile by some way, and Mercantile again with almost a length of clear water between their stern and the bow ball of Adelaide Rowing Club, who are currently running 3rd, and looking like they will progress to the repechage.
Sydney Rowing Club with that lead, and then Mercantile. So we've called that, we generally call that a few times over the course of the Nationals.
Yeah,
Sydney and Mercs up the top.
Sydney and Mercantile with a very long history. They compete for the Kaiser Cup before the Head of the Yarra each year in sprint events, and over a couple of distances between their top men's and women's 8s. A very long-standing tradition between those two, the two oldest clubs in the country. As Sydney Rowing Club here having the opportunity to just take things down in the closing stages of the race. Freya Neville, Lucy McLean, Ella Spalding and Izzy Farah take a pretty comfortable win there in the club women's 4. And it will be that Mercantile crew who have run 2nd the whole way down the course, who progress straight through to the A final. Adelaide Rowing Club there. Celia Cowan, Victoria Seidel, Anna Collins and Alexis DeRogi will contest the repechage. Pretty close for 4th and 5th, largely elementary. It is Banks Rowing Club in the centre of the course there, who will just edge out the University of Queensland for 4th and 5th, and the 2nd Mercantile crew on the far side of the course in 6th place.
So confirmation that Sydney Rowing Club and Mercantile in lane 6 to go through to the final of the club women's Coxless 4s, with the rest going through to the repechage. Moving back down, heat number 1 of the club men's Coxless 4s, and again the same progression, the first 2 to go through to the final. Lane 2 from Mercantile Rowing Club, we have Benjamin Whitney, Jackson Morrish, Benjamin Cool and Nicholas Andrew, coached by Tim Frederico. Lane 3 from North Esk, Dion Birtwhistle, Rowan Fenner, Carl Breyer and Jack Barrett, coached by Trevor Barrett. Lane 4 from Melbourne University, Beppa Daly, Nick Atkins, Patrick Rochek and Ted O'Malley. Lane 5 from Mercantile, Alex Tomatovitz, Lachlan Wilmot, Cameron Baird, Oscar Tyrrell, coached by Tim Frederico. Lane 6 from King's College in Queensland, Connor Martin, Mitchell Nelson, Toby Goff-Sasson and Oscar Newbury. Lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Angus Aitken, Tom Cregan, Torin Olsen, Harry Crouch, and they're coached by Shane Mulvaney and Brooke Robertson. And that one there does where I was talking about.
I think we've had a restart, actually, Stuart, in this event.
We have had a restart.
Yeah, so the timing on mine's saying 3.5 minutes, but moving back to the start, I wonder if that was a breakage. You can see someone turning around there in the Mercantile for having a look at something in the boat, and hopefully they can get that sorted out relatively quickly. We can get underway.
I was just saying there, Chris, that in the King's College crew, say that 3 times fast. On the second from the left, Toby Goff-Sasson, who rowed for Australia last year at the Paralympics.
Yes, as you said, para-rowers are eligible to compete in the club events. And we can see this is, I think, a new view that we've had on the live stream this week, and the view that the aligners see on the edge of the starting blocks, where you see a held start down at the 2,000 metre mark, but the held start and the boat holders, which we're very thankful to the boat holders. It's not an easy job there in the Tasmanian sun to sit there all day, and they generally get the crews aligned as we see whatever's going on in this Mercantile boat.
Looks like it might be a foot plate or something like that, the way that he's turned around, and then they've got the stroke seat just holding on to that oar. They've moved it across, but it may be a bit of an issue.
Yeah, I do wonder how long they'll wait this race out for, because generally if you're not ready for the start, the race does need to just go on. So I think
would they need to
reasonably generous from the starters to be holding the race here, actually.
Well, do they need to finish at least to be able to go through to the repechages, because this is the heat, so they do have that opportunity to go through to the reps, and I think they're just moving it back towards the start, and we may just see that 3-seat Cameron Baird
I think they just need a start to be eligible to row the repechage.
Yeah, because we've seen it we saw it at Perth a couple of years ago, I think in one of the single scull events, where there was a rower who fell in, got back into the boat, finished about a minute and a half behind, but that meant that she was then eligible to go through to the repechages and then actually won through in the repechages.
Yeah, if someone wants to check the
Rules of
Australia
racing.
rules of racing to see what would leave you eligible, but everyone in the mercantile boat looks to be facing the right direction now, and crew's just getting realigned and starting to straighten up on the start blocks. So we'll looks like they've possibly fixed that issue. That's the mercantile crew in the centre of the course. Alex Tomanovitz, Lockie Wilmot, Cameron Baird, and Oscar Tyrrell. So Oscar.
I just had a notification come up on my smartwatch, and I thought, oh, somebody's got in very quick with that result. But no, it was ABC News about the election.
Yeah, election has been called this morning. Anthony Albanese says he's born ready. That's the headline that I saw.
I've been too busy checking out the Sheffield Shield score. Queensland v South Australia.
I thought you were about to say you're too busy at the Sheffield Hotel.
No, I haven't done that.
Sheffield Hotel doing a great job running our Row Union marquee, which is absolutely bustling down there. And I'm sure our co-commentator Richard Dorstein has found himself a seat, and with the amount of plugs we've been giving them, hopefully he's found himself a complimentary beverage. So we are all lined up, ready to go now on at the start line. The first heat, the club men's Coxless 4. 2 mercantile crews in this race. Locals from Tasmania, North Esk, a Melbourne Uni crew, King's College in Queensland, part of the University of Queensland, and Sydney Rowing Club. Left-hand side of your picture on the far side of the course.
Another notification that I did just get through is that the latest episode of the Rowing Down Under podcast has just bounced into wherever you get your podcasts from.
Yep, Rowing Down Under, that's what I've been doing all day, is getting that ready. We've lucky enough to have a chat with Alex Moylan, Ant de Cosmo, and Verena Zilm from the winning lightweight women's 8. First time that was run just after the lunch break, which was fantastic to see. Got their thoughts on everything, and them telling us about the journey that they went through to get that 8 added to the program, and the support that they've gotten, which is fantastic to hear. Also had a chat with Emma Dyke from Melbourne University Boat Club, who might be just watching one of these crews now, but they went back to back this morning with the under-21 Coxed 4s in both the men's and the women's, which was a great row from both of those 4s after some slightly disappointing results in the rougher waters in the pairs, the under-21 pairs for that club. So we went through all of that. So once racing is finished, Rowing Down Under, wherever you get your podcasts, if you want to hear a little bit more from Stuart and myself. But we are off and racing, Stuart.
Yeah, that's probably not the way to sell it. No, we are off and racing now. So Mercantile, North Esk, Melbourne University Mercantile, the King's College in Queensland, and then Sydney Rowing Club over in lane number 7. So we'll keep an eye out on these crews as they come on down the course. So just through the early stages, you can see there a lot of power coming down in these crews, and absolutely motoring through. So it'll be a fascinating race. It's there's certainly a lot of strength in this particular event, and I'll be fascinated to see exactly who's going to be able to walk away with it. We've seen a few of these rowers, particularly the Melbourne University rowers. I think we saw them a little bit earlier on today, rowing in some of the men's 4s. So the Ben Daly, Kirk Bryant, and Idle winning the under-21 Coxed 4s. A little bit early on, so
one of those 4s that we just spoke about.
One of those 4s we have just spoken about. Alex Tomanovitz from Mercantile Rowing Club. We actually saw him rowing for the ACT last year in the first ACT Penrith Cup that we'd had since 2019, when a very strong crew of Tom Perry, Hamish Harding, and the other 2 completely escape me now. But it was a very quick crew. That one won consecutive bronze medals. So he was rowing Alex Tomanovitz had spent a bit of time at Canberra Rowing Club, and he was rowing there with Ishan Shalika, Jono Adams in there as well, and I think Matty Ricard, who we'll see back for the ACT in the Penrith Cup on Sunday. So really looking forward to that interstate as we just see there our crews on the screen. It is Sydney Rowing Club with that lead through the early stages ahead of North Esk in that lovely blue shell, sitting in second place. So that's our 1 and 2. And then it was Sydney leading North Esk through 500, and then Mercantile, Melbourne University, Mercantile, and then the King's College crew in 6th.
Yep, very experienced crew in these club categories from Sydney Rowing Club. Tom Cregan in the bow seat and Torrin Olsen in the 3 seat were both a part of the crew that won this event last year. Tom Cregan actually this year is going for 3 years in a row in the Club Men's 8, and I think he'll be the first person to ever do that. And I think Torrin Olsen would be as well, 3 years in that crew, and we'll see them line up in the 8s. Sydney with 2 8s entered in the Club Men's 8 on Sunday, and that one is a straight final this year. But top 2 through to the final, and Sydney with 3 minutes to the 1,000-metre mark. A very rapid time indeed in these Club 4s. To put that in perspective, the National Training Centre 4 that we saw come down earlier today, or Part National Training Centre, that did 5:59. And these boys have just done 3 minutes to the 1,000-metre mark. So very, very impressive time from this crew. I know the boys in this club squad, they're targeting the Henley Royal Regatta either in an 8 or a 4, or that's all not decided yet, I don't think. So be interesting to see these boys progress through the regatta when they combine with one of their other 4s into an 8 as well. So Harry Crouch in the stroke seat. Speaking of the Henley Royal Regatta, rode for Oxford Brooks last year in the Ladies Challenge Plate crew for intermediate 8s, so sort of under 23 level 8s for those who aren't familiar with the Henley events. And they were the losing finalists, or losing semi-finalists rather, on the Saturday to a very quick Cambridge Boat Club crew in that event. But at the moment, the locals from Tasmania, we saw 3/4 of them take a fantastic bronze medal in that Open Men's 4 race this morning. That's the combination, second from the right of your picture, Dion Birtwhistle, Rowan Fenner, Carl Breer and Jack Barrett, and one change in there, so it might only be half the crew from this morning. But that crew were very pleased to be standing on the podium with some of the best oarsmen in the country, and looking to be a threat here in the Club Men's 4. But this Sydney crew, 4:35, so slowing a little in the third 500. Almost 5 seconds ahead of North Esk right now. The challenge coming from the 2 Boathouse Drive combinations, Mercantile and Melbourne University Boat Club in lanes 4 and 2 respectively. So the Mercantile crew in lane 2 ahead of the Mercantile crew in lane 5 that we saw with that issue on the start line. Crew in lane 2 there, Ben Whitney, Jackson Morris, Benjamin Cool and Nicholas Andrew, coached by Tim Frederico, who are currently just 0.86 of a second behind that Melbourne Uni crew that we spoke about earlier. You can see on the screen there, those 2 crews, the 2 looking to upset North Esk's lead. But North Esk, over the last 500 metres, have really stretched out in this competition. Mercantile really throwing the kitchen sink at it as they cross the 1,750 metre mark. The angle on your screen there, a little deceptive. I think it is a little bit closer than it looks. This Sydney Rowing Club crew just looking very, very comfortable in the closing stages of this race, and they'll almost certainly progress through to the final. North Esk have seen the danger of the sprint coming from either side of them, and they will lift to try and make sure that they are not under threat of having to row repechage in this event. They've already had a few races under the legs in the last day or 2, and they won't want to add any more as they challenge for a medal in the Club Men's Coxed 4 on Sunday. Mercantile coming home strong, but it won't be enough here. Melbourne University, they've decided to leave their dickies for the repechage there. So it'll be Sydney across the line first, North Esk in second, Mercantile will row the repechage, as will Melbourne University Boat Club, the second Mercantile crew, and King's College from Queensland over on the far side of the course.
Confirmation of the win for Sydney Rowing Club in the Club Men's Coxless 4s. They'll go through to the final, as will the crew from North Esk Rowing Club, with the rest going through to the repechage. Moving on to our second heat of the Club Men's 4. And it is Sydney Rowing Club in lane number 2, Buckingham in lane 3, Swan River in lane 4, Sydney in lane 5, Wendouree Ballarat lane 6, and then UTS Haberfield in lane 7. In fact, we do have a scratching from the Swan River Rowing Club. So it is Sydney, Buckingham, Sydney, Wendouree Ballarat and UTS. And in something that has made Chris very happy indeed, the top 2 crews are Sydney and Sydney ahead of UTS.
Yep, so this will be Sydney's second and third crews in this event. I'm not going to be bold enough to say which one's the second and which one's the third crew, as they are pretty evenly matched. But at the moment, it's the combination in lane 2 of Jimmy Harlow, Charlie Hine. I think the crews may be a little bit different to what we've got the draw in front of me, so I'll just pull up the live results, as I think they've maybe shuffled things around in the last couple of, we only put that substitution in very recently. So the crew that's leading is Galen Quinn, Charlie Hine, Hugh Harold and Mac Bucknell. We can see big Galen Quinn, the graduate from the University of Wisconsin, in the 3 seat. So Hugh Harold, Charlie Hine, Galen Quinn, Mac Bucknell in that leading crew.
The newly engaged Galen Quinn.
Newly engaged Galen Quinn. I think the whole rowing world's going to know by now. I think I've mentioned it that many bloody times. But yeah, the big friendly American there. And they are leading their second crew at this stage of the race as they come through the 1,000-metre mark. It is still that second crew of Jerry Anderson, Nick Miro, Pasha Bevan and Ben Muffett, who are sitting in second place. That's the second crew that we can see in the centre of the picture there. Just about a length and a half behind their first crew. UTS Haberfield on the far side of the course there. That's Edward Kelly, Hunter Hyde, Marcus Black and Will Clubb, coached by Matai Sungamak and Tim McLaren. And they're trailing these Sydney crews by some way at this point, and it will take a bit of an effort in the second 1,000 metres of this race to overturn these 2 crews. No doubt these Sydney crews will be eager to prove themselves against the first crew in the last race, because 3:02 to the 1,000-metre mark. It's a little bit behind, but if they can stay with it in the second 1,000 metres and maybe just keep themselves out of the buoy line, then they will be every bit the chance at beating that time. 6:10 in the first heat, which very, very impressive indeed for a club Coxless 4. I think the second crew might be mounting a bit of a challenge here actually in as they approach the 1,500-metre timing point. So we get an idea, 2.44 seconds was the margin at the 1,000-metre mark. And yeah, that second crew with a bit of overlap now on the first crew. So the Bucknell stroked crew there, coming through the 1,500-metre mark. Not slowing too much in that third 500, and that margin staying relatively similar, 2.83 seconds. Now, the battle of those 2 Sky Blue crews continues into the last 500. UTS Haberfield back in third. Looks like they've switched things off, conserving some energy for the repechage. And they're some way ahead of Wendouree Ballarat in 4th and Buckingham in 5th, unable to replicate a very classy women's crew that we saw in the first heat of the Club Women's 4 a little while ago. I think it'll be interesting, this UTS crew up against the Melbourne Uni and Mercantile crews we saw in the last race. They seem to be a very, very similar speed indeed. And yeah, I think a little bit of bragging rights on the line between these 2 Sydney crews now.
It is the Sydney crew in the middle, in the closest to the grandstand, who still has that lead, but we're seeing the push come from the second Sydney crew over in lane number 5. So no easing up, and plenty of intra-club rivalry up for grabs. UTS back in third place, and a little bit behind them, we've got the crew from Wendouree Ballarat leading out the crew from Buckingham Rowing Club, as the winning Sydney crew from the first heat is currently going past the podium and cheering on the other 2 crews. But it is the 2 Sydney crews out in front, almost neck and neck. It's the crew in lane 5 who have managed to really push themselves up there. And now, are they able to go past them? They're in now to the final stages. It is the first Sydney crew in lane number 2 that just lifts enough to get over the line by about half a canvas over the second Sydney crew in lane number 5. So it's there's 4 finalists so far in the Club Men's 4. 3 of them row for Sydney Rowing Club. Coming through in third place, taking it right down towards the end, will be the crew from UTS Haberfield, and then in behind them in fourth place. Well, it's an evenly matched battle for fourth, but it will just be Buckingham over the top of Wendouree Ballarat in a winning time there of 6 minutes 13.36. So Sydney and Sydney going through to the final of the Club Men's Coxless Fours.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of games there. That leading crew, stroked by Mac Bucknell, just brought things down in the closing stages. Looked over and saw the danger from their club mates and lifted right at the very last second. They couldn't have left it a stroke later, or they would have come second, and a lot of bragging rights on the line there. I'm going to be very interested to see these three crews go up against each other in the final, because that time only marginally slower, and they did let off in that last 500 metres. So very interesting. You
will be sitting there with a bag of popcorn ready to go. Moving back down the course, and on the screen at the moment is the first rapid charge of the schoolgirl double sculls. In lane 1 from Unity College in Queensland, Sienna Watkins and Mackenzie Milne, coached by Ben Port and Peter Newell. In lane 2 from Murray Bridge High in South Australia, Ella Davey and Lillian Hall, also coached by Ben Port and Peter Newell, so very busy men. In lane 3 from Pembroke School in South Australia, Matilda Liu and Evie Barras, coached by Amanda Sparks. Lane 4 from Shenton College, Sierra Esseltine and Ava Burlinson, coached by Jacob Sangster and Maisie Dawson. Lane 5 from All Hallows School, Evie Kendall and Amelia Moore. Lane 6 from Perth College, Grace Blair and Ilya Almasi, coached by Jackie Morell and Elia Poeta. And lane 7 from Guildford Young College in Tasmania, Zoe Brooks and Abby Smith, and they're coached by Sean Finlayson.
It is the girls from All Hallows, Evie Kendall, Amelia Moore in lane 5, who are currently leading this first and only repechage of the schoolgirls double scull. Top 4 to contest the semi-final. The remainder of the crews, the other 3 crews in this race, will be eliminated. So All Hallows leading the charge there, and by some margin, 5.6 seconds back to Pembroke School in South Australia. Perth College sitting 3rd at the moment, and Guildford Young here in Tasmania in 4th, but pretty close for 4th and 5th, with Shenton College over in WA in lane 4, who we can just see trailing that pack, but very close indeed to the crew on the far left of your picture from Guildford Young, Zoe Brooks and Abby Smith, who will be looking to hold off that charge and keep the dream alive here in the schoolgirl double.
All Hallows leading out Pembroke School, as we can just see there. The crew from Unity College in Queensland, that's Sienna Watkins and Mackenzie Milne in lane number 1, coming down the course as we have a look out coming now towards the 1250 metre mark. It's still All Hallows leading out the Pembroke School. Bit of a push coming here though from Perth College in lane number 6, and also Guildford Young College in lane 7, and then not too far back to the crew from Shenton College in lane number 4. So there's 4 crews to go through to the semi-final, with the rest eliminated from this event, and it does look like there's really only the 2 crews in lanes 1 and 2. So that's Unity College in lane number 1, and then Murray Bridge High in lane number 2, that certainly have it all to do through the final 750 metres or so.
Yeah, certainly the Tasmanians there in Station 7 in what looks like, to the pleasure of Richard Dorstein, a red Tasmania University Boat Club boat over there, currently in the qualification spots. A good boat length clear now, or almost a boat length clear of Shenton College from Western Australia. That's Sierra Esseltine and Ava Burlinson. Unity College from South Australia, 2 South Australian crews rather, along with Murray Bridge High currently running 6th and 7th in this race.
We just see them through the 1500 timing point. Perth, All Hallows with the lead. Pembroke School just ahead of Perth College. Guildford Young just ahead of Shenton College. So it all to play for through the final stages. And again, you can't count out, Chris, particularly in some of these events, where you do see crews go out hard right at the start, and then through the last 500 metres trying desperately to hold on, and all of a sudden that last 500 metres it just feels like you're trying to row through honey.
Yeah, absolutely. And in these quick conditions as well, it probably rowing like honeycomb, it might be the wrong analogy for what I'm trying to say here, but it can be really hard just to get a grip on the blades and really accelerate the boat and lift that boat speed in the closing strokes. So yeah, it's certainly difficult at this stage of the race to lift and mount a challenge. But the double scull, it's a slow boat. You can change the speed quicker. You know, you've only got 2 people to coordinate to lift that rate and lift the power together. So it'll be interesting to see if these girls from Shenton College can get themselves back up into a qualification spot all the way from West Australia. I'm sure they will very much be wanting to make sure they make at least the semi-final here, as the 2 girls from All Hallows, Evie Kendall and Amelia Moore, really walk away with this race.
Yeah, it's been a good row from the All Hallows crew of Kendall and Moore. They've led out through most of the race and really starting to put the foot down a little bit now. A couple across from them, we've got the Pembroke School, that is Lou and Barras, and then they're battling it out with Perth College, Blair and Al Massey, to try and hold on to that 3rd place. The big push coming from Guildford Young College over on the far side. That's Brooks and Smith. And then back a little bit further to Shenton College, Esseltine and Burlinson, who are probably just out of it at the moment. Confirmation of the win for All Hallows. They will go through to the semi-final. Joining them will be the crews from the crews from Perth College and Pembroke School. 4th place will go to Guildford Young. That's Zoe Brooks and Abby Smith. They finish just a 1.5 seconds ahead of the crew from Shenton College, Sierra Esseltine and Ava Burlinson, who in turn will finish ahead of the crew from Murray Bridge High, Ella Davey and Lillian Hoare, and then Unity College's Sienna Watkins and Mackenzie Milne finishing in 7th.
Yeah, we were due to have a short break in the program, or at least one race with no repecharges required in the schoolboy double sculls, but we are catching up rapidly. We're slightly behind, but almost back on time now after that delay earlier on in the afternoon with the Club 4s, but we will move down to race 477 that's approaching the 1500 metre mark. The repecharge, sole repecharge, the under 21 women's quad scull.
In lane 2, we have a Rockhampton Fitzroy and Maroochy River Composite. Lane 3, we have Fremantle Rowing Club. Lane 4, Adelaide University. Lane 5, Mercantile Rowing Club. And lane 6, Surfers Paradise, Commercial and Toowong. So again, a few of these rowers we've seen go down a few times. The Adelaide University crew out in front at the moment. That is Carolyn McNally, Anya Felderhoff, Daisy Holland, Emily Lang, coached by Mitch Parker and Christine McLaren. That is moving very nicely, as I would expect, by a Christine McLaren coached crew, but also a number of those women will be competing in the South Australian Youth 8. So looking forward to seeing how they go down the course a little bit later on. Mercantile sitting in 2nd place. It's top 4 to go through, so the key thing is not to come last.
Yeah, so I wouldn't be too surprised at this Adelaide University crew. They only missed out on qualification directly to the final in the heat by 1.8 seconds. And in fact, they were pretty much neck and neck with a very strong West Australian crew the entire way down the course. The second heat with Mercantile and Fremantle was a little bit slower than the first heat, but good to see that these Mercantile girls obviously found a little bit of speed in between yesterday's racing and now up and competitive with this very classy looking Adelaide University combination. That's the crew that we're looking at the backs of at the moment, of Caroline McNally, Anya Felderhoff, Daisy Holland and Emily Lang, who now have about 2 boats to lead over Mercantile's Mia Harrison, Gabby Price, Clodagh McCarthy and Zoe Core, coached by Zoe Fettig-Wynn. Will be Adelaide Uni and then Mercantile, 4 through to the final here, only 1 to miss out. And does look like that one crew to miss out in the centre of the course will be that Fremantle combination, as Adelaide Uni first across the line, followed by Mercantile in 2nd. The Licorice All Sorts crew on the far side from Surfers Paradise, Commercial and Toowong Rowing Clubs in 3rd place. The Rockhampton Fitzroy and Maroochy River Rowing Club crew on the near side in 4th. And the Fremantle combination there to miss out on the event, on the A final.
Confirmation, Adelaide University Mercantile, Surfers Paradise Composite and the Rockhampton Fitzroy Composite all to go through to the final of the Under-21 Women's Quad Sculls. As we await the start, just looking down the course at the moment, so we're just waiting on the start now of our next race, and it's the repechage of the Under-21 Men's Coxed 8. So a few composite crews in this one. In lane number 2, we have a University of Queensland, Sydney University and Surfers Paradise Composite. You can see them on the screen now. So that's Sebastian Atherton, William Fuller, Caden Miller-Wright, Jeffrey Warren, Jed Galley, Conrad Scott, Alexander Tetley, Joseph Tin and Chloe Giuretta is their coxswain. In behind them in the yellow Empacker shell as they just get underway, it is a Melbourne University Wendouree Ballarat composite of James Forsyth, Corey Johnson, Matthew English, Harvey Stewart, Charlie White, Ted O'Malley, Bep Daly and Max Boycott, coxed by Jasmine Abella. In lane 4 from Fremantle, Swan River and the West Australian composites. This is their West Australian Youth 8s that will participate on Sunday. That's Liam Jaeger, Blair Parnell, Remy Payne, William Main, Antony Rabinski, Thomas Bias, Quinton Marquetos, Liam Davis and Harrison Ranger. So just confirmation, it's not quite the...
No, it's kind of a second Youth 8 from West Australia. Yep, their first Youth 8 laid down a very impressive marker in the heats yesterday and will probably be the crew to beat in this event.
That is correct. That's where I'm getting mistaken. The Sydney University, Newcastle University composite in lane 5. That's Finlay Mitchell, Jack Cullen, Alfred McLean, Angus Mitchell, Trefon Stamboli from Newcastle University, and then Gus Solka, Campbell Wickham, William Rogers and Jonathan Yates, coached by Simon Huxley, Peter Warne and Will Raven. And then lane 6 from Mercantile, we have Lockie Roberts, Sam Chin, Joe Lee Conway, Ethan Brown, Edward Burgess, Alessandro Murrow, James Simpson, Matisse Kerr and Zane Tackler is their coxswain, as we just see there. The Fremantle composite crew on the screen, that is the Sydney University, Newcastle University composite with Trefon Stamboli, the Blue Zooty of Newcastle University Boat Club in the middle of the Sydney University crews. So that's the crew in lane number 5. The coxswain there, that is Jonathan Yates, really making sure that his boys put in the hard yakka.
Yeah, so an interesting makeup of this race. A lot of these crews pretty tightly left out of direct finals qualification. The Fremantle composite there in the centre of the course, only very, very narrowly indeed by 0.18 of a second behind Adelaide Uni in the second heat of this event. And then the Sydney University crew with Newcastle University, that's essentially Sydney Uni's top under-21 8. The other composite crew is their second under-21 8. That crew only missed out by 1.89 of a second, but I think it was a little bit closer in the early stages of that race behind UTS Haberfield, who qualified directly to the final. That's the second 8 on the field there, rowing in that grey Filippi shell. So top 4 in this event through to the final, the remainder eliminated. So it'll only be one crew missing out on the final of the under-21 8, the first time ever that we've had the under-21 8 at the National Championships. Or I think Richard mentioned, I think we maybe have had it before, but quite a long time ago. So maybe a return to the program of what's becoming a very hotly contested event indeed. And I think, interestingly, this Melbourne University crew, so a few of these gents won the 4 earlier today, but Bep Daly and Ted O'Malley, they were in the Club 4 just half an hour ago. Had an absolute barnstorm of a race for a position that in the end was largely elementary. I think came third over Mercantile, but weren't in the top 2. And have made their way down to the start line of this 8th race very quickly. And I don't know if that's had some effect on the legs, because they're trailing now and they're looking like the crew to possibly miss out, the Melbourne University crew with Wendouree Ballarat and a UTS Haberfield Coxed, I believe. Jasmine Abella, the St Catherine's alumni. But at the moment, it is the Sydney University combination, who themselves have all had plenty of runs down the track today, with a few of these gents, well, I think all of these blokes having rows in the under-21 Coxed 4. Will Rogers won the under-21 double with Jack Power earlier on this morning, and I think I saw him out for a training row in an interstate crew as well during the day. So a very busy day for that stroke man as he leads his under-21 8 through to a spot in tomorrow morning's final. What has been one of the most looked forward to events now, as they really just switch things off and try and conserve some energy there. The boys from Lane Cove. That is the combination. Finlay Mitchell, Jack Cullen, Alfie McLean, Angus Mitchell, Treffin Stamboli from Newcastle in the centre, Gus Szolka, Campbell Wickham and Will Rogers in the stroke seat. Jono Yates, the Cox, who are currently back down in 3rd now, as they know they're through to the final. Will be Mercantile with the win, in fact. Mercantile will be the fastest crew through to the final, ahead of the Fremantle Composite, Sydney Uni, and then the Sydney Uni UQ8 for 4th to take that last qualifying spot, and the Melbourne University crew in 5th place will miss out on qualification for the final.
Confirmation that our crews to go through to the final in the under-21 men's Cox States are Mercantile, Fremantle Composite, Sydney University Composite and the University of Queensland Composite, with the Melbourne University Composite to miss out. Moving back down the course now, and we have the first heat of the under-17 Schoolgirls Coxed 8. So that is due to get underway very shortly as we see them down at the start. So lane number 1 from Perth College at the foreground. That's Juliet Fowler, Emily Giustiano, Olivia Johnston, Macy Martin, Amelia Becker, Stella Barton, Poppy Valvasori, Olivia Foster and Sophia Way. In lane 2 from PLC Perth, as they're just underway now, that's Freya Wakefield, Pepper Roberts, Scarlett Makepeace, Zara Fairweather, Amelia Ahern, Ottilia Miller, Maggie Wandell, Madeline McAlpine and Mia Liveris. In lane 3 from Loretto Ballarat, Leah Timpano, Bridget Mulcahy, Hayley Gardner, Maya Templar, Matilda Grant, Ella French, Jess Charlson, Lucy Barlow and Gracie O'Connor. Lane 4 from Scotch Oakburn College here in Tasmania, Rose Talbot, Annabelle Senzaro, Lily Atkinson, Kayla Flood, Ava Kurbold, Olivia McLeod, Harriet Woolley, Saffron Dick, Ivy Lynch is their coxswain. Lane 5 from Gippsland Grammar, Jaden Gomez, Maggie Sheridan, Charlotte Snow, Cecilia Anderson, Eloise Tavassi, Alicia Turnbull, Mia Kansides, Grace Frew and Chloe Olnick. In lane 6 from Ballarat Grammar, Isabel Harris, Lucy Alcock, Emily Morgan, Isla Huntington, Charlize Kennedy, Annabella Miller, Meg Howard, Mary Moll and Mia Vendy. And lane 7 from Canberra Girls Grammar, Layla Biddington, Olivia McBride, Fleur Baseby, Meg Story, Camilla Griffin, Chloe Owen, Grace Disney, Sophie Murphy and Heidi Bell. So top 2 to go directly through to the final, with the rest going through to the repechage, as I'm going to take a break and wet the throat and hand you over to the very lovely tones of Mr. Newcastle himself, Mr. Ben Homer.
So as we farewell Stuart John to the depths of the Row Union Bar, we are welcomed back by, as Stuart said, Mr. Newcastle, Ben Homer. Ben, how are you?
I'm good, Chris. I'm probably better than you. You sound like you. And then this is the thing, right? Commentating. I've commentated and raced, and I'm telling you, commentating is more fatiguing, especially mentally, because racing you're done in about 8 minutes, hopefully.
Yep.
Commentating, you're going all day. You're absolutely fried. So the fact that I'm doing less the last couple of years gives me a whole lot more energy, and you guys are doing an amazing job. So credit to you all. Yeah, it absolutely fries the brain trying to remember names, positions. There's a lot of focus that goes into it. So for those who think it's easy, it definitely is not. All right, so race 479, heat number 1. And you can see through the first 1K, it is PLC Perth leading the way from Scotch Oakburn, Ballarat Grammar in 3rd, Loretto Ballarat in 4th. So the all-important placings here, the top 2 going through to the A final, the rest through to the repechage. So you've got 7 crews in this particular race and 5 of them missing out.
Yeah, pretty brutal progression system, the under-17 8s, particularly if any of these girls have been racing in any of the other under-17 events, which are extremely tiring. And I hope Richard Dorstein from the Row Union Bar has a good look out and sees a new coloured boat that we haven't seen out on the course so far. I was looking at it around the boat park, but Canberra Girls Grammar with a lovely green Filippi as they do battle for 4th place with Loretto Ballarat there. But the race that we all want to turn our attention to is going to be the one for that all-important second qualifying spot. PLC Perth have distanced themselves from that race on the left-hand side of your picture there. They're a good length and a half clear of that scuffle for second as Scotch Oakburn and Ballarat Grammar the 2 crews who are fighting for avoiding the repechage here. Scotch Oakburn in lane 4 there, and Ballarat Grammar in lane 6. So Scotch Oakburn, the Tasmanians, the locals in the middle of the course there. Rose Talbot, Annabelle Sanzaro, Lily Atkinson, Kayla Flood, Ava Corbald, Olivia McLeod, Harriet Woolley, Saffron Dick, and Ivy Lynch, the Cox. And they're the ones currently just leading, or just fallen behind, in fact, the crew from Ballarat Grammar. So that's in lane 6 there on the far side of the course. Isabel Harris, Lucy Alcock, Emily Morgan, Isla Huntington, Charlize Kennedy, Annabelle Miller, Meg Howard, Mary Mole, and Mia Vendy, the coxswain, on the far side of the course. They have just gotten their bow ball in front and look every bit the likely crew to join PLC Perth straight in the A final and get tomorrow's racing off.
0.79 was the gap there going into the last 500 metres, and they're coming into the last 250. So PLC Perth, they're the boat furthest ahead in this one, and they're very close to the bank on this near side in lane number 2. But the action is happening in lanes 4 and lane 6, and it was Ballarat Grammar out in lane 6 who were just getting themselves into that qualification spot for the A final, just ahead of Scotch Oakburn, who are in lane 4. So can there be a response here from the Tasmanians? There is a clear leader, and that is PLC Perth. Ballarat Grammar currently sitting in that 2nd position, but here come the Tasmanians. They've got a wind in their sail here. Scotch Oakburn, the Tasmanians, can they claw back this ground? There's also a late push coming from Loretto Ballarat, but they're out of the reckoning when it comes to the top 2. Scotch Oakburn and Ballarat Grammar driving down to the line here, the last 50 metres. It looks as though it will be the Victorians Ballarat Grammar who may just have enough. But one thing that is not in doubt is that PLC Perth will be the first crew through to the A final, and they will be joined by Ballarat Grammar, who have just managed to edge out Scotch Oakburn. Loretto Ballarat, they're going to the repechage. They finish in 4th. Good strong finish coming here in lane 1 from Perth College. They may just get it on the line here. And they do. Perth College 5th from Canberra Girls Grammar in 6th. And 7th place will be Gippsland Grammar. But it is PLC Perth and Ballarat Grammar, the first 2 through to the A final in the under-17 schoolgirls Coxed 8.
Yeah, and the crowd's certainly hotting up here at Lake Barrington. Almost can't hear ourselves over the commentary, over the cheers from PLC Perth, and I think the locals from Scotch Oakburn running down to the lake's edge to cheer their girls on. Certainly some noise here as we move to the Australian Schools Championships for the rest of this afternoon's proceeding. I'm really looking forward to this second heat, Ben, of the under-17 schoolgirls Coxed 8 that's now underway.
So lane 1 MLCQ out of Victoria. Lane 2 Loretto Kirribilli from New South Wales. Wesley College from Victoria in lane 3. Loretto Toorak from Victoria in lane 4. Pymble Ladies in lane 5 out of New South Wales. Queenwood also out of New South Wales in lane 6. And St Michael's Collegiate from Tasmania in lane 7. So we've got 7 in this particular race, and just 2 going through in heat number 2. So just the 2 heats in this under-17 schoolgirls Coxed 8.
Yeah,
we're
so
riding here with, just having a look there,
Pymble Ladies that are leading, which is perhaps unsurprising. Pymble Ladies College, they've been pretty untouchable in New South Wales competition this year. The only 2 crews that have beaten them, one was Commercial Rowing Club at state championships, who can't row in this event as they're not a school, they're a club, and the other one is in this race. Loretto Toorak there in station 4 in the, I believe, in a blue boat, but the Pymble girls in that blue Hudson. And at the moment, the Pymble girls have really stolen a march on the field in the early stages of this race, and it's Pymble from the other New South Wales crew, who are second at the New South Wales Head of the River in this event, who are currently running second in this heat, but only narrowly ahead of Loretto Kirribilli and Loretto Toorak. So a lot of blue boats in this event, and they're all fighting out for those last couple of qualification spots.
Yeah, so just confirming that scratching in lane 7, St Michael's Collegiate. So just the 6 in this one, 4 missing out. And as we saw, that Pymble Ladies crew with a good handy lead, about 4.5 seconds, but that's where it gets very, very interesting, because there are 4 boats in very close proximity here to that second spot and the all-important A final. The rest of the crews have to go through the repechage. It's like a bit of a game of snakes and ladders, isn't it? Getting you through to that A final, you get up the ladder, you avoid the repechage. But sometimes, as we discussed, you can go through the repechage and it can be a massive help, especially for composite crews. Maybe not in these schoolgirl Coxed 8s, because all these crews are used to rowing with each other.
Well, my first national championships was in the under-17 8, and we were a little bit taken aback and finished third in the heat and had to go through the repechage. We had a good win in the repechage and ended up with a medal on the Sunday, because we learned a few things in that repechage. So, not saying I'm an oracle of how to go racing. That's just about the highlight of my rowing career, was that race. But it certainly, the repechage cannot always be the curse. Sometimes it is a bit of a blessing in disguise and an opportunity to improve. But at the moment, it is Loretto Toorak, the blue boat there, or one of 3 blue boats in this race, but all different shades, hopefully, so that we can separate them on the camera. It is Pymble Ladies in the blue Hudson, ahead of the darkest blue shell there, ahead of Queenwood over on the far side of the course, and Loretto Toorak in 3rd. Loretto Kirribilli, another blue boat, in 4th place, but only narrowly behind them. But looking like Kirribilli a little bit too far to challenge for those qualification spots.
Yeah, so Loretto Toorak just sitting a little bit off the pace with that, what is that, a nice deep blue. That's my favourite colour, blue. That is a lovely looking boat there, sitting in lane 4, the Victorians. And based on that angle, looks about half a boat length, maybe a little bit more on the drone shot, and they are just behind Queenwood, who are in the 2nd position, which is the qualification spot for the A final. Pymble Ladies, though, out in front with at least a boat length advantage back to Queenwood. So those two would know each other pretty well from racing each other in New South Wales. So Pymble Ladies, 5 minutes 0.80 through the 1500, 1 second back Queenwood, 4.5 seconds back Loretto Toorak. Those are a bit I don't think deceptive, I think.
I think that's a little bit bigger than what it actually is. I think there is a bit of a race hotting up for that last qualification spot. I'll correct just what I said earlier. Queenwood weren't second at the New South Wales School Go Ahead of the River because they didn't race in the Year 10-8, instead focusing on fours and quads. So, but they did race the Year 10-8 at the state championships, finished fourth just off the podium and behind this Loreto Toorak crew. So they'll certainly be very pleased to have got one over the girls from Victoria and still leading them in the late stages of this race. And in fact, closing down on Pymble Ladies College there, the Carl Schmidt coached crew, the manager of the New South Wales state team for this year. And his girls doing very well indeed. They, I think at the first race of the season, they won this event by about 40 seconds. And certainly had a few challenges, including the state championships, like I mentioned, but did end up winning the New South Wales School Go Ahead of the River in the Year 10-8, and certainly will have designs on a national championship here at Lake Barrington as they continue to lead. And I think they've responded to the push from Queenwood on their left. Fantastic pictures here, showing really just how this race is unfolding. Loreto Toorak really throwing everything at it in the closing stages of this race, but I think it'll be too little too late for them as Queenwood hang on to their lead for second place in that second qualifying spot. On the near side of the course, the crew from Perth College looking to get in on the action, but again, just a little bit too far back going into the last 500. It'll be close in the end for that last spot, but it is going to be Queenwood to hang on. So Pymble Ladies College with the win in this second heat of this under-17 Schoolgirl 8. Queenwood for second. Loreto Toorak in third place. MLCQ rather in fourth. Looking at the wrong race on my draw in front of me, and Loreto Kirribilli back in fifth place ahead of Wesley College.
So 6:43.44 that unofficial time for Pymble Ladies.
Quick.
Queenwood 3.81 seconds further back, and then Loreto Toorak edged out, and they are going through to the repechage. Just getting that updated. MLCQ, Loreto Kirribilli, Wesley College also heading through to the repechage. So PLC Perth, Ballarat Grammar, Pymble Ladies, Queenwood all through to the A final in the under-17 Schoolgirls Coxed 8.
Yeah, and 10 seconds quicker that heat than the last heat, so I'm sure that'll probably lift the spirits of the Loreto Toorak, knowing that they'll be right in the race for the medals after they do have to go through the repechage. But moving from the girls to the boys now, and this is set to be a battle.
So Xavier College in lane 1 from Victoria, St Ignatius from New South Wales in 2, Hutchins from Tassie in 3. The Queenslanders in lane 4, that's Nudgee. Lane 5 is Scotch College from Victoria, Wesley College out of Victoria in 6, Brisbane Grammar from Queensland in lane 7. So it's the same story here in the under-17 Schoolboys Cox 8. It is the top 2 going to the A final. We have got 2 heats in this event, and we're just getting through some splits from the 500, and well, you can't split probably the top 5 in this one. St Ignatius were leading through the first 500 metres from Hutchins, Scotch College, Victoria, Wesley College, Xavier College. Nudgee a little bit further back. Brisbane Grammar almost out of it here very, very early on, almost 4 seconds off the pace of 6th place. So here comes the 1,000 metre split time. So it's St Ignatius still leading from Hutchins, who are second further back, Scotch College, Victoria in 3rd, Xavier College 4th, Wesley College 5th, Nudgee in 6th, Brisbane Grammar in 7th. But you sense right now it's 5 into 2, and that does not go. So the last 1,000 metres is going to give us a massive indication as to who are the cream of the crop in this event.
Yeah, I'd be shocked to see St Ignatius not going through here. They're undefeated in New South Wales in the Year 10-8, won the Year 10-8 at the head of the river by about 11 seconds in the end, and I thought just looked like a really classy combination for this age group. The crew coached by Olympic gold medalist Jack Hargraves, who has done a fantastic job in as he steps away from the National Training Centre this year. I don't know if he's here at the moment, as surely he'd be up at the wedding of Alex Purnell. So hello to Jack if you're watching along on the live stream. I did see him earlier on in the week, so floating around. But over on the far side of the on the near side of the course, rather, the crew from Hutchins and Xavier College, both looking like a threat for that second qualification spot. Top 2 through the rest will fish again in the repechage. Scotch College in Victoria, they won the APS head of the river in a race where they actually trailed for the majority of it, and a bit of some dirty strokes from Brighton Grammar opened the door to a win there for the boys in the Cardinal Red. And at the moment, they'd be hoping for the same as they sit in third place, just narrowly ahead of Hutchins. Xavier, Scotch and Hutchins. Impossible to separate those three crews as we head into the last 500 metres of the race. Those three crews racing for that last qualification spot.
Well, this is going to be, well, I was going to say it looked to be very, very tight. There's the 250-metre yellow markers there, but Xavier College out of Victoria, just in the last probably few hundred metres, just looked to be edging ahead. Hutchins right in there, so too Scotch College from Victoria. You can see Scotch College over in the middle of the course, but here they come, the last 250 metres, and it is going to be tight now. It is going to be really tight for the top two spots. The good news is for St Ignatius is they've got themselves out of that arm wrestle for the two qualification spots as it stands at the moment. But those crews are going for it. Xavier College in lane 1, Hutchins the Tasmanians in lane 3. But look, over in lane 5, Scotch College out of Victoria. They're turning up the dial as well. So here we go, last 100 metres. St Ignatius in pole position right now. Xavier College, it's a drag race right down to the line here. Scotch College from Victoria. Now Hutchins are responding as well. Just a few strokes to go. It's Xavier College who may just have that second qualification spot. They do. Well, that's an outstanding finish from the Victorians, just edging out Scotch College from Victoria and Hutchins from Tasmania. St Ignatius, they are through, and that is a big victory for the New South Wales boys. Xavier College very, very happy with that. They are sliding straight through to the A final in the under-17 schoolboys Coxed 8.
Yeah, huge upset. Xavier College was 6th at the APS Head of the River, and to come through and beat Scotch, they'll be absolutely overjoyed with that. But St Ignatius 6:05 in the Year 10 8s is mightily impressive from the boys from Riverview, doing a very similar job to their first 8 this season. So they'll certainly be ones to watch going into the final on Sunday. But I think the repechage is going to be just as good, Ben. Scotch College and Nudgee right matched up right till the very end. I don't think there was more than a couple of feet between those crews the entire way down the course.
And I just wonder whether Nudgee, and we are going down the course to Heat 2, but just to finish, Nudgee definitely had a slower start. So I don't know whether there was an issue there or whether that was their race. Well, certainly wasn't their race plan. They would have been likely very much keen on those top two, but they'll certainly be able to sort that out in the repechage as we go back for Heat 2. So St Joseph's, that's who we're riding with at the moment. They're in lane 1, the New South Wales crew. Brighton Grammar, the Victorians in 2. Unley High out of South Australia in 3. Shaw from New South Wales in 4. Ballarat Grammar from Victoria in lane 5. Launceston Grammar from Tasmania in 6. Melbourne Grammar from Victoria in lane 7. Same deal, top 2 go through. 5 crews are going to head to the repechage.
Yeah, saw the Shaw School there racing in their top boat, racing in their first 8 boat. So a bit of an upgrade there. The brand new M-Packer, which is painted a lovely shade of telemagenta, and I'll get the best. Telemagenta. I'll get the best bit of rowing boat colour chat of the regatta in here. It is paint code RAL4010.
RAL4010. So make sure you note that down if you want. What is it? Telemagenta.
Telemagenta.
So it's not just magenta.
Not just telemagenta. It's not pink, it's not cerise, it's telemagenta. And seemingly doing pretty well for the Joey's boys as they currently sit 4th place, but close again at the head of the field. Brighton Grammar, who would have been the favourites going into the Year 10 8 at the APS Head of the River, ended up 2nd there, currently leading from the Shaw School. Shaw School closer and closer to Riverview throughout the season. Shaw dropping back to 4th even at the 1,000-metre mark. Shaw School got closer and closer to Riverview throughout the season, but I think there's a little bit of illness in the boat and didn't have their best row on the day at the GPS Head of the River. And so we'll be out looking for redemption here at the National Championships. But it is St Joseph's College, who did have a great row on the day at the GPS Head of the River. I think ended up 3rd in the Year 10 8 and behind Riverview and King's School. This crew on the screen here, Brighton Grammar, the Tonners. leading well at this stage, but St Joseph's, with a slower start, have really started to move through the field in the second half of this race, and in fact are about to draw level with the crew from Brighton Grammar.
Is it the best coloured boat in the park? Has to be, doesn't it?
I reckon the West Australians would have something to say about that, because they have a very similar coloured MPACA that they had painted locally in Australia, but I think the Joey's one's pretty good. It looks good.
Yeah, it is moving very, very nicely here. So they're just sitting currently in first place. Brighton Grammar right alongside them, but then all the way on the other side of the course, it's Melbourne Grammar. And then through the middle, you can't ride offshore either, because they're just sitting there nicely. You'd say they're just sitting off those top three, maybe stalking them as it stands currently. If they can get that boat moving, they could slide their way up into the top two positions. They're only 0.76 back off third, so they're about 2.5 seconds off second place. St Joseph's currently with the advantage in lane 1. That's the crew out in lane 7. That's Melbourne Grammar, and you can see the Cox there. That is Sam Cannington. He is looking across the course, giving his crew the information about exactly what is happening and what they need to do, because they might be even moving up towards first position in this race. I know that camera angle can be a little bit deceptive, but this will give us a great indication here just where Melbourne Grammar are at the moment, and they are pretty close to second position. It's still St Joseph's in that magnificent telemagenta boat, leading the way from Brighton Grammar, the Victorians, and then Melbourne Grammar over on the far side. But here come Shaw School through the middle of the course. They are winding it up here. The New South Welshmen. Out in front, it is still St Joseph's from New South Wales. Brighton Grammar have just been sitting off them for most of the race, and now Brighton Grammar have to turn up the dial just a little bit, because Melbourne Grammar also on the far side. They're keen on the second position. You cannot take your eyes off Shaw, though, in the middle of the course. Are they going to come through from fourth at the 1500 and potentially get in the top two? It's still St Joseph's who lead it. Coming up in second, it is going to be Brighton Grammar. Shaw get third, Melbourne Grammar fourth. What a cracking second heat in the under-17 schoolboys. Coxed 8. Oh, the repechage is going to be magnificent. Oh. So fifth place will go the way of lane 5. That is Ballarat Grammar. Sixth was Unley High, and seventh Launceston Grammar. Wow, what a race. Don't worry about those graphics. Just having a look there, a little bit of a technical glitch, but what is not in doubt, St Joseph's first, Brighton Grammar in second. It was definitely the Shaw School came through in third from Melbourne Grammar. Were you happy with that, Chris? You definitely thought Shaw were in third?
Shaw certainly in third there. St Joseph's with a fantastic win rowing through the field to get themselves straight through to the final, alongside Brighton Grammar, and they will join the St Ignatius and Xavier College crews. So 2 New South Wales crews, 2 Victorian crews in the final so far, and an absolutely barnstorming repechage to come tomorrow afternoon. I don't think I've ever looked forward to a repechage as much as this.
It's going to be absolutely cutthroat, the repechage. Now, we did have some scratchings in this one. When the graphic pops up, you'll see yet. So lane 1 and lane 2 are out of this Club Women's double scull repechage. There's just one repechage, so the top 4 going through to the semi-final. It almost rendered the repechage null and void, because there's only 5 in the race, so one more scratching, they all would have been through to the semi-finals. But there will be one crew that misses out. It's Sydney in lane 3, Bramble and Eels, UTS in lane 4, Greibel and Alexander, Swan River in lane 5, Youngstown and Brennan, Radford College in lane 6, Fremantle and Costanzo, and Hepburn and Sonder from North Esk in lane number 7. So Sydney, UTS, North Esk, Swan River. Now hang on a second. I think there's another scratching. So this basically this race is
it's a race for lanes in the semi-final.
Yeah.
But given they've gone through the repechage, they're not going to they're going to get the worst lanes in the semi-final anyway. So yeah, this race is a little bit irrelevant at this point.
My question is, if there had been, now we assume either someone hasn't scratched or they haven't turned up to the start. If that was known before this race, say a couple of hours, would the repechage have still gone ahead, or would have it been?
I don't think so, and I don't think there'd be semi-finals either. I think, well, if we'd known at the start of the heats, it would be top 2 to the heats and the rest to a repechage like we've seen in the under-17 ace. So,
well, it's happened obviously between the time yesterday that the semi-finals took place and this repechage. So, yeah, it's a bit of a tough one. It's sort of a 2K in the legs that maybe you don't need at this point. The semi-finals tomorrow in this event. So Sydney Rowing Club in first position. But as we said, you cannot read much into this at all.
No,
because if I'm in this race, I'm just turning off the gas. I'd be happy to come last.
Absolutely. You just got to leave it. And yeah, I'd be stretching out and conserving some energies. I think all of these crews are conserving a little bit of energy. Sydney still with the beat up. That's Avery Bramble and Eva Eels, who've seen racing for Loretto Kirribilli all throughout the season. Eva Eels, youngest daughter of Australian Wallaby captain John, who I have seen wandering around the regatta today. But, North Esk currently second. A big crab and disaster for the crew in lane 6. Or lane 5, rather, from Swan River.
Well, they have to get back in the boat and finish this race. So all of a sudden we were saying, oh, well, it doesn't matter. Well, they have to finish the race.
Yeah, we've had a capsize in just confirming exactly who that was. It is the crew from Swan River in lane 5, Olivia Youngson and Kelsey Brennan, who have gone in front of the boat park too. And under the drone, it's not a great place to do it, really, is it?
No, well, and this is
both looks like both are okay. Well, they should get back in shortly.
The problem is that the club men's double repechage number 1 is already at the 1K, and they've gone in at about the 1600. So I would think they're going to have to get themselves into a lane that the club men's double is not in. There's no one in lane 8, so I'm thinking they're going to have to get this boat out to lane 8 so they can potentially finish and go through to the repechage.
Rescue boats very quickly out on the scene, and I think they'll get them off the course. Looks like they're both okay. We actually discussed this earlier as the Sydney crew come across the line first. Very happy to have won the repechage, and we'll row the semi tomorrow. North Esk and UTS will be second and third. But we discussed this earlier, me and Stuart, we weren't sure if it was starting or finishing that allowed you to qualify to the next round as if it was a relegation. So all crews qualifying, I think they're okay.
You think they're okay?
I think I did not finish, still would make it through to the next round if it's a race for lanes, which it essentially was. I will keep an eye on that though, and we will get back to you probably tomorrow, really.
Well, that boat is being dragged off the course, and they're going to have to do it quickly because the club men's double repechage number 1 is flying down the course. They're only about 300 metres away from that boat, and they are going to have to get that moving quite swiftly. I'll just run through the club men's double repechage number 1 field. There's only the one repechage, so North Esk in lane 1, Wrigley and Bird. Uni of WA in 2, Day Barnes and Minchin. Mercy in lane 3, De Boer and Brown. WA Rowing Club in 4, Rubinski and Viander. Lane 5 from Uni of New South Wales, Island and Ball. And Xavier Gersoy, I believe, is in this Sydney boat with Thomas Patrick for James Fredrickson. And Uni of New South Wales, McCready and Helms in lane 7. So the lead is with Rubinski and Viander through the 1500 metre mark as they get that boat just off the course in the nick of time, because
couldn't have been any tighter there.
Wow, Uni of New South Wales, that is extremely tight. They've literally just got that out of the lane there as Uni of New South Wales are coming down the course.
Yeah, I bet that's a distraction they wouldn't be after, as they're certainly in the hunt for one of these top 4 positions here in this repechage of the club men's double, but they've moved past the danger there. And it does continue to be Anthony Rubinski and Julian Villander in lane 4 from the West Australian Rowing Club, who lead from Sydney's James Fredrickson and Thomas Patrick. James back in the boat after a period of injury. And out here in the club double with Thomas Patrick, who represented Great Britain at the, not going to pronounce it, but it's essentially the under-17 regatta against France last year. But pretty close then for third and fourth. Currently, it's Mersey in lane 3, who are currently just leading their fellow Tasmanians from North Esk in lane 1, with a crew in between them from the University of Western Australia looking to get in on the action for that last qualifying spot, as are University of New South Wales on the far side of the course. But I don't think there's going to be enough racetrack here. University of WA starting to lift now. North Esk just having a look over and making sure that they are indeed safe. West Australian Rowing Club will win this sole repechage of the club double ahead of Sydney's Fredrickson and Patrick. Mersey will be third. North Esk fourth ahead of University of Western Australia, and then the two University of New South Wales crews on the far side of the course, 6th and 7th.
So Uni of WA and the two Uni of New South Wales crews, they are all out of the club men's doubles. So WA Rowing Club, Sydney, Mersey, North Esk, they are all comfortably through to the semi-finals tomorrow. So, a little bit of drama over the last 10 minutes or so. Wow, did not expect that.
Look, there's better places to capsize than right under the drone and in front of the crowd. So, yeah, commiserations to that club double from Swan River. It's certainly not how they wanted that race to pan out. We'll move to what does prove to be, or is set to be, an exciting round of repechages. We've got 8 more repechages to finish off the day's proceedings, all in our school events that the boat park is beginning to fill up in anticipation of. We've got repechage 1 of 2 in the schoolgirls Coxed quad scale. Now the school events, the repechages work a little bit differently in that we don't eliminate any crews from the event. So we've got 2 lots of semi-finals essentially. So first and second place in this event will go through to the semi-finals, which allow you to qualify for the A or B finals, and the remainder of the crews in this race will go to the second set of semi-finals that allow you to qualify for the D and E finals in the schoolgirl quad.
So right now we're with Strathcona, the Victorians, in lane 2. So Launceston Grammar lane 1, Strathcona 2, Loretto Kirribilli 3, Strathcona also in lane 4, PLC Sydney in lane 5, Furbank Grammar from Victoria in 6, Melbourne Girls College from Victoria in lane number 7. So 7 in this, top 2, as you said, Chris, off to the semi-finals, which allow you to qualify for the A final, the rest to semis 3 and 4.
Yeah, so Strathcona leading. Kirribilli there on the screen, the blue and gold challenging. Furbank Grammar back in 3rd place, rowing in the Amanda Bateman after the 2-time Olympian in the women's double scull, who graduate of that school. Melbourne Girls College back in 4th place. Pretty tight for 2nd and 3rd, so if you finish 3rd and you progress to that second set of semis, the best result that you can achieve in this event would be winning the C final. So a lot to play for in this race, as Strathcona lead this repechage through the 1,000-metre mark from Kirribilli, Furbank and Melbourne Girls College are our top 4.
So 1.3 seconds the gap between Furbank Grammar and Loretto Kirribilli, but Melbourne Girls College are not too far off either at the 1K mark. It looks as though PLC Sydney, the other Strathcona crew, and Launceston Grammar currently off the pace when it comes to trying to move through to the semi-finals. And when we say semi-finals, we'll just add that that is the trying to qualify for the A final. That is the A bracket of semi-finals, because it can get a little bit confusing. So that's what when we're talking towards the back end, it can get a little bit of a mouthful. So that will be what we're indicating. You can see the top two here, lane 3 and lane 4, Loreto Kirribilli in lane 3, Strathcona in lane 4. They've sort of snuck out to a bit more of an advantage here, these top two crews. So it was around 1.5 seconds, around 2 seconds back to fourth, but may have even opened up even further. That's PLC Sydney in lane 5, Furbank Grammar in lane 6. They're the crews furthest to the right of screen, Furbank on the furthest right, PLC Sydney. Can they move their way up the course here and towards that second spot?
So still Strathcona from Kirribilli, but Furbank Grammar still firmly in the race with 500 metres left to travel here in this first repechage of the schoolgirl quad. The combination there of Brooke Totiro, Pippa Morgan, Lorna Cairns, Zara Excel and Lauren Box the Cox. Another great name to announce commentating, Lauren Box the Cox.
That's outstanding alliteration, isn't it? That is fantastic. Now, just on that wide shot, sorry about that. It's a long day. Melbourne Girls College actually over there on that far side. So they're the crew that just a little bit away from those semi-final positions. They're trying to move their way up, though, here.
I reckon they've got Furbank there.
They've got Furbank. Can they pull back on Loreto Kirribilli, though? Strathcona.
Kirribilli themselves there, I think, with designs on winning this repechage. Not keen to let Strathcona continue as they have done for the first 1,750 metres of this course. I think Strathcona responding now as Melbourne Girls College on the far side have a little look across, and they know that it is all to play for here. They don't want to be in that second set of semi-finals that sets you up for the best possible result of a C-final. As Furbank, a shipwreck there in the closing strokes, they won't be able to respond. They'll certainly be fourth in this race, I think, as the crew on the far side there from Melbourne Girls College really turning up the wick in the closing stages of this race. Kirribilli, I think, want to win in this race, but they're not going to get there. They're going to have to defend from Melbourne Girls College on the far side. Strathcona rowing in the girls unstoppable, certainly looking unstoppable here and the end of this repechage, and they will take the win, progressing through to the AB semi-final. Loreto Kirribilli have responded well to the challenge from Melbourne Girls College, and they will progress in second and take another spot in those top two semi-finals. Melbourne Girls College in third, Furbank in fourth, PLC Sydney in fifth, Ballarat Clarendon in sixth place. So the second of the Strathcona crews in sixth place, looking at the wrong draw again. And Launceston Grammar to round out this first of two repechages in the schoolgirl quad.
So 7 crews in that race. This one has 8 boats in it. Repechage number 2 of the schoolgirls Coxed quad. We've got 2 more. So we've got 2 in this event, and then we've got 2 in the boys event coming up. So the final repechage. This one, lane 1 Strathcona, lane 2 Ballarat Clarendon, MLC Perth in 3, Corowa Anglican girls in lane 4, Launceston Grammar in 5, Unley High in 6. Newcastle Grammar in 7, MLC School in lane 8, and we're getting those splits coming through here. And top 2, as we said, progressing through to the A category of semi-finals. Launceston Grammar and MLC School sitting there. It's a big gap back to Corowa Anglican girls and Unley High. Newcastle Grammar in 5th, Strathcona 6th, MLC Perth 7th, Ballarat Clarendon in 8th place. That's at the 1K.
Yeah, the locals doing well at this stage of the race, leading MLC School. And I think these top 2 have stolen a march on the field halfway into proceedings here. And look, best place to take out first and second, and those only 2 spots available to the top semi-final. Stripes of Launceston Grammar on the far side of the course there. That's the crew of Sophie Britton, Gwyneth Lone, Hervey Sullivan Arkless, Lucinda Dowling and Holly Rockcliffe, the Cox, coached by Anna Roddick, Joe Dowling and Thomas Green. A reasonable time to the 1,000 metre as well, so I'm sure looking forward to seeing what the top schoolgirl quads can lay down at this regatta. Conditions easing slightly now here at Lake Barrington, but still a trending tailwind here in the afternoon, as it's been actually the only wind we've had today has been a tailwind, so reasonably quick times across the board.
And top 2, do they look pretty sorted in this one? It was a 7-second gap at the 1K, Launceston Grammar, so the Tassie crew looking like they will progress here to the semi-finals. MLC School in 2nd, Unley High in 3rd place, Corowa Anglican Girls in 4th, Newcastle Grammar in 5th place as it stands currently, followed by Strathcona, MLC Perth, Ballarat, Clarendon. So a full field here in the Schoolgirls Coxed Quadruple Scull, the 2nd of 2 repecharges as they come into view now. So Launceston Grammar, they are in the middle of the course, and MLC School over on the far side, and that's who we're riding with at the moment. That's Ella Hu, Rebecca Beaton, Eliza Kershaw, McDonald and Sophie Winnell, coxed by Alana Ng, and coached by Robert Glendenning, Ashley Brooking and Rafe Stanford Meisel.
Yeah, I don't think this MLC crew would have particularly wanted to find themselves in the repechage. They've had a pretty good season for the most part, but with Ascombe fielding a quad at the Schoolgirl Head of the River, managed to just pip them for the last spot on the podium, and certainly will be a challenger for the A final in my opinion. But at the moment, the locals leading them, not by a significant margin. The Stripes of Launceston Grammar rowing in the boat named after Alexandra Viney, who we had here in the commentary box calling the first race of the day this morning, the dual Paralympian, also national champion from earlier today in the pair.
It looks like the Tassies are gonna, the Tasmanians are gonna do it here.
Yeah, it is Launceston Grammar be first across the line. MLC from Sydney in 2nd. Those 2 crews through to the top semi-final. Unley High from South Australia, they'll go to the semis 3 and 4. Corowa Anglican in 4th place will join them, as will Newcastle Grammar. Very close for 6th and 7th on the near side of the course there, but the bright green of MLC Perth just over pink of Strathcona and Ballarat Clarendon in 8th place.
So Launceston Grammar, MLC School on their way through to the A category of semi-finals, all the rest to the CD qualification semi-finals. Now we have got the first repechage in the Schoolboys Cox quad. Now, sorry Chris to give you a question without notice, but I usually throw a few at you. This first repechage has 6 boats, the second one has 8. Now a few people would look at that and go, what's going on here? Can you explain why?
I'm one of those people.
I am too. I'm a little confused.
Yeah, I can't tell you why there'd be 6 and 8. That doesn't make too much sense to me. But again, if anyone's got a copy of the Rowing Australia Rules of Racing handy and wants to send us a message, or I don't know, scream up at us from the down on the ground here at the finish line, I would love to know why that's happened. But certainly a tight race nonetheless. Same progression as we've had in the girls. Top 2 to an AB semi that sets you up to qualify for either the A final or the B final. The remainder of the crews will go to CD semis that will qualify you to a C or a D final. So if you're not in the top 2 in this race, your chance at a medal or an A final finish in the Schoolboys quad is over. But it is, at the moment, in this one and only repechage, Ballarat, Clarendon and Southport School, stroke for stroke, in fact, with 250 metres left to row. Very young Southport School crew. I think they're all year 10s in this boat. Clancy Cohen, crews Stan Fergus Woolley, Tice Miller Wright, Miles Norman, the Cox, coached by Steve Beach. And 0.84 seconds they trailed from Ballarat Clarendon there in the red in lane, or the orange rather, in lane 6. Ballarat Clarendon crew of Stevens, Lawler, Watley, Clark and Belcher, the Cox. See the fluoro hats there of Southport School. It's going to be very close indeed. Both crews will go through to the AB semi. I don't think the chasing pack of Trinity, of Cranbrook and of on the far side there of Melbourne High are going to make any inroads in the closing stages. It is going to be the Queenslanders over the top of Ballarat Clarendon. Southport School take a win here in the rep of the sole repechage, or the first of 2 repechages, sorry. Schoolboy quad, Ballarat Clarendon second. Those 2 to the AB semi. Absolutely stoked. The boys from the Gold Coast. Cranbrook in, or Trinity in 3rd, Cranbrook 4th in the end. Melbourne High in 5th, and Launceston Grammar in 6th place.
So Southport School, Ballarat Clarendon through to the A-B semi-final progression. The rest of the crews going through to the C-D final progressions. Now we're going to go to repechage number 2. They're currently at the 500 metre mark. Schoolboys Coxed quad. Now this is the, so that had 6, this has 8. Back on the drone. Redlands in lane 1 from New South Wales. Cranbrook from New South Wales in 2. Brisbane Boys from Queensland in 3. A Mouse College from Queensland in 4. Newcastle Grammar from New South Wales in lane 5. Pembroke School from South Australia in 6. Friends out of Tasmania in 7. Canberra Grammar from the ACT in lane 8. And at the 500 metres, it was Newcastle Grammar who'd got out to the advantage from the Queenslanders, a Mouse College. So those 2 having a good little advantage. It was about 2.26, the gap from Newcastle Grammar back to the Queenslanders after 500 metres, which is a good gap, that, the 500 in the Cox quad.
Yeah, certainly. Cox quad, quicker moving boat, and you do want to get out early and lead from the early stages of the race. Certainly make it harder for the competition to know what you're doing and get yourself that advantage earlier. Same progression, top 2 to the AB semi at the moment. Newcastle Grammar and then a Mouse College from Rockhampton. Those that top 2. Canberra Grammar very keen to get up into those top 2 positions. Very close indeed between Newcastle Grammar and Mouse. Canberra Grammar about a length behind. Now they're through the 1,000 metre mark. Friends in 4th, Brisbane Boys 5th, Cranbrook, Redlands, Pembroke in 6th, 7th and 8th. I don't think those crews are quite in the mix to challenge for these top 2. So the battle for first between Newcastle and Mouse starting to push away from the rest of the field here.
Well, I can tell you, Chris, we actually did a lot of training with these boys in the last month. We did a lot of race pieces against them because sort of a similar kind of speed that we go at. We got a little bit of advantage at times as well.
Well,
but
if you could do 3:15 through the 1,000 metre mark, I reckon you're pretty well placed for a medal in the club double.
I can't. No, well, it was when it was even. I would say they would get us, but if we just had a little, it's all mental, isn't it? Yeah. Right? You have a little advantage, and all of a sudden, you can grow an extra leg. So no, that was fantastic racing on the waters of Lake Macquarie in Newcastle. These boys. So that's the Newcastle Grammar crew of Mitchell Chung, Will Bird, Lucas Burton, Ronan Brown, Claudia Wills as the Cox of that particular boat. And they're currently sitting there in the top 2, a Mouse College in lane 4 from Queensland. So it's Newcastle Grammar in lane 5 with the pink bucket hats. Looks from that angle that a couple are more faded than the others.
What's the story behind the pink bucket?
Absolutely no idea. I've got absolutely no. I'll try and find out.
As Richard pointed out with, I can't remember what school he was talking about, that fluoro hats not really needed on Lake Macquarie with no ferries to.
Well, would you believe there actually was a ferry there for a couple of years, but they brought it back a couple of years ago. Sorry to bore you with this, but they brought a ferry back, but it was funded by the council, but then no one basically used it. So. Away it went, but I can tell you at Newcastle Rowing Club you certainly need some kind of fluoro with tugboats and ships and all that kind of thing. So they do a little bit, some of the younger rowers do do row out of Newcastle Rowing Club at times. So Newcastle Grammar with Emmaus College from Queensland alongside them. There's a little bit of movement though coming from Brisbane Boys. They're in lane 3. They're pushing up. There's also the crew on the far side of the course, and that looks to be Canberra Grammar as well, who are there and thereabouts. So they're coming down into the last 250 metres. The push is coming. Newcastle Grammar and Emmaus, you would expect them at this point to be in a good position to move through to the AB semi-final progression. They're currently in the top 2 spots. Emmaus, you can certainly see them winding it up. Newcastle Grammar trying to hold on to this advantage in the top 2. Canberra Grammar on the far side. They're probably the most likely if they're going to try and haul it in, but it looks as though it may be a bridge too far. Brisbane Boys as well. Strong finish coming from them on the near side of the course, but it is the Queenslanders, Emmaus College and Newcastle Grammar from New South Wales. It's Emmaus who have just overtaken Newcastle Grammar as they come down to the line, but it will be Emmaus College and Newcastle Grammar who go through to the AB semi-final progression there. And they've just edged out Brisbane Boys, Canberra Grammar in 4th place. 5th is Friends. 6th place, Cranbrook. 7th, Redlands. And 8th, Pembroke School.
A couple of announcements for those here around the grounds or planning on coming down in the next couple of minutes. We'll have the competition lake will open for training. The outgoing pontoons will open for training at 5:15, so that's in just 8 minutes time. The last boats are to leave at 6:20, so you won't be able to go out on the outgoing pontoons after 6:20, and then you'll need to be back in shortly after that because the gates will be locked at 7:30 p.m. So 5:15 will open for training, 6:20 the last boat's out, 7:30 the gates locked. And a bit of a reminder, as you're leaving the course, there are to be no boats left on trestles overnight around the boat park. We want the roadways clear, and we don't want anything moving around if there's wind overnight. So there's plenty of space on racks now as a few people have started to load trailers. So please make sure that boats are tied down on racks and not on trestles overnight, please.
And we have been told, Chris, that if your boat is left in the roadway on trestles, if you decide not to move it, it will be moved. So just confirming that it's probably best that you move it. Don't leave it to anyone else.
Yeah, good luck finding it. Unless you've got a brilliantly coloured boat, like the crew that is currently leading this first repechage, or the only first repechage of 2.
Have you got a colour code?
Coxed. I don't have a colour code. Someone from Loretto Toorak can reach out and let me know the colour code of the blue. They'll have to give me 2 because there's 2 different coloured Loretto Toorak blue boats, but we won't bring that up. It is Loretto Toorak in the centre there in lane 4 who are leading the crew from St Catherine's to their right. It is top 2 to the AB semi, bottom 2 to the CD semi in this race. And we do have 5 crews, or bottom 3 then rather, 5 crews on the course here. Tasmanians in 2, St Catherine's in 3, Loretto Toorak in 4. Walford Anglican from South Australia in 5, and Scotch College Adelaide in lane 6. And it is at the moment those 2 Victorian schools both had so much success over recent years. St Catherine's School, that's their second 8. Sophie Farah, Violet Stevens, Alice Dobbin, Poppy Cashmore, Chloe Barber, Sarah Blumenthal, Millie Tulloch, Emily Thomas, Sophia Sinclair, the Coxed, Ali Hall, the coach there, and Loretto Toorak, the crew in the blue boat that is currently leading, which I believe is their first 8 of Madeline Baird, Tess Ellard, Zara Bear, Luciana Descala, Eve Sadler, Grace Kennedy, Olivia Fay, Isla Quick, and Sarah Chapman, the Cox. Connor McConville, the coach there, who's clearly doing a very good job as these girls power down towards a win in the repechage. It's only St Catherine's to their right that are really close enough to unstick them in the closing stages of this race. It is a fantastic looking boat, that Turak boat, isn't it? It's a good blue.
It is. I love the colour blue, and that is certainly up there with my favourite shade of it. So they're in a good position, aren't they? Loretto Turak, St Catherine's School, Victoria, 2.2 seconds, and yeah, that's looking a little bit tighter as the drone swings around. Scotch College from Adelaide, was it just the angle on the drone, or is it potentially just squeezing up a little bit as they come into the last 200 metres? So all of a sudden it could be just getting a little bit nerve-wracking. St Catherine's School, Loretto Turak in lanes 3 and 4. Walford Anglican further back in lane 5. It's going to have to come here from Scotch College Adelaide. The first two to the semi-final, the rest to the C-final. They are winding it up, the South Australians, with about 100 metres to travel. So too is Walford Anglican, who are next to them. They are going to have to pull back some ground, though, on lane 3, and St Catherine's School from Victoria have done enough, and they are going through to the semi-finals. Loretto Turak also there in the race for the Sydney Cup. The schoolgirls Coxed 8. Scotch College Adelaide miss out. Walford Anglican also, and St Michael's Collegiate from Tasmania. They will all go through to the C final in the schoolgirls Coxed 8. 6:47.62, that unofficial time for Loretto Turak.
Yeah, I think the semi-final, the semi-finals tomorrow afternoon, these schoolgirl 8s are going to be fantastic. The heats were brilliant yesterday, and a few more crews looking for their chance to compete in those semi-finals to try and make the A final to compete for the Sydney Cup on Sunday morning, just before a couple of races before the lunch break. And now the second repechage, third last race of this afternoon's program underway. PLC Perth in lane 2, Friends, the locals, the Friends School in lane 3, Wesley College from Victoria in 4, Loretto Normanhurst in lane 5, and Melbourne Girls College in lane 6. And it is Loretto Normanhurst, the girls from Sydney, who are leading through 1,000 metres now. Poppy Russell, Sabine Walton, Juliet Mason, Sophia Terry, Annabelle Roche, Patty Boland, Stella Moore. Those two, well, Patty Boland fresh off of a national championship in the under-19 double this morning. Stella Moore, Penny Rose Collins, and Indy Witten, the Cox, coached by 2024 Paralympic Cox, Hannah Cower. And her girls doing very well now to be leading by just over a second at the 1,000-metre mark from Wesley College, crew coached by David Webster, former Australian coxswain. So a couple of pretty well-known coaches in this event.
So we're just getting a good look there at the Melbourne Girls College crew, sitting in 4th place at the 1K. You can see them just a little bit further back out in lane 6. Friends from Tasmania in 5th place at the 1K. Maybe a little bit of a differential in timing. I don't know if that's exactly correct, but Loretto Normanhurst, you can see out in front there. Wesley College alongside them. 3rd place is PLC Perth, who are in lane 2, but that looks like a massive margin. They're going to have to pull back here if they want to move through to the semi-final. They'll be through to the C final if they are not able to claw that back. And there's only about 500 metres to travel here, so 5:03.05 Loretto Normanhurst through the 1,500. Wesley College 2.28. They can almost shut it down here. 500 to go. This is a massive lead. 6.6 seconds in an 8. 500 to go.
Yeah, I'm sure they can, but I reckon Wesley College will be able to smell a little bit of blood here. Still within half a length of Loretto Normanhurst, and Normo certainly won't want to shut it down with Wesley just to their right. They'll want to race this whole event all the way to the finish line here, and Normo just moving out a little bit of extra distance in the last few strokes. So a push coming at the 1500 for the girls from Normo. 3/4 of a boat length in front of the girls from Wesley that we can see on the screen there. The purple colours and the yellow hats. See their coxswain there in the stern of the boat. Zoe DaCosta Alves urging them on in the closing strokes of this race, but I don't think they'll be able to wind in this Normo crew, who have just taken another half a length out of them in the last couple of 100 metres there. Program that's had a great year, much improved season. They took a couple podiums at the first races of the season, did this 8, and this is things hotted up. Maybe fell off a little bit, but certainly horsepower of Hattie Boland and Stella Moore in there. They'll enjoy this run down the track as they take the win here in the second repechage of the Schoolgirl Coxed 8 in what will be a little bit quicker time than Toorak in the first repechage. Wesley College in second place there. They'll join them in that semi-final. The remainder of the cruise to the C final will be PLC Perth. They're very close indeed for friends, the locals from Tasmania, with some steering issues there in the late stages of the race, ahead of Melbourne Girls College over in 5th.
So 6:44.77 for Loretto Normanhurst unofficially there, joined by Wesley College in the semi-finals. And here we are, second last race of the day. Have we had the terminology used for this one yet, Chris? The one for the bingo card?
Penultimate race.
The penultimate race. There it is. The penultimate race of the day. We are finally here, and you can see the crew out in front is the Southport School. They're in lane number 4. So Scotch College Adelaide in lane 2. Wesley College from Victoria in 3. Southport School, the Queenslanders in 4. Geelong Grammar from Victoria in 5. Scots College from New South Wales in 6. Adelaide High in lane 7.
Yeah, this is an interesting heat, this one, and it was very, very, very close indeed in this third heat. It was definitely the quickest of the 3 heats, and the Southport School edged out by Newington for the last spot in the semi-final and relegated to the repechage. Southport School, the Brisbane GPS Head of the River champions from last weekend, and I think bronze medalists at the New South Wales championships earlier on in the season. So I'm sure they wouldn't have had repechage on their bingo card, but here getting a little bit more experience out of this race as they come down through the 1250 or through the 1500 metre mark rather. And they lead Geelong Grammar and Scots College in the eastern suburbs of Sydney. Wesley in 4th, Scotch Adelaide in 5th, and Adelaide High in 6th. Same progression as we saw in the last race. Top 2 only to the semi-final. The remainder of the crews will go down to the C final on Sunday. So they do get a day off, the remainder of the crews, but won't get a chance to contest for the A or B finals. And that looks to be, I'd say it looks to be the Scots College on the far side, but they are coming home with a wet sail now. The boys in red from the eastern suburbs. That's the combination of Wells, Beck, Juricic, Stewart, McGregor, Berkelo, West, Island, Finlay, Cardno, the Cox, coached by Judith Ungemak, who competed herself here as an athlete for Germany some time ago. And the Scots College boys really starting to move on Geelong Grammar here. The Geelong Grammar crew in the light blue, who are certainly paling in comparison to the fluoro hats of the Southport School, who have led this race start to finish, and certainly will hold that lead as the race for second actually encroaches on that lead from the Southport School. So the Southport School hoping they have learnt something from last year's race in the Barrington Cup, where they rode through in the closing strokes here, and certainly will want to look to the challenge to their left. I think it's going to be as it was coming into the last 500, but certainly with closer margins, and a bit of a scare there for the Scots College and for the Southport School rather, and Geelong Grammar, as the Scots College do their best but finish 3rd there in a very quick repechage of the Barrington Cup. I reckon that'll probably be the quickest time Scots has posted all season. but it'll be through to the C final, as will it be for Wesley and Scotch Adelaide and Adelaide High in this first of two repechages, the penultimate race of day 5, the Australian Rowing Championships.
Well, thumbs up there from Geelong Grammar, little wave over to the bank. They are very pleased to be going straight through to the semi-finals from this repechage. Southport School also joining them, and here we go. Gee, it's been another big day, not quite as big as yesterday, but we are at the last race of the day, and it is repechage 2 of the schoolboys Coxed 8. First 2 through to the semi-finals. Hutchins in lane 2 and 3, the Tasmanians. Canberra Grammar in lane 4. Prince Alfred College from South Australia in 5. St Peter's College from South Australia in 6. Nudgee from Queensland in lane 7.
Yeah, riding on board with yet another blue boat of St Joseph's College. Nudgee from up in Queensland there. The crew on the far side of the course who are currently leading this race as they come through the 750 metre mark. St Peter's College in second, with designs on that top two qualifying spots. But I think Canberra Grammar look like they've had a good second 500 and have maybe just moved ahead, as Prince Alfred College there in lane 5 to battle as well. So if St Peter's got up over Prince Alfred, that'd be a bit of a turn up here. Prince Alfred got up at the head of the river and just managed to hold off St Peter's in the heat yesterday. And they spoilt St Peter's quest for 10 head of the river victories in a row, did Prince Alfred, the crew coached by Nathan Bowden. And they're currently running third, just in front of Prince Alfred, but very narrowly behind Canberra Grammar. And have a look at this, Ben. We're in for a treat for the last race of the day here. It is Nudgee leading, but only by half a length. Canberra Grammar, Prince Alfred College, St Peter's and Hutchins, all within a half a length of each other in the fight for the last couple of spots in the semi-final. The Hutchins crew in lane 2, just out of things at this stage of the race. The second 8 racing in the Empacher shell, the Hutchins crew racing in the Filippi shell, well and truly in the mix there. But I think now, just in the last couple of strokes, the lead in this battle for the second place, well, it's encroaching on the lead that Nudgee have built up, but it seems to be changing every couple of strokes. I think it's still Canberra Grammar who is running second at the moment. 3 of those boys took a great bronze medal in the under-19 Coxless 4. In fact, it is Prince Alfred College who have just kept stayed in front of Canberra Grammar. Prince Alfred College leading Canberra and St Peter's. I don't think I can call this every time the lead changes in this battle for second, Ben.
Well, I'm fascinated by the race within the race. You've got the 2 South Australians, and probably one of those, at least one of those, is going to miss out. St Peter's College and Prince Alfred College, as you mentioned, because Nudgee have a good lead, but it's anyone's guess who's going to get that second place. And what a way to end the day at Lake Barrington. This race, of course, for the Barrington Cup, the schoolboys Coxed 8, so doesn't get much more special than this.
Yeah, Nudgee have got a good view on this battle for second, and I reckon the margins are closer than what's been indicated there at the 1500 metre timing point. So Nudgee can see what's going on behind them, and the locals from Tasmania now with designs in that second place. Canberra Grammar dropping off, St Peter's from Adelaide certainly dropping off in the third 500 metres there. So it's really a race for second between Prince Alfred College and Hutchins, I think, at this point. So the locals from Tasmania in the purple Zooties in that black Filippi shell are lifting here in the closing stages. They know this course so well. They know exactly where they are and what they need to do to get up over the boys from South Australia, the South Australian Head of the River champions in Prince Alfred College. Last time we had nationals here, it was St Peter's College who won the Barrington Cup, and it looks like missing out on a spot here in the final. But between Prince Alfred and Hutchins, Prince Alfred have lifted now and have pulled back a couple of seats on Nudgee College on the far side of the course. I think Nudgee have done enough to hang on, and I think so have Prince Alfred. That's a good response there from the boys from Adelaide, who are still moving faster than Nudgee in the closing stages. Hutchins really throwing the kitchen sink at it. I think Prince Alfred might just sneak through right on the line. It's Nudgee from Prince Alfred and Hutchins all within I reckon less than a second there in the closing strokes. Nudgy take the win there. Prince Alfred joined them in the semi-final. Hutchins will have to make do with the C final, as will Canberra Grammar, St Peters, and the second of the Hutchins crews in 6th. What a treat there, just to keep us on our toes, Ben. What a day.
What a way to round out the day. Day 5 of the Australian Rowing Championship. So just confirming, Nudgy and Prince Alfred College, they will go through to the semi-finals, the rest to the C final, and they'll be joined by the Southport School and Geelong Grammar after they got through in repechage number 1. So that rounds out today, the day of racing. Now, just quickly, before we get to the, the advertisements to pay the bills, just a quick reminder about training on the course. So you can head out onto the course for training. 6:20 is the time the last boats can head out, and the regatta will be shut, the course at 7:30. So make sure you're out of here by then.
Rowing Australia is broadcasting live for free via our YouTube channel all week until the final race on Sunday. Find the link on the Rowing Australia website and social media. Hello to our interstate and international viewers. So Ben, we've wrapped up day 5. I can't get the words out of my mouth. It's been certainly a long couple of days up here in this beautiful commentary box. What are you looking forward to for tomorrow? Into the weekends, the big boats.
Well, one thing I love about the weekends is just the build-up of the crowds, especially around the school events. It's pretty special. And then obviously we get the club events as well. We're going to see the 4s. We know the doubles have already been on, but I love the 4s and the 8s. It's pretty special. And I know a lot of the big clubs love to pick up some medals in those ones. So trying to ride their way up the leaderboard. So cannot wait for a big weekend of racing. Just before we go as well, I've actually got the information about the pink hats from Newcastle.
Love to hear it.
So you want to, while we just got a minute, I can tell you that it was Nationals at Perth 2 years ago. They just picked up some pink hats and they brought some extras back for the rest of the squad, and that's where it began.
At a innocuous start.
It started in, I don't even know that story. I don't know how good it is, but let's be honest, it's the end of day 5. Anything will do.
It's about as good as our commentary's been the last couple of races. Make up your own minds. Well, that's it for day 5 here at the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships. Safe journey home. We'll see you from about 7:45 in the morning.
Hang on. Give your podcast a plug. Rowing Down Under. Make sure you check it out. Spotify podcast app. It's already out there for your listening. So you've got to drive back to whether you're going to Sheffield, whether you're going to Devonport.
It's about 20 minutes long. So
it's 20 minutes.
Back to Sheffield, it's perfect.
I listen to it on 1.5 speed, like all the podcasts. You can get it over and done within about 12 to 15 minutes. So you can give that a listen. Rowing Down Under. Just Google that, and I'll let you wrap it up, Chris.
Well, thank you very much for the plug, Ben. And we'll see you all tomorrow morning from about 7:45 here on YouTube and here at the course.